What's your best true spooky story? Serious. I've posted this on my other account. Copying and pasting it here. The scariest thing I've had happen while camping. So I live in Eastern Oregon, and my mom lives in Western Oregon. I went to visit her for the summer and she's very outdoorsy, so we decided to take the 1-hour drive from her city to the coast. We end up at this free campsite at the top of this hill, huge foothills of the coastal mountains, about a 25-minute drive from the top, where the campsite is to the bottom, where the main road was, and we were the only campers there. We relaxed for the rest of the day, made food, etc. A truck full of men drive up the hill and talk with my mom. I don't know what about, wasn't suspicious at the time, and they leave us. Heard her gasp, and it woke me. As soon as she saw I was awake, she put her hand over my mouth because I was starting to ask her what's wrong. It was dead silent and all of a sudden you hear footsteps right beside the tent. The little flap that covers the zipper was even moving. Thankfully my mom has quick wits and said very loudly, "Kenny, grab the gun." Kenny is my dad, although that doesn't matter, and mind you, he was not there, just us girls like I previously said. They left. No harm was done. Thank the Lord for my mama. TLDR, 2 girls at a campsite alone, people outside tent in the middle of the night, and my mom pulled some badassery. 4 years ago, I lived in a very large farmhouse that was converted into 2 apartments. The house was known as the old boys' home. It was used to house boys with behavioral issues, but was closed due to allegations of molestation. Anyway, I was living with my boyfriend and 3-year-old daughter at the time. My bedroom had a large fireplace that had been boarded up and painted over. I decided to push my bed up against it one day while I was rearranging things. It was like a headboard. That night, around 1 AM, I had heard a small voice saying, "Mom, Mom, Mommy." I had sat up in bed, but didn't see anything, so I reached over my boyfriend trying to grab my daughter and put her in our bed. I kept feeling around, and I was still hearing the voice, but I couldn't feel her. My boyfriend woke up and turned the bedside lamp on, asking me, "What the hell are you doing?" I explained that Amelia was trying to get in our bed, and I was reaching for her. There was nobody there. My daughter was sound asleep in her room. Then the next night came. Around 1 AM again, my dog had started to whimper at outdoor, so my boyfriend got up to take him outside. You know that feeling in a bed when someone lies down next to you? Where the bed pushes in and there is a warmth in your back. I felt that, so I assumed my boyfriend had come back to bed. I rolled over, my boyfriend wasn't in the bed, and I felt a faking bed release pressure. Whatever was laying next to me has gotten up in that second. I moved my bed the next day to the other side of the room, and I never had another incident in the 2 years I remained in that house. Alt account, because this is still a story that I don't want associated with my main account. It's not as spooky as some other stories on here, I guess, but my so and I are still a bit bewildered by it. It's been years, and we still wonder about it occasionally. There's no explanation other than some weird supernatural connection or just a really big faking coincidence. For about 10 years now, my nana has been living in a nursing home. She had a stroke and mentally she is not all there. She still recognizes us when we visit and gets happy to see us, but she often talks gibberish, thinking she is in a distant memory in the past. It makes me sad, because she and I always had a very close connection growing up. My parents both worked a lot, and she would stay with me. She used to know when I was lying. She could always sense when I was sick, even when she wasn't over, and she and I are eerily similar both in personality and looks. There are pictures of her when she was 21, and it could be me in the picture. We were very close growing up, and I love her dearly. I introduced her to my now husband when we started dating in college. He is from a different country than I am, and I live in his country. So we had been dating a few years when my visa was going to expire. In order for us to live in one place, we decided to get married. However, we were still young, fresh out of university, and decided to just elope. We decided to get officially married at a courthouse while announcing our engagement and then having a wedding a few years later. Official documents and wedding ceremonies are separated in my husband's country anyways. No one knew of our plan. We were, and are still, stupidly in love and thrilled to have such a crazy secret between us two. In hindsight, it was stupid and no one would have judged us, especially considering we are still happily together years later, but we still decided to hide it because we were stupid kids. So we flew to visit my parents in my home country and announce our engagement, and my dad picked us up from the airport. We were chatting in the car when he tells us that my nana was freaking out while he visited her the other day. The day we decided to elope. Why was she freaking out? She announced to my whole family that she saw in her dreams that I had eloped and was now married. They dismissed her because they didn't expect that at all. She kept insisting and was incredibly lucid about it. She raised her voice, which she hadn't done since before the stroke. My dad had mentioned, because he thought it was sweet, that she was so worried about this and became so lucid. My husband and I just got silent in the car and I went cold. We don't know how she knew that or if it was just coincidence, but she knew somehow. We went to visit her a few days later and she didn't remember it at all. She was thrilled we were engaged. We are happily married now and had our wedding and stuff, and no one ever found out we had eloped before the wedding day, except my nana apparently. Posted this in another thread, but seems appropriate here. Edited slightly to fit thread. I have had several dreams similar to what I'm posting. I've been a caver in Florida for about 13 years, since I was about 6, and have been to a lot of caves. Never been afraid before this to go in one. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I started having this reoccurring dream. I would have it at least twice a year, always the same, even though I would realize I was dreaming after the first few iterations. I would fall asleep and dream of being in a cave and going into this little hole in the bottom. Inside I would see a 10 to 15 foot long corridor about 2 to 4 feet high. At the end it would always turn left, and I always saw a bent red stop sign at the end, like someone ripped off the top 2 feet and tossed it in. But I would always follow the corridor. I would turn and walk past the sign despite being scared, despite many times knowing what was there, and the corridor would start descending, quickly opening up into a large vertical chamber with a path leading down in a corkscrew. Everything became blurry at this point, but it was always the same. I saw trash scattered on the walls. I saw the pit leading down to a curved floor. I saw things, undefined, animals or people or something else at the bottom. And I saw my family, each with one of the things, being tortured and killed. Every time. And I could never do anything. After I saw that, I would be stuck for a few seconds, until I felt more than saw everything turn and look at me. And I would wake up. Not like a normal dream where you just drift to consciousness or a nightmare where you bolt up in fear, but like something pushed me out. Like I wasn't supposed to be there. So I have this dream multiple times a year until I turn 15. I did tell a friend about the dream before. What happens next? My father decided to take us to some caves we never had been before, one of which was Dog Drop. It was likely named so because someone either threw their pet in there or a coyote fell in, and the body was later discovered. Dog Drop had a roughly 30-foot rappel straight down to enter. I went down with my brother while my father waited up at the top. There was a hole in the ground. I started to feel uneasy, though I didn't know why. So I followed my brother into the hole. I felt worse as I moved down. And when I looked up I saw the same corridor, the same turn, the same wall, the same bottles at the corner. And I instantly was hit with this overwhelming sense of nausea and fear, and being watched, and everything was screaming at me to leave. I froze and must have made some noise, because my brother turned around and asked what was wrong. I managed to say I wanted to leave now, and climbed out as quickly as I could, followed immediately by my brother. We packed up and left, never have gone back and never will. Haven't told anyone what actually happened, just said I wasn't feeling well, and they forgot pretty quickly. The thing that really makes it creepy for me is I have never had the dream again. Year after year I would have it consistently, but it just stopped after that. But I still remember it all. And I still feel afraid, almost an external fear, when I think of it. Previous edit for safety. I saw some people talking about looking up the cave/visiting. Just want to say, never go caving, especially in an unfamiliar place, without a guide who belongs to a local group. If you belong to another group, but have never been in the area, it's best to talk to a local one before leaving. Caving is dangerous and people die. Don't be arrogant and try and rappel on a garden hose. Yes, someone did that. Yes, they died. The local grotto you can check out is called the Tampa Bay Area Grotto. And yes, the initials aren't bag. Back when I was a kid, my grandmother had a really close friend who used to help her babysit us. One day she goes missing. Family doesn't know where she is, and we don't either. About a week later, police find her body in a dumpster. She had been dead for 4 to 5 days. She had been mugged and had several stab wounds. Incredibly tragic. Who would mug an old lady? Here's a spooky story. A few days, just before she was found, my 3 cousins swore they saw her walking around in their backyard and knocking on their window. The following day had search going through the area. It wasn't until the body was found that we realized what they saw couldn't be true according to police timeline, but they swore it was her. Edit. I'm adding more context for the story. I initially kept it brief because I didn't want to have a wall of text, but since this blew up a bit, I'll include more details. The backyard was actually pretty big and long because it was shared by the entire apartment complex, which had 4 units, 2 upstairs, 2 down. My cousins were in the downstairs unit on the left. Again, like I said in a different post, it was gated on all sides by wooden fencing. My cousin's window had blind spots, so you couldn't see the entire backyard. It wasn't nighttime, but the sun was setting. They said it was almost down at this point, so I assume around 7 PM. They're in their room, which has a window that sees into the backyard. It was ghetto, and they were pretty poor, so their beds only had the mattress, not the frame supporting it. It was a queen and a single pressed up against the wall with the window. So basically, to look into the backyard, you were standing up on a mattress looking against how you normally face, back against the wall, sitting down on the mattress. Youngest brother, holy shit, there's someone in the back. She just walked away. Oldest, laying down on the bed. What the fuck are you talking about? Youngest, dude, it looks like old lady. She's walking around where grandma's vegetable garden is. Oldest, youngest, come faking look. She's just walked away. Oldest, goes and looks. I don't see anything. Stop being stupid. Goes back to laying down. Little one stands there looking at him. Middle brother comes to look a moment later. Oh shit, she's right there. What the fuck, she's coming to us. They all look to see the lady knocking on the window. They scream, panic and run out to dad. Dad obviously doesn't believe them, but after a bit gives in. He goes out and checks. Nothing. So just a side note, the way these apartments were connected, you couldn't go into the backyard from your individual unit. You had to get out into the main hall, which had a door that opened into the backyard. I lived in an old apartment in 2002. The place was built in 1900, so it was just over 100 years old when I moved in. The living room and kitchen were fine, but the bathroom and bedroom were unnerving. Like I just always felt like I was being watched, especially in the bedroom, if the closet door was open. Those unnerving feelings just became moderately uncomfortable as I settled in. I felt safe in the bedroom, but only if the door was locked. One night I was dead asleep when there was a loud bang on my bedroom door. When I got up the courage to get out of bed, I checked the apartment and all the windows were closed and locked from the inside. The door still had the chain secured. No one was in there. I mentioned the closet in the bedroom. I never liked going in there, and I never liked if the door was open. For some reason, in my head I would hear gasping noises. So for that reason, the closet stayed closed. A month or more after I was woken to the bang on my door, I was dead asleep. But something woke me up, and it was a pressure on me like being held down. It was pitch black in my room. I couldn't see anything, but I knew some was standing over me. When I could finally turn on a bedside lamp, no one was there. After then I couldn't sleep in the dark. I had to sleep with a lamp on. That incident scared the life out of me. And after that the unnerving feeling of being watched intensified. Friends would come over and comment about being uncomfortable in the bathroom, like being watched. It became so uncomfortable for me. When I had the chance to move to another unit, I jumped at it. I packed up and got out. After me, several people rented the apartment, and they would move out within months. I became friendly with the building manager, and I told him that I felt the place was haunted. He kind of laughed it off. Years after, they were renovating the place. Building manager was doing some painting in there. The building owner was there too. I went and checked out the apartment, and it looked nicer. It didn't feel as creepy. I got to talking with the building owner, and through the course of conversation he just throws it out there that a former tenant committed suicide in the closet by hanging themselves. He also mentioned that the original designer of the building lived in that apartment and died in there. I wasn't mad when I heard that, but felt validated that what I experienced was real. I had saved some spooky stuff. Here is one of them. Not my story though. Link older thread u/minimus not chase story. I had just finished my initial military training, basic, 8, a few other classes, and got sent to my first duty station. My unit was at NTC for pre-deployment training, so I met up with the rear echelon. I get issued my room, and spent 3 very disturbed days/nights in the barracks with weird stuff happening like gear not where I left it, locked drawers being opened, the microwave turning on by itself. Shit like that. My roommate who I knew throughout training showed up on the 4th day, and I told him something along the lines of, "Watch your sheet. Someone's been faking with my stuff and I don't know who." So the 4th night comes around and myself and my roommate secure our room and gear and go to bed. Gotta be up at 05304 PT, so it's an early night. We lock all our stuff and go to bed. I woke up around 0100 cause my blanket had fallen to the ground and I was cold, which was weird cause we were in the south in summer, so it's always hot. I hop down to get my blanket and I notice my armor is open, so I open the lock, close it, lock it, and get back to bed. I fell back asleep pretty easy, but I woke up again at about 0230 and all my stuff and my roommate's stuff is thrown around the room. I wake up my roommate and he's pissed cause someone is faking with us and can't figure out who it is. We clean it up, lock our stuff, and go back to bed. I woke up a 3rd time at 0337 and we're not alone. I can hear my roommate snoring, so I know it's not him. I sat up and saw someone in the little kitchenette area with the fridge open looking in it. I was freezing again. I was about to say something as the soldier turned around. My eyes had a moment to adjust to the bright light, and then I started recognizing Guy like the L-shaped flashlight on his shoulder, his Alice pack with magazine holders and canteens, boots, and fatigues. This dude was combat ready. As my eyes reached his face he turned a bit, and I could see it. Half his head and helmet were gone. Blown off by the looks of it. I'm scared shitless at this point. He closed the fridge, walked across the room keeping his bright green eyes on, opened my front door and walked out. As he exited he turned back around and said to me, "Be safe." I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I didn't wake my roommate up. I just sat up in bed for about 2 hours till I had to get ready for PT 0630 rolls around, so everyone is outside the barracks in formation getting ready to start PT and the acting first sergeant says, "Hey, not Jace, you good? Looks like you seen a ghost." I replied with, "Negative, I'm fine, 1SG good to go." About halfway through PT he comes up to me and asks me what's wrong because I'm visibly shaken up. I told him I was fine, just couldn't sleep last night. A few others asked if I was okay, and I just lied and said I was fine. I really wasn't, and they could see that, but they let me be. After PT ended, the acting 1SG pulled me to the side and told me to speak freely, openly, and with all confidentiality, and off the record. What is wrong? I told him that if I told him what happened he would think I'm batshit crazy. He assured me it was off record and once again said, "Talk to me. You seriously look like you've seen a ghost." That got an awkward chuckle out of me, and I began to tell him my story, and when I got to the part about his head the acting 1SG lost his sheet. "Who the fuck put you up to this? This is not funny etc. He smoked me for about 30 minutes, made me do push-ups, mountain climbers, stuff like that, all while yelling at me that I'm a piece of shit. Finally, after about 30 minutes of that, he says, "Look at me in the eye and swear on everything that you love that you're not lying to me." I told him I was not lying. It fucking happened. So he says follow me, so I do. We get to the command office, which I had never been in, and they were obviously locked. He takes me behind 3 locked doors and 3 rooms I had never stepped foot in, and when he opened the last door I saw it. It gave me chills. It still gives me chills, but plain as day there's a soldier's portrait behind the commander's desk. I froze and said, "That's him." Acting 1SG, the guy who assigned me that room, told me who it was. He was a corporal in the unit on my unit's first deployment to Iraq, and he died in an IED attack that took off part of his head. I was the first soldier to be assigned that room, since it belonged to the deceased corporal. He forgave me, and I forgave him, and he told me some stories about who this guy was. I deployed with that unit just a couple months later, and spent 12 months fighting in that shithole. I nearly died I don't know how many times. My vehicle got hit with IEDs and rockets and it always made me think of that corporal. I survived more things than most people can imagine, and I always felt like that corporal was keeping an eye out for me. Not everyone in my unit was as lucky as me. 3 from my company didn't get to come home. Freshman year at my university. We had a creepy old dorm on campus that no one was living in. Everyone generally avoided it because it just had an uncomfortable feeling when you got close to it and felt like you were being watched. There are rumored stories about it of 2 women dying there on separate occasions. 1 murder, 1 suicide, and they're the ones who haunt the building. One night, a friend was in a bad mood because his girlfriend had broken up with him, so I was walking around campus with him to let him get it off his chest and just trying to help him feel better. We walked past the dorm, and I brought it up about it being haunted, and was telling him the stories to try and take his mind off it. So, the way the bottom floor was set up, there were 2 doors on both sides of the building and the hallway ran the entire length of the building and you could see the other door. We walked up to one of the windows and were just looking down the hall when 2 girls walked out of a room wearing clothes that looked like they were from the 70s/80s and stood there in the hall looking at each other, not speaking. Then, one girl slowly turned her head and looked straight at us, slowly turned her head back, then turned and walked the opposite way from us down the hall. So we ran to the other side of the building, but we couldn't find them. We came back to the original door and watched them do the same thing all over again. We looked at each other and ran. This freaked me out for a while, especially after when I was sleeping in my room and all my posters fell off the wall at the same time. After telling this story to another friend, he convinced me to go back with him and try to find a way in. We found an open window, which we later found out was the room the girl hung herself in, and climbed in and started walking down the hall. We wandered around the building a bit and just started to notice generally creepy things. Water faucets started coming on. We'd walk through one room and then back through, and a chair would be moved. On the first floor, a desk was turned upside down under the stairwell. As we were getting close to leaving, a lot more water faucets came on and kept getting louder and louder. Then when we got back to the room to go back out of the window, and as we put our hands on the window, the door slammed closed. So we ripped the door open, dove out and ran back to our dorm, and never went back. I'm sure this will get buried, but I've got one. It's more bittersweet spooky than spooky, but here goes. My ex had this lamp that she had on the island in our kitchen. She turned it on pretty much every night, and in the mornings, to make coffee. It was a pretty solid little lamp. I brought my cat to live with us late in our relationship because she had dogs, and my cat was pretty up there in age and not used to dogs, so I tried to spare her little heart from that shock. She came to love laying down in the spot by where that lamp plugged into an outlet on the wall of the island. She died soon after I brought her over, and I was absolutely heartbroken. I had a hard time accepting the loss. About a week after my cat died, my ex was grinding coffee in a little electric grinder, and I heard her shriek from the other room. I rushed over to see what was going on, and she told me she felt something cold pass by her feet. Then the light on the lamp started flickering. She tried to show me again the flickering, but it didn't happen. I just chalked it up to her being weird at 6 AM. A couple of days later, she asked me to make coffee for her. I grabbed the grinder, flick on the lamp, to see what I was doing, and sure enough the same thing happened to me. A cold wind whipped past me like a cat running around my feet. Then the light on the lamp flickered before I could even get the grinder going. It never happened before or after, despite the hundreds of times I'd used that grinder in the same outlet as the lamp. I like to think it was my little girl saying goodbye one last time. I came home from work one day to grab my spare tires. My sister was away at school 7 hours away and neither of my parents were going to be home for another 5 hours at minimum. I ran in, changed my clothes, grabbed my tires then drove to a garage to get them installed. I got home 2 hours later, and as I walked into the living room, there was a chair just sitting in the middle of the hallway and was facing the front door. I thought nothing of it, but didn't recognize the chair as being one that we owned. It was a standard metal folding chair that you would buy for a couple bucks at a retail store. I folded it up and propped it up against my dad's workbench in our garage. My mom gets home a couple hours later, and I ask her in passing why she left a metal chair in the middle of the hallway. She tells me we don't own any metal chairs, and that she hadn't been home up until an hour ago. I told her I came home and there was a metal chair just sitting in the middle of the hallway after I had gotten back from the garage. She told me to show her the chair, and when I went out to the garage to show it to her, it was gone. I looked high and low for that metal chair, but couldn't find it. I swore to her that I wasn't on drugs and that I wasn't imagining things. She thought what I was telling her was strange, but didn't pay much attention to it. I never saw that chair again, nor do I know where it came from, or where it went. I've posted in the past a story about some weird thing I saw in the woods at my grandparents' house. TLDR, silhouette of a deer against the curtain suddenly changed into a man's silhouette. Usual suggestions ask in Walker or Wendigo, though one I liked was maybe it was just Pan joking around, but I'm gonna post about another instance of weird shit. This was at the house we lived in for about 7 years. Many strange things happened in that house. You could hear voices murmuring from time to time. I saw a shadow person. Saw someone stick their head into the room once. None of it felt hostile, but the same couldn't be said for this pervasive feeling my mother and I both felt if we went out front at night. She and I both felt like there was something watching, and it wasn't friendly. On this particular night, it was about midnight or so, and I felt like driving to the 24/7 grocery store, since I wanted some snacks. As I stepped out the front door, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and turned to look. There was this very tall thing just floating, for lack of a better term, I'd almost describe it as hanging, but there was nothing holding it up, outside of my brother's window. It was seemingly covered in a sheet that had once been white, but was extremely dirty, so it was more off-white, and got brown with mud and dirt the further down it went. There were no visible feet, nor eyes or face, but I could tell it was staring at my brother's window. As I stared at it, it turned to look at me, and I remember feeling like one of those butterfly specimens, pinned to a board. It was as though its stare was physically holding me in place. It felt like an eternity, but only a second or two passed, and it looked back at the window, the pressure lifting, and then vanished. Right as it vanished, there was a fluttering of wings in the tree above, and one of our neighborhood's owls came to perch there. In a way it felt like the owl came to my defense, as silly as that may sound. Our cul-de-sac loved the pair of owls. They were more like neighbors to us, so maybe it was just protective of a fellow neighbor. That's how I like to think of it, anyway. In any event, I decided that it might be best to just make some popcorn or something that night instead. Come to think of it, I don't think I ever told my brother about the thing. I probably should. When I was about 12 I was at my cousin's house. He was about 9, faking around on their trampoline. This was an older neighborhood, kind of dilapidated. My cousin and I get the bright idea to sneak into the old abandoned house on the other side of his fence. So we climbed the fence, walk the narrow path between his fence and the side of the old house. We were barefoot, what the fuck, and go around to the front of the house. The front door was actually modern, a steel door with a lock on it. We tried it, and it opened. We went inside, and the smell hit us like a wall. This sweet, sickly smell filled the whole house, so we held our noses as we walked through. There was no glass on the floor, which was fortunate for our aforementioned bare feet, but there was a lot of dust. It was a shotgun house with maybe 4 small rooms, that we could tell, and in the front room there were like 6 or 7 mountain bikes. We figured someone was just storing things here. The bathroom was off this room, and it had a bunch of small old glass bottles that looked like they dated back to the 1940s or thereabouts. The second room, past the first, had a bunch of old junk in it, but the thing that sticks out in my mind was an old cassette player with a cassette still in it. On the label the cassette said Deborah, March 18th, 1993. We didn't really care about this. The third room had more bikes and more junk, and it had a tiny closet off to the side. We wrestled the cobwebs away, and saw nothing other than a faking chainsaw with red-brown residue on it. Alarm bells were going off in our heads now, and even though we tried to rationalize it as just rust, we decided to quickly see what was in the fourth room and then GTFO. We walked into the fourth room, and saw that it was completely empty, except for some stairs to the basement, lots of dust, and a small wooden cross. Painted on it were these words, Deborah September 29th, 1963, March 18th, 1993. Then we heard a thump from the basement. Then we ran. We ran out the front door, down the path, climbed the fence, through my cousin's backyard, into his house, up the stairs, into his room, and under the bed. We stayed there for hours, whispering and speculating and vowing never to go back there again. But we did. And that's another story for another day. You might think this is fictional, and I kinda worded it that way. But I can't make this up. Okay guys, part 2 is in the comments. Update, I actually went back to the house yesterday, and it's been torn down. Disappointing but also kind of a relief. My high school used to be a giant mansion, before it was converted into an orphanage, and then a high school. One section of the school, the third floor, was inaccessible. The staircase which led to the floor was blocked off with wood, and painted black to match the chorus room, where it was located. In 2003, during the full school show of Lemurs, they had to remove the wood, so they could replace the windows on that third floor. We even ended up using some of the removed windows for our barricade. We had play practice most nights, and, if you lived far enough away, usually you would just stay at the school, and wait rather than go home, just to come right back up. While waiting for practice to start one night, myself and 3 friends Ryan, Mike and Mitchell, decided to go up the staircase to check out the third floor. The staircase was rotted and falling apart from years of disuse, so we carefully went up one at a time to find an unremarkable hallway with some even less remarkable rooms off to the sides. All of this led into a big open area with old, stacked desks and folders full of test papers from like the 80s or something. The 4 of us were a bit disappointed, because the rumor was that this section of the school was not converted from the orphanage that occupied the space several decades earlier, and the ghosts of orphans still haunted the place. Since we didn't get spooked, we ended up just digging through the old papers. While Mitchell was looking through the papers in a side room with her back to us, Ryan pushed Mike and myself out of the room quietly and into an adjacent room to scare Mitchell into thinking we disappeared. Sure enough, she comes bolting out of the room screaming at us, throwing out "Fuck you guys, and this isn't funny." We had to muffle our mouths to keep from laughing, when, all of a sudden, one of the people in the room faking ruined the whole thing by giggling like a little girl. I turned to Ryan and Mike to see which one of them ruined the joke, but both of their hands were over their mouths and their eyes were wide as dinner plates. This room we were in, hiding behind the door, was small, maybe the side of a small one-stall bathroom. Maybe that's what it was once upon a time, and somebody in this damn tiny room was giggling, and it was none of us. This whole plot played out in probably like 10 seconds between leaving Michelle and hearing the giggle. So we stood there staring at each other waiting for something to happen that explained this. It was like 4 or 5 PM and we were the only ones in the chorus classroom the entire day. We would have seen someone go upstairs. We would have heard the stairs creaking as they went up there. Whoever giggled at us from inside that room was up there already. Unfortunately, we didn't get the explanation we needed, because a second set of giggles started happening, this time more than one person making them. That was it for Ryan, a big tough former athlete turned show kid, who screamed the highest pitch scream I've ever seen a guy that size make. It would have been funny if we weren't terrified. He pushed past us, ran screaming out into the hallway, scared the daylights out of Mitchell on his way down, and we bolted down the steps. This time, we did not take them one by one and actual chunks of rotted wood started falling off. We explained what happened to Mitchell, and then went somewhere that was not the chorus classroom until play practice started. The maintenance team must have known we were up because we all collectively got a talking to about going up there. Safety concerns with the rotted steps. So of course, people started going up there willy-nilly hoping to see a ghost. There are more stories about that third floor during that year that promptly stopped once they replaced the windows and sealed the room back up. Now the school is closed and empty, so whatever ghosts were having a good time are now free to do so without the living getting in the way. Edit. Sorry, this is much longer than it seemed when I posted. TLDR. Ghost orphans at my high school think pranks are funny. About 5 years and 2 boyfriends ago, I moved into an old farmhouse with my then significant other. He was a hoarder and was embarrassed about the state his house was in after his wife left him. He had an RV and that's where he slept because there was just sheet garbage, clothes, boxes up to your knees in every room of the house. Me, being extremely distressed by clutter, cleaned that house down to cobwebby corners of the ceiling. It took me weeks, but I Murphy's oiled every inch of wood, filled his truck with over 10 loads of garbage. The very first night I was there, things were weird. At that point I had only cleared part of the living room. The boyfriend snored unbearably loud, so I opted to sleep inside, on the couch, while he slept out in his camper. I had just had a fight with my mother, and was lying awake around 4 AM fuming about it. I heard my boyfriend come in the back door, muttering to himself as usual. He was opening and closing drawers and cabinets in the kitchen. Figured he was searching for something. Finally I got up because hell, I was already awake. Maybe I could help him find whatever it was. The kitchen was 5 feet from where I was, and when I walked in, there was no one there. I looked around and called for him, but he wasn't there. I don't get scared easily, and at this point I was just curious about where he was. I went out the camper and could hear him snoring hard before I even got to the door. I shook him awake and asked him gently what he had needed in the house. He said he hadn't left the camper all night. I thought, he was sleepwalking. When I went back inside, though, I noticed it had snowed lightly in the night and the only tracks leading up to the camper were mine. Couple days later, I moved my 2 cats in. They are super on edge, a lot of growling, acting out of character, especially in the middle of the night. I completely dismissed that as it was a new unfamiliar place. Obviously they were uncomfortable. I had finally gotten the bedroom habitable, and they would not cross the threshold into it. The first night we slept in the bedroom was when I started to fear the house. The bed was up against a window that faced out to the cornfield, and my guy insisted on sleeping on the outside of the bed, leaving me pressed against the window. I got this horrible feeling. Something was right outside the window, and I was frantic to the point of tears. I kept telling him there was something out there, and he said I was being dramatic, which was stupid, because I'm just not. You spend your whole life being logical and calm, and when something weird happens, no one believes you. I slept on the couch. The next day, I noticed a handprint on the top of the bedroom window that I had just cleaned the day prior. I held my hand up to it, and it was thrice the size of my own hand, bigger than any person's handprint I've ever seen. It wasn't just a print, though. It was elongated, as if the hand had dragged down the window. Still could be an explanation, even though I had cleaned that window the day before and would have noticed, except the print was over 9 feet off the ground directly over an open coal cellar. I showed my boyfriend, and he told me something surprising. His ex-wife thought there was something wrong with the house too. She was making dinner one day, and he had gotten home from work. Her back was turned to him, and they had a full conversation. Then she looked out the kitchen window and saw him pull up in his truck. He still blew it off with me, just telling me I was paranoid and such. All this time, I assumed he was right, dismissed my instincts, and went about things normally. Then one morning in the spring I got up to use the bathroom. It was 4:46 in the morning and I knew the time, because I checked my phone when I got up. The whole bedroom was light from the sunrise and I quietly climbed back into bed. The house is all wood paneling, and because of my arachnophobia I had the bed scooted about 5 inches away from the wall where our heads were. I laid down and tucked my arm up under the pillow with my hand over the edge. The second I closed my eyes, an icy cold hand grabbed me by the wrist and yanked down hard. I bolted up and in a state of complete terror shook my boyfriend awake and asked if he was faking with me. He wasn't. I will never forget that grip because I had to struggle to get my hand back. I called my close friend and she said, you know that there's a cemetery within view of your bedroom, right? I had forgotten, but being a practical person it had never occurred to me that there might be a connection. She said let's try something, came over with a sagebrush and we smudged the house. We were both laughing at ourselves as we did it, but the thing is, nothing weird happened after that. Well, except me falling into a hole in the floor. But I blamed that on my own clumsiness. The relationship withered. I moved out, but we remain friends. He says nothing strange has happened since I left. I've posted this before, but it's a great one. I have a tale. This is my parents' story, but it is so good the internet needs it. Sorry for the extreme length. This is like a 2-hour story. When my parents tell it, they remember it even more vividly than I could type about it. This is 100% real. If you think otherwise, bugger off. Part 1. Meccan. Back in the 80s, my parents had just gotten married, graduated from college, and had my big brother. They moved into a small house in a very affluent neighborhood north of Milwaukee. The house was surprisingly in their budget. Again, just graduated from college and med school with the little one, but was the smallest on the block. My parents made an offer that was a few under the asking price. 2 other couples offered more than the asking. Bidding war. However, the old man that owned the house rejected both of those offers and said he wanted my folks to have it. He said he and his late wife would have both agreed it was the right thing to do. My folks are super grateful and are extremely excited to be living in the neighborhood. There are many youngsters, so my brother had lots of playtime. Life was very good. Then, shit starts going down. Part 2. Red light. The first thing was with the basement. So, during this time my mom stayed at home with my brother and my dad was getting his practice started. He worked super late and was only home on Sundays basically. My mom did laundry in the basement, and one day, when she was walking upstairs, a red light at the bottom of the stairs turned on. Now I'm told this is a super bright light, and the switch for it was taken out long ago. It is almost like a fallout shelter emergency light with a cage on it. My mom didn't know what to think, so she starts going downstairs to investigate. The light turns off. She figures that maybe it was some sort of surge. The next day, she goes downstairs again, comes up, the light is on again. Again starts walking down, and it turns off. She does not shrug it off this time. She waits a bit at the bottom of the stairs, and then walks back upstairs. The light turns on, and she runs down this time to catch it, only this time. It starts flashing like a strobe light, before she can even reach the bottom. She noped the fuck out the house so quickly with my brother, and didn't go back the rest of the day. The light never turned on for my dad, or turned on again after that day. Part 3. Knock knock. After the red light thing my mom is naturally shook up. She is scared to go downstairs without my dad, rightfully so. But there was something that started before the red light but escalated after. Knocking. My parents figured this was originally just natural sounds of the house as it was fairly old. It would be very sporadic and very infrequent, until one night. My parents were in bed chatting about the day, bills, etc. Then they started hearing knocking. It started in their room under the bed, then on the walls and ceiling. It would be about 30 seconds apart, and they could not find the source. Then it sounded like the knocking was outside their room. So, they got up, and tried following the sound and find where it was. They went all over the house trying to figure out where it came from. Every time they thought they found the source, it would jump to a different side of the room. They eventually were in the foyer/living room, and tracked the knocking super frequently, and super loud to the foyer closet. My mom had a fireplace poker in hand, and my dad a bat. He crept towards the closet, and as he reached for the door knobs, a voice calls out to them, knock knock. He swung the doors open, there was nothing there, and all the knocking stopped. My parents could do nothing but stare at each other. Neither of them slept that night. Part 4. It pushed me. After the red light and knock knock, my parents are wary of this house. My mom is on the verge of a breakdown, and not dealing with this well at all. Remember, she is in this house all day with this nonsense. My dad is usually more skeptical towards this kind of stuff, but he knows something is very wrong, and thinks my mom is totally justified in her feelings. Well, we fast forward a few weeks, maybe even a month. It is a normal night like any other. My parents are asleep in their room, my brother in his. In the middle of the night, my mom suspects 2 to 3 am, can't be certain, being all drowsy. My parents wake up to a huge thud. Immediately my parents jump up and hear my brother is awake calling for them. They rush into his room and he is laying down in the very center of the room on the floor with his blanket perfectly taut and draped on him. As though he was tucked into bed, but on the ground at least 5 feet from his bed. My parents pick him up and ask him what happened. He responds pointing to the closet. It pushed me. The fox pushed me. My dad opens the closet, rifles through everything looking for an animal, and of course finds nothing. So this is weird, right? Why would a 3-year-old say such a thing? Well, in this moment, my parents remembered the last name of the old man that sold them the house. Fox. Part 5. Reconciliation. I shit you not, my parents freaked out on this. There were too many things going on. My mom refused to let herself and my brother stay in the house, especially since she was now pregnant with my sister. My dad decided he was going to take care of this. Again, he is not a superstitious man. He is a doctor and a man of logic. However, he knew there was something going on with this house. A night or two after the fox incident, my dad sat down in the living room and had a talk with the spirit of the house. He said this: "I don't know if you are evil. I do not know if you are Mrs. Fox, but I do know this: you are going to stop. We are a peaceful and loving family. If you are Mrs. Fox, your husband would be ashamed of you. He wanted us to have our family here because he knew you would want us to. Just as you raised your family here, I want to do the same. You may stay here as long as you like. But you cannot do this to us anymore. I'm sorry for your passing and for your pain, but you cannot take it out on us. My wife is pregnant and you are causing her loads of stress. You even went after my son. This will stop, or I will seek out someone who will make it stop. Thank you. Good night." After this, nothing bad happened to my family again. There were no lights, knocks, or foxes. But, and this is the craziest thing ever, there was one final thing. In a wooden cabinet that my mom bought at a neighborhood garage sale a few days after they moved into the house, there was a card, an anniversary card. It said, "Happy anniversary Ann Fox." This was found 2 days after my parents' anniversary in June, after they moved the cabinet to the other side of the room. They had owned the cabinet since they moved into the house and had not seen the old man since they bought the house either. My parents have moved many times over the years and lost the card inevitably. We still have the cabinet. It sits in our cabin to this day. The end. I removed my parents' names because you are on Reddit and I don't trust all of you. I forgot something from part 4. My brother was in the middle of the room put to bed on the floor. Well, after all the dust had settled, my parents started renovating. They wanted to put carpet in my brother's room. So they tore up the tile/fake flooring stuff, and to quote my dad, "Right where your faking brother was laying on the Fox night, there was a blood stain." Mrs. Fox had died in the house, in my brother's room. She was very ill, but fell while trying to replace a light in the room. My wife and I stayed at a nice hotel in downtown Pittsburgh. It was where I asked her to marry me after a lavish meal. I picked the room because it came with a huge Japanese soaking tub that me, a 6'1" man, could barely see over the edge of. Anyway, the first night we stayed there, we were sleeping in the single king bed. I believe the alarm clock said it was 2 or 3 am. To my left, and just a few feet from me, I heard the sound of what seemed like a pencil slowly rolling down a sloped surface. It was so deliberate and loud that it woke us both up. It was also so deliberate that, while my heart thumped in my chest from the sudden noise, I quickly convinced myself that it was a pencil sliding off the desk in our room, and I went back to sleep. The next morning, to my surprise, I found that A, there were no pencils in the room, and B, there was no desk. It was my first night in the room, so I assumed that it, like other hotels, had a place to sit and write. Well, that was not the case. The only thing I could find to write with were ballpoint pens with their caps on. They wouldn't make that distinctive loud noise that a ridged wooden pencil makes as it rolls. Furthermore, there was no sloped surface in the room for anything to suddenly roll off of in the middle of the night/morning. The whole thing was weird enough for us to talk about it that morning. I do not believe in ghosts, but to be honest, I'd love to encounter something unexplained. I entertained the idea of a ghost pencil, but knew in my head it had an explanation grounded in reality. But that's not all that happened. That night we were both in the soaking tub. The water was up to my chin. It was great. We were in the middle of February, a cold and miserable month in Pittsburgh. We were sloshing around in the tub having a blast, pretending we were rich. And then, from the other room, we heard the buzzing of an old microphone hooked up to a PA system. Basically, that sound of feedback that precedes an announcement. The whole room filled with the buzzing sound of microphone feedback. Our hearts thumped in our chests yet again. And then we both practically jumped out of our own skins. We heard the distinctive sound of someone blowing into a microphone to test it. Hooth hooth. You could see it in your head, it was so distinctive, just like the pencil. My heart went from thumping wildly to thrumming like a hummingbird's. Naked, I leapt from the tub and threw a towel around myself. That was a man blowing into a microphone, I said. My wife stayed in the tub, scared and quiet. I searched our room and did not find a speaker or any kind of speaker grill embedded into a wall or the ceiling. We could not for the life of us find a potential source for the sound other than an iHome speaker that was already playing music from my iPhone. So that was our story. We still had one more night. We were exhilarated by our engagement and the ghosts that haunted the hotel. A week later I had the thought to email the hotel. I asked them about their building. Pittsburgh is an old town. And downtown Pittsburgh is a very old town. They got back to me and explained, as my jaw dropped, that they used to be an old telephone factory. I don't know why I found meaning in that explanation, or why it made everything click so well. But my thoughts immediately went to the sounds of a factory, the PA system, the drafting table, or relics from another time in that building's life. Sad but ghostly. I found and fostered a cat. She was beautiful. Snowshoe Blue Point Siamese. Basically my dream cat. And so cute. Big round eyes and little round face. I named her Penelope, Pet for short. Sadly the stress of a new kitty was too much for my older cat, so I gave Pep to a friend. Couldn't stand to never see her again. But at that point, I'd had her 3 months. But it just wouldn't work. She was so smart. Her favorite trick was high five, because she always got a treat. She high five ''d all the time wanting treats. So Pep lives with my friend Lisa. Pep had been skinny as hell when I found her, but she was getting healthier. One day I get a text from Lisa. I'm just gonna pretend you didn't know about this for kittens. 2 gray girls, a black boy, and a blue tux boy that looked exactly like her in a different color. I had to keep him. I didn't know if my older cat would accept him, but I was going to try. I named him Pepin, and he came home at 7 weeks old. All was well. He was exactly like his mother. When I brought him home, he went right for what her favorite toy had been when she had lived with me. He did everything she had done. He slept in her screwy positions. He laid in the cat tree with a paw hanging over like he was driving a two-seater, all just like her. He walked like her, sounded like her. He had her face and her bone structure. If I had ever known what she would do in a situation, I knew what he would do, and I have never to this day been wrong. Pep snuck out a window 3 months later and was killed by a car. Devastated doesn't come close. The next morning, Pepin hops up on my bed and sits there. Waits until I pay attention to him. Then very deliberately, like Pep always did, gave me a high five. I never taught him that. He never saw Pep do it. She would only do it for me, not Lisa. There was no way he could have learned it. But yet, there was, the morning after she died. I made it. I'm okay. I'm right here. I'm not religious and occasionally spiritual. But I have a feeling, somehow, that that's her. Like she knew she didn't have long and repackaged herself. At first I thought I was seeing it, because I wanted to. Of course there's a resemblance between mother and offspring. Of course there's similarities. But everything. And he looks exactly like her. If they were the same color they would be indistinguishable. And how did he learn to high five? Considering he's never done it since, and had never done it before. I can't even teach him. He knows other tricks. He can sit, stand up, fetch, roll over, but he won't learn high five. In high school my friends and I were messing around with a Ouija board one night. We had done it before and nothing remarkable had ever happened. We usually did it to try and scare each other or our girlfriends. We all thought it was a joke. That night there was no one else home except the 7 of us, and we were all together around the board. One of the girls there wanted to try it. She had never done it before. This time was different. The board misspelled some of the words the same way every time. It gave answers that seemed really historically accurate for our town, things we neither knew or cared about. Long story short, the spirit claimed it was a 10-year-old boy who had died on the property in the 1800s and was buried there too in an unmarked grave. My friend's house was on a farm in the edge of town. We were all a little freaked out because the board had never been so detailed and consistent. However, we were still skeptical, and we were all assuming one of us was trying to scare the rest. Finally, my friend asked if the spirit could do something to prove he was there with us. It went to yes, and then spelled out KNOCK. Then the planchette stopped moving. We just all stared at it silently, and then there was a rap on the window right next to us. The lights were on outside and there was absolutely no one out there. We never touched that effing board again. So I'm 17, and I was working at my great-grand's house. She's really old, and is called Constance. Hasn't walked in years, just turned 100 years old, and spends all day lying in bed. I often go visit her, in this old school house, that she has lived in for around 60 years. It's got an amazing view of the river. From her bedroom you get one of the best views in the whole town. Not that she can see any of it, because she's almost completely blind. She always has these stories about how all the children from the school would play out in her front garden. She's also told me that men had been in her house at night and tortured her, but that's unrelated. Anyways, I'm visiting her one morning and I ask if there's any jobs needing done around her house. She tells me that I should check the garden and do some tidying up around there. So I go out the house and inspect. Now next to her porch, where everyone goes in, is a really narrow pathway. It's just between the house and this embankment. So I look down it. It appears to be a little path leading to nowhere, and notice there's loads of leaves needing cleared. Above the path is just branches and greenery. So I go inside, get a rake, put on gloves and head in. It's only 10 meters, but as I'm going down I notice the path seems to veer behind the house. I follow it round into this incredibly strange 5x5 foot-ish open space. There appears to be no other way to get to this 5x5 square, but I notice there's this door. It's built into the side of the wall, not a house. It's covered in bracken, Scottish word for ferns, and so I pull some of it back. It appears the door has something written on it. So I clear everything out the way and move back to inspect. There's clearly games room printed into it. Now that made sense to me, because it was a school, right? But then I notice this door has a padlock on it. The padlock seems sturdy, even though the metal it's attached to looks ancient. I try it, and it won't budge, but notice there's a little hole in the door. I put my iPhone torch on to try see in, but it's got what appears to be another layer of wood behind it. So I head back. I go up to the room and asked her about this little room in the back. I show her the photo that I still have, and she doesn't recognize it. Probably because she's practically blind. All she says is no, the games room was down under the stairs by the door. There was 2 rooms out back, but they were just storage. I don't remember there ever being a games room out back, so I ask her where these rooms were. She tells me they're up on the embankment, also built into the wall. So I go back out. I climb up, using the side of the house and the wall of the embankment, like some sheet out Spider-Man, and manage to find these 2 wood cellar door type things. So I go over, and notice that the locks are incredibly rusty. I could literally just pull them off. So I do. Now my gran was right. It was just an old storage room. I open it up, and it's empty. Some old fabric type material on the ground, that appears to be all. So I ask my grandparents, Constance's daughter. She does not know anything about these rooms, despite growing up in the house, and literally just told me. I ask her to come up and take a look, so she does. We go through the same process, only much longer to climb up, and when we arrive at the doors built into the wall her only remark was, "Oh, peculiar." Best go and see grandma, because we will need to bring you home soon. Still spooks me out thinking about how this tiny little bolted room in the wall is so detached from society. My great-gran didn't remember it existing, and my gran appeared to have no interest. Nobody would see this from anywhere else. This little 5x5 patio thing is there. On the other side of the wall is just a big hill which I assume the room was built into. Above it is completely covered in branches and leaves. If anyone actually reads this and feels like they wanna see pics, I can post them. Here are the pictures. When my daughter was 7, she kept asking me why I was smoking in her room late at night. I was a smoker at the time, but I never smoked in her room. I never smoked upstairs at all. I told her that I sure wasn't smoking in her room late at night, or at any time, but she was insistent that someone was coming in, sitting on her bed and smoking. I was kind of freaked out, but I knew nobody was sneaking into our house just to catch a late night smoke in my daughter's bedroom. The house had belonged to the in-laws of my daughter's teacher at the time. So, her teacher asked her how she liked the new house and her new room, and of course, my kid says it's great, but someone smokes in my room at night and mom swears it's not her. So, on parent conference night, the teacher pulls me aside and asks which bedroom our daughter sleeps in. I tell her and she says, I don't know what you believe, and I don't want to offend you, but kid says someone is sitting on her bed, and she smells cigarette smoke late at night. I'm getting ready for a deserved lecture on smoking around children, which I did not get. The teacher went on to tell me that her mother-in-law wasn't allowed to smoke due to health issues, and that she would sneak into what was now my daughter's room at night for a few quick drags. My daughter's bed was in the middle of her favorite clandestine smoking spot. We actually lived in harmony with Hazel the ghost for quite some time. She had an annoying habit of putting things back where she thought they belonged, but otherwise, she was a fine ghost. She had said in life that she had no intentions of leaving her house even after death. I did end up having a chat with her about her chosen smoking spot though, and that stopped pretty quickly. Okay, so this was probably 15-ish years ago now. When I was in high school, my group of friends used to spend a lot of time at a particular friend's house because it was huge. It was also quite an old house, but his parents were cool with us basically taking over when we were there. We'd make dinner for about 10 people, stay up late listening to music, and playing video games, and they never minded. Anyway, one evening we are all sitting in his room, watching TV. It's dark and the lights are on, but the curtains are open. Suddenly 2 different people on opposite sides of the room jump, like they've been startled, and look around. Both of them explain they saw in the reflection in the window, on the 2nd floor. Just FYI, somebody walk across the room. None of us had moved. It freaked a few of the girls out, and we had to calm them down a bit. Flash to a couple of weeks later, and we found a pack of cards in our friend's house that had letters on them. Somebody suggested we could use these as a Ouija board and figure out if our friend's house was actually haunted. We got a big wooden board. I think it might have been the top of a table once upon a time. Arranged the cards in a circle around the edge with an extra 2 homemade yes/no cards. Got a glass and off we went. It started to answer questions, telling us it was a man who used to live in the house and who died there. We asked when he died and just got the answer wrong. We asked if he was moving the glass, and he said yes. This is where I decided to be dumb, and I asked if he could move anything else other than the glass. Yes. We all paused and listened for the sound of something moving, but nothing happened. We asked if he had moved something. Yes. Nothing happened again, so we moved on and asked some more questions. This was at 10:30 p.m. After a while longer we said goodbye. I think at least one of us was aware enough about Ouija board lore to know we had to close a conversation properly, and then a little later we all went home, a little spooked, but enjoying it nevertheless. I walked home with another friend who lived nearby. As I walked in my front door, my mum called through to me to be careful in my room, because a mirror had fallen off the wall earlier, and they weren't sure if they'd picked up all the bits of glass. When I asked when this had happened, she told me about 10:30. The same time I asked the spirit to move something. I did not sleep well that night. This isn't the crazy ghost story stuff that other folks have posted, but to this day this gives me chills. Early sophomore year in college, my girlfriend spends the night in my dorm room. She'd lost her virginity to me the night before and this was her first time ever spending the night in a boy's bed. That morning, she's still half asleep, so I get into the shower. While showering I'm 100% certain I can hear someone calling out my name. But hey, I ignored it. There's that thing where you end up hearing your own name in white noise, just because it's something you're so attuned to hear. The weird thing was it sounded very loud, like it was being shouted, but also very far away, but also like the sound was coming from deep inside my own head. Like I was wearing headphones and hearing my own name called out in this tiny panicked scream. It was really odd, but again I dismissed it entirely. Finished my shower, and went about my day, never mentioning it to anyone. 2 years later, we are sitting around in someone's dorm room and my girlfriend casually mentions, "Oh yeah, remember that first night I stayed in your room? And then you went to go to the shower." I was freaking out, because it was so dark in your room and I started having a panic attack, and started screaming your name in my head, while you were in the shower. I try not to think about this too much, since I'm very much one of those science uberals types of guys who likes to mock new age crap. But this was the one thing I've personally experienced that feels like it was legit supernatural. No ghosts or angels or any of that bullshit. Just a tiny experience of straight up telepathy, or one really weird heck of a coincidence. I really love these threads, but never leave a comment. I'm from Scotland, and when I was a child, my mum and dad took my sister and I on a trip to Fort William, which is a town up in the Highlands. People go there for skiing and hiking. It wasn't winter, so we were there to do some easy hiking. My sister and I were quite young, I was about 11, and to stay for a couple of nights. I can't remember the name of the hotel we stayed at, but I do remember that it was old-fashioned, and we were all in one room together. There was a single bed, where I was sleeping, a double bed in the middle, my parents were there, and another single on the other side, my sister's. I was often frightened when I was a girl. I didn't like the dark, and I was super scared of the possibility of ghosts etc. I never found it easy to sleep because of this, even at home. I vividly remember tossing and turning that first night in the hotel for a long time, before lying on my back, and trying to calm myself down. I then felt the bed sink a little next to my feet. I heard the creak of the old mattress. Someone was sitting at the foot of my bed. My heart was honestly pounding. I hadn't heard my sister or parents get up, so I was terrified. Whatever was sitting there quickly moved, so it was sitting on my feet. I felt the weight of whatever it was. I heard the mattress creak again. My feet were freezing cold. It then moved off my feet and settled down next to them again. The old mattress shifted and creaked again. Within a second or two, I felt the coldest I've ever felt, but not throughout my whole body. The coldness was slowly rising up from my feet, accompanied by a feeling of pressure. I was too scared to open my eyes. I was willing myself to call for my mum, but I was so scared that I just couldn't at first. When I managed to shout out and wake the rest of my family, the cold, pressured feeling had reached up to my knees. When the lights were switched on, the feeling vanished. I have no explanation for this whole situation. My dad slept in that bed the next night, and I stayed awake the whole night in the double with my mum. I was visiting my parents while I was in college one summer. I was taking a nap around 11 AM on the couch in their living room with the TV on when I was woken up by a doorknob jiggling hard upstairs. Their doors have those knobs that lock by pushing in the knob and turning. No buttons or anything on it. I assumed that my dad had locked himself in a room accidentally, as he had done it before to great comedic effect and frustration on his part. So I go upstairs, and all the doors are wide open. At this point I was a little weirded out, but I decided I was having some weird half-awake imaginary sound thing going on. I go back downstairs and turn the TV off, and fall back asleep. About an hour later I'm woken up again by the sound of a doorknob jiggling, except it was on the other side of the house upstairs from the last one. I go up again and all the doors are still wide open. I called my parents at work. They ran an automobile service station at the time and asked if either of them had been home at all that day, and both said that they were at work all day. Needless to say I got the fuck out of there. It hasn't happened since, and that was about 6 years ago. Also related, a friend and I were helping my parents move into that house and moving a bunch of stuff into a room above the attached garage. It was a small room that could be a bedroom slash study slash etc. But because the air and heat didn't work very well in there, they decided to use it as storage. There was a small closet attached to the room, and when my friend and I were moving things into there, we noticed that there was a bookcase sitting in there with a note saying that we could keep it. That's when we noticed that there was the top of a doorway behind the bookcase. Again, super creeped out. Eventually we got around to checking that door out and it just led to the attic and nothing was in there, but at the time it was super creepy and weird. I posted this in a local hauntings group on Facebook a few months ago, so I'll copy paste. I live in an area that has a lot of native history and originally typed it up after another member in the group posted his experiences as a security guard in the same living complex. I never had paranormal experiences until living in this apartment. My dad bought a condo on the ground floor of a large 2-tower condo complex in the mid-2000s and did an absolutely beautiful renovation. After his divorce, he rented it out for several years. He had bad luck over and over with tenants, would not stay more than a couple months and repeatedly did not pay rent. In fall of 2008 I moved in and rented the second bedroom to young woman. Visiting my dad, when he and my stepmom still lived there, I never spent enough time to really notice anything, nor was my brain attuned to the paranormal. Even after the renovation, the condo had a dark, creepy vibe which I never thought much of, and attributed to being on the ground floor with lots of trees and a stream outside. For exactly a year from fall 2008 to 09, I didn't experience much. I later asked the roomer who lived there, about 3 months, if she had any experiences, and she said she always felt that she was being watched, particularly from the stream. There were 3 seemingly insignificant things that happened during this year that made me for a moment wonder if the apartment was haunted, but I never put much thought into it at the time. The first was the fan. I lived in the master bedroom with a small office area attached where I kept the cat litter box. There was a ceiling fan in there with the wall switch that let you select off/low/mid/high. Every time I would turn it off, it would go on high, or I'd turn it on medium, and it would go off. Easy to chalk up to faulty electrical wiring, so I never put much thought into it. The second incident during that time was a little more frightening, but brush off table. I was in a long distance relationship at the time. One night as I was falling asleep, in that zone between wakefulness and dreamland, I heard my name called from a very specific spot on the ceiling in a disembodied version of my boyfriend's exact voice. Jerked me awake saying what the fuck, but I didn't lose too much sleep. The third odd thing that happened in the apartment can easily be explained as a plumbing disaster. For that year I pretty much only used the green bathroom in the hallway. The master bath creeped me out. I came home one day to bad flooding from the toilet that was restricted to only the bathroom. The insurance guys came, ripped up all the wood flooring from the main door to all of the master bedroom, somehow leaving the bathroom tile intact. Determined there was absolutely no way the plumbing could have malfunctioned, and refused to replace anything, leaving a $10K job to my dad out of pocket after destroying the house. This has always been a bit of a head scratcher and just added to the oddness and weirdness of this place. My dad never replaced the flooring and I walked on concrete the rest of my time there. After the flooding, for the rest of my time there, the green bathroom was really humid and warm, musty smelling. This will be important later. I still use that bathroom, but not as much. Fast forward a year, long distance guy, and I break up. Life goes on during this time. No more incidents that I can recall in the apartment. One important person to this story was a security guard. I'll call her Pam. She knew us from growing up there and was always friendly when I drove in and out. In fall of 2009 I was dating a new guy named Matt who had just moved from California. A nice, good positive dude. I'm not super woo woo, but I think most of us can agree that everything in life is some sort of energy and spirit/paranormal is the best example of that. Adding or subtracting people, energies, or drastically changing an environment such as renovating can throw off the balance of energy. When Matt moved in is when shit started getting weird. October of 2009. I remember this night like it happened yesterday. I borrowed my dad's car for the night and needed to register it with security. Pam was working. She was making small talk as she was filling out the form, not looking at me, and casually asked, "Did you get your place cleansed yet?" Gut punch to my stomach. Everything flooded into my head at once and I knew. I started shaking and asked, "What do you mean?" She looked up at me and said, "When you moved in I told you to get that place cleansed." I said, "I probably thought you said cleaned." "No," she said, "cleansed. Spiritually." I flipped the F out. I burst into tears. Everything I knew deep down and never acknowledged about this apartment was true. I refused to go back into the apartment that night and ask Matt to get me overnight stuff to stay at my mom's. It turned out that Pam was Wiccan and offered to do a full cleansing of the apartment the next night. So the next night rolls around. Pam, me, armed with bags of sage, Matt, and 2 new people, Tiffany, a girl who had lived in the same apartment growing up. Apparently my dad bought it when her dad sold it and was now into semi-professional ghost hunting due to her experiences in that apartment growing up. What the fuck? And her girlfriend, Tina, had an EMF device that registers supernatural activity and a recording device, which we placed on the coffee table in the enclosed patio. Pam led us through the house. We repeated what she said, asking any negative spirits to leave, etc. Nothing odd happened. They left, and Matt and I went to bed. Good to go, right? A few days later Pam called me. Tiffany caught something on the recording. I met Tiffany in the lobby. She now lived in the other tower in the complex, in a different, less haunted apartment. She played the recorder from the night of the cleansing. You can hear Pam chanting / leading us starting from the kitchen and us repeating. As we slowly walked through the enclosed patio and past the coffee table with the recorder on it, a woman's voice screams directly into the recorder, "Get out." From here on out is where my timeline starts to shuffle, because it's not really relevant, nor do I remember in what order everything happened unless otherwise noted. Stuff happened on a daily basis. I wish I'd written it all down at the time, but I didn't. We did 8 or 10 cleansings over the year with little change. This is all what I remember off my head. There was a period of about 3 to 4 months where things got so bad that I took my cat and moved to my mom's house. She'd already heard the recordings that I'd borrowed from Tiffany and let me stay. During this time, Tiffany and I set up the recorder on the counter over the washer / dryer to see if we could catch anything while I was away. We did. It's important to note here that I was the only person who had a key. Neither the resident manager or even my dad had a key. I remember this specifically because I had to call a locksmith one day when I locked myself out. Anyway, the recording. A ghost family was living in the house. Sounded like they were possibly from the 40s / 50s era. We caught about 8 distinct voices on the recording. A woman who liked to sing. A woman with yippy chihuahua like dogs. No dogs near me in the apartments. A woman who was chronically coughing. Tuberculosis. A little boy who ran up and down the hallway. A man speaking in the local dialect and doing laundry. People cooking. Talking about mundane life stuff. The coughing lady would repeatedly speak directly into the recorder, softly saying, "Help me, help me." This went on for weeks. Reached my word limit. Part 2 in comments. First, I'd like to preface this story by saying that I consider myself a pretty rational person. I understand intrinsically that there has to be some explanation for it, but I don't know what it is. Okay. When I was 11 I went to a summer camp type place with my classroom for 4 days. I don't remember the name, but I do remember that every one of the kids had immediate weird vibes when we got there. Lots of kids waking up crying wanting to go home, meltdowns, general not fun when it should have been fun. Kids wandering off into the woods. Camp counselors miserable. One night I woke up to the sound of tapping on the window. At first I thought it was just a branch or something, but the tapping followed a rhythm. It went tap 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 tap. Once I figured out that it wasn't random I got more scared than I've ever been in my life. Were we being pranked by another cabin? I ran into the nook our counselor slept in and started to wake him up. The clock next to him was deep into early morning, maybe 3 AM. He woke up and got mad at me, telling me to go back to bed. I understood that it wasn't a prank at that point. I went and laid in my bed. Soon after it started again. Eventually it stopped. I was terrified and didn't go back to sleep. The next day sheet was weird. It's normal for kids to be scared, but I was caught on some questioning my own morality type sheet. I refused to go canoeing cause I was convinced we would die. If I was near the woods I was overcome with a desire to walk deep into them, and that terrified me more. This wasn't normal little kid scared sheet. This was a deep existential acceptance of the possibility of my own death. And I feel like 11 is kinda young for that, but maybe not. The whole trip I couldn't hang. Even on the school bus back I was convinced something would happen to the bus. I didn't feel normal for weeks. Everyone I talked to about it denied it. They were sleeping. The other cabins had no clue. There was no pranking going on to corroborate the possibility of that being it. It had to be something rational, but for the life of me, I don't know what it is. The space next to the window was free of branches. Maybe it was a deer? Who knows? I was living in a house in Florida with 3 other guys. The house belonged to one friend, who I'll call Jason. He had lived there with his family as a child before they moved to California and had moved back in with another friend, Carl, to attend college. Jason and Carl had been living in the house for about a year before I moved into the house with another friend, Mike. A few months before I moved and I flew to Florida to visit Jason and Carl. I noticed a few strange things during my week-long visit. Figures moving in the corner off my vision. Small items moving around. Nothing I couldn't explain or chalk up to my imagination. It wasn't until after I moved in before I really started to notice the weirdness that was going on. A few days in I had set up an air mattress in my room. I filled it completely with a little battery-powered pump and screwed on the cap tightly. We all went out to get some food and returned to find the air mattress completely deflated with the cap removed. The thing was flattened completely, as though someone had sucked all of the air out. Anyone who has packed one of these up knows the trial of rolling the mattress up to get all of the air out, so it will fit back in the box. I also continued to notice small things not being where I had left them, and continued to see figures in the corner of my vision. Specifically I began to notice a featureless, child-size shadow figure, but I never saw it directly, only in reflections and at the edges of my vision. A reoccurring phenomenon I noticed was sometimes when I was taking a dump there would be a soft knocking low on the bathroom door. After a few weeks living there I brought up the knocking and the shadow figure to Jason and Carl. This was the moment I knew I wasn't imagining things. They looked at each other with frightened expressions and told me that they had been experiencing the same things. Jason revealed that he and his brother had noticed them back when they were living in the house as children. Additionally, as children Jason and his brother used to hear disembodied giggling in the room that I was staying in. I have to go back to work, but I can try to share more later. My story isn't very spooky, it is just really weird. At my mum's place, the garage is disconnected from her house, and I was going to grab some drinks from the beer fridge for my boyfriend while I waited for him to come over. While walking the 6 or so feet to the garage this bat just starts attacking me and flapping its wings on my head. I'm freaking out and run back inside. Once I'm safe inside this bird flies to the back of my house and stares at me through the back windows, constantly chirping. I'm scared shitless of this bird at this point and I'm desperately waiting for my boyfriend's arrival. We stun the bird by hitting it with a cooking pan because this bird will not give up and it was still trying to attack me whenever I tried to go outside. The only explanation I have for this is that I was too close to its nest, which is weird because nothing like this has ever happened before, and while I do live kinda far from town I wouldn't say I'm really in the middle of the woods or anything. Fast forward a couple days my parents and I were randomly watching our neighbor get home from work. Weird I know, and I have no idea why all of us were looking out the window. She gets out of her car and some bird randomly flies up onto her arm from the ground. We all thought this was really trippy considering the whole bird incident a couple days earlier. A few more days go by, and I'm with my boyfriend for the 4th of July and my mom calls me, which is out of the ordinary, since we usually text. She tells me our neighbor, who was the husband/partner of the one we watched with the bird, has died in a car accident. He died because a bird flew in his window while driving, and he lost control of the vehicle. This happened 3 to 4 years ago, and my parents and I still get spooked by it. Late to the party, but it's a good story. This is about 8 years ago, when I was still with my ex and her 2 kids, but the household had been plagued for a couple weeks with intense and bad dreams. We were all sitting around dinner one night and somebody started talking about how bad their dreams have been and everybody else chimed in about how bad this had been too. I'm a pretty lucid dreamer, where I'll realize I'm dreaming, and either just fuck around, practice flying, or just bail on the dream altogether. Well, a few days pass, and one night I'm sleeping, and I have this particularly vivid dream about me fighting a demon. And it's not a fun movie demon fight, it's pretty intense. So in my dream, I start reciting this incantation. I don't remember what I was saying, or how I knew it, but I remember it being English in the dream. I also realize I'm fighting this demon in a dream, so I will myself to speak this incantation out loud in the real world. This wakes up my ex who was sleeping next to me. This wakes up my ex, and she goes, "Amorphonics, you're talking in your sleep." And I go, "I know." And she asks, "Why?" To which I respond, "Because spells are more powerful when you say them out loud." Right as I roll over and go back to snoring. Freaks her out a little bit. She tells me the next day that the stuff I was speaking didn't sound like gibberish, but it wasn't English. But after that, no more spooky dreams for the household. I know this isn't as creepy as the other stories here, but here it goes. I usually have to take the ferry to commute to uni, and this time I had been studying for a while and had to take the nighttime ferry. I sat down on my phone when I noticed a strange man walking slowly back and forth in the ferry, eyeballing every passenger he walked past. The dude was in his 50s and had a gangster/mafia vibe. I even remember texting my friend and saying that there was a weird dude walking back and forth in the ferry. About 10 minutes before the ferry arrived, a man went out to the deck, most likely to get to his car. The mafia dude quickly followed him outside. A minute or so later, I heard this scream from the outside. And it wasn't like any other scream, it was a proper scream of real fear from a grown man. Lasted about 2 seconds. I looked around to see if any other passengers noticed it, but couldn't see anyone reacting. I was confused when I left the ferry and looked back just as I was leaving it. I then spotted the weird dude stand on the upper deck in the darkness just watching all the passengers leave the ferry. His eyes met mine, and I was horrified. It was almost like he knew that I suspected him. Needless to say, I rushed to my car that was parked on the parking lot. Worst part was that it was full of ice that I had to scrape off before driving. When driving home, I was horrified and paranoid that he was following me. Proper scary. I reported the episode to the police the day after in case something serious happened. The house I lived in from when I was about 13 till I was 24 had some darkness. I remember hearing stories from my parents that the son of the previous owner had odd, but not within the house, somewhere else. Still, that always creeped me out a bit. Throughout my entire time living there, I saw and heard all the classic signs of haunted house. We had a glass cube wall, very 80s, that separated the living room from the dining room, and I saw all sorts of shadows running past on the other side in the dead of night when I would stay up watching movies or gaming. There was never anyone awake when I'd go look. One night when I was about 15 years old, I was sleeping in my room when all of a sudden I wake up. I used to have this HP laptop that would let off a blue light when closed, just dim enough to check the time from my wristwatch that was laying next to it. I don't know why I didn't have a regular nightstand clock. As I'm squinting to see the time, I hear something whisper my name right next to my ear. It was as if it was standing an inch from me. I jumped up out of bed, scrambled out of my room, knocking sheet over in the process. I didn't stick around to see what else I could hear. I ran to the living room and passed out on the couch till the next day. For the next few nights I couldn't sleep well and kept waiting for it to speak again. Never did. The house came with a camera system installed, and I remember seeing all sorts of wacky things. The back fence door opening on its own when it had 2 clip locks. Granted, they're the locks that you only need to push up to get it to unlock, so it could have been a strong wind, but something about the movement of the door unnerved me. I can't explain it. It was something I felt in my bones. I learned to live with that feeling during those years, but it was always there. I have a few other stories from other family members that require a little more backstory if anyone is interested. This happened about 1 week ago. I set up an appointment to view an apartment in a part of town that's a bit less traveled. It's not a bad area, it's just kind of industrial / out of the way, so not much traffic around. I waited for about 30 minutes for the real estate agent to show up, but she never did, so I left because it was freezing. I make the first right turn out of the neighborhood and come to a red light about a block down. As I was pulling up to the red light, I see what appears to be a man and his child, a little boy no more than 4 or 5, walking down the street heading toward a little cafe. However, the man stops short of the cafe and instead heads into the liquor store located on the corner, without the little boy. I can now see the little boy more clearly as I come to a full stop at the light. He is holding a tiny green book in his hands, looks to be of Asian descent, has shoulder-length black hair that is blowing furiously in the wind, and he's crying. You know that crying face kids make when they're lost in a department store and can't find their mother or father quickly enough. That's what this kid was doing. At this time, I see another man walking toward the kid and rationalize that he is the boy's father, but the man passed the kid and kept on walking. I watch the boy for about 10 more seconds while he walks up to the cafe window and peers inside, as if he is trying to find his parent. No one looks at him. No one notices he is staring in the window. He realizes no one is paying attention to him and turns around to find me staring at him. We locked eyes for about 5 seconds while he is just standing there crying in a tiny blue windbreaker in 15-degree weather, clutching his little green book close to his chest. I decide in that moment, since no one is with him and his jacket is way too thin for the weather, that I will pull over as soon as the light turns green to wait with him until whoever he was looking for comes back. In the same instance, Ansav pulls up next to me, causing us to lose eye contact, but I can still hear him crying. The light turns green not even 2 seconds later. I put on my hazards to pull over. The SUV zooms off and there is no little boy in sight. I quickly glance into the cafe to see if he ran in there. Nothing. I look in the liquor store. Nothing. He just vanished. And I drove home in complete silence, trying to decipher what the hell I had just witnessed. Growing up on an Indian reservation, almost everyone has a spooky story. I've had a few experiences but nothing overtly spooky. But one of the best ones I've ever heard was from one of my uncles when he was younger. He grew up on the Standing Rock Res, 48 specifically. South of 48, on the South Dakota side, is a town called Mobridge. It's about 30 miles away, and when it's nice out, people from 48 will walk that 30 miles to Mobridge for the bars and whatnot, usually catching a ride part way. It's an ugly little county road, and because alcoholism is so prevalent down there, there's been a lot of drunk driving deaths on that road. Anyway, one morning, he's walking back from Mobridge after a night of drinking. It's like 6 in the morning, and he said he figured he had slept and was sober enough to walk back. He said he had been walking for about an hour or so when he came over a hill and saw a girl walking from the field to meet him on the road. He said she was native and dressed in regular jeans and whatnot, but like super pretty, so he figured she was just some girl walking down to Mobridge or up to 48's. So she meets up with him on the side of the road and she starts talking to him. He said she was asking him if he was hungry and saying he looked tired and that he should come with her to her home so he could eat and rest. He asked her where she lived because he didn't see a house and she pointed to these trees about a mile away. He thought the trees probably blocked the house so he couldn't see it. He said she just about convinced him to go with her when he looked down and saw that her feet were backwards. He said he froze, stopped talking and turned around to start walking back toward Mobridge. She was following him, telling him that he was going to die on that road and he should just come back to her home because it'll be warm and that he could sleep with her. But he just ignored her and kept walking, not saying a word. He said she must have followed him for about 15 minutes before a car coming from 48 stopped and picked him up. As he was getting in the car, she kept telling him not to get in because he was going to die in that car in an accident. When he got in and they started driving, he asked the people in the car if they heard what she said, but they told him that he was walking alone. In our culture, we have these things whose name roughly translates to tree witch, and he was fully convinced that's what was talking to him that morning. I've told the first part of this story before on Reddit, so it may sound familiar. My old childhood home has 3 stories with a cellar, and is built in such a way that the floors are thin. Sound travels very well through it. The basement has a piano, which my brother, a musician, spent a lot of time on as a teenager. To that end, one morning, I hear him playing and singing at the top of his very distinct voice. I yelled over the upstairs stairwell for him to shut up, because he was being loud and obnoxious. Then, I remembered my brother wasn't home that day, he had gone out with my parents. Music stopped, and I investigated the basement to find it dark. For years, I was able to mostly brush this off as sound from outdoors or something I imagined, but this week, my brother and I are back home for the holidays. It happened again. Now, the basement stairwell leads into a corridor, and off the corridor are 3 rooms, a full bathroom, a laundry room, and the rec room, which holds the piano. I was showering with the bathroom door open. I got out, brushed my teeth, and all the while, I could hear my brother playing and singing from rec room. Not an unusual occurrence, but the music did stop on its own at some point. So, I finished what I was doing, put on my robe, and made my way back upstairs. My brother was standing in the kitchen. Now, there was absolutely no way he could have gotten upstairs without having to walk past me. I asked him if he had been in the basement at all, and he was rather insistent he hadn't been in the basement all day. I went back to check the cellar out to find nothing amiss. Spooky. Phantom music aside, the most unsettling part is that both times, it has sounded exactly like my brother. A little bit of exposition. When I was in high school there was this old dilapidated plantation style mansion that had been completely abandoned for years. My friends and I would go out there from time to time to creep ourselves out. I probably went out there about 3 or 4 times over my high school years. We all called it the Osteen House because it was near to Osteen, Florida. When I say that this place was creepy, I mean it was legitimately like Stephen King nightmare creepy. Firstly, it was way out in the middle of an almost primitive jungle swampy forest in Florida. Nighttime in places like that has a way of becoming almost otherworldly, with the huge moss-covered live oaks completely blocking out the stars and the thick undergrowth and all of the animal noises you hear. I have no idea who had lived there, or how long it had been abandoned, but it had been a long time. There were holes in the floor and dangerous staircases, and was probably not a safe place to be, and certainly not a place that you would want to just hang out by yourself. Inside the house there were all sorts of satanic symbols, red painted pentagrams and very well drawn satanic goats and stuff. Not really, just like it was some stupid kids that had done it. On the floors were candles and ritualistic symbols and whatnot where it looked like people had been doing occult rituals or something. So this one night, my friends and I are bored, so we decide to go out there again for sheets and giggles. You can barely see the house back through the woods from this sheety dirt road and we start making our way towards it. The place was completely silent and pitch black save for our flashlight beams. As we were getting nearer to the house, which had been in our view the entire time, we noticed that someone had placed a burning candle in the top window, on the 3rd floor. We definitely would have noticed it walking up, so someone must have been watching us and lit the candle when we got close to fuck with us. The idea of some creepy cult members watching us in pitch black silence really creeped us out. I have no idea who it would have been, but we noped the fuck out of there very quickly, and we never went back after that. Last I heard the house had been demolished finally by the county in the past few years. This happened in the summer of 2004, when I was about 14, and is kind of a long story, so forgive me. A little backstory. My family had just bought a brand new house in a very small, just 2 streets, guard-gated community of Trackmark mansions, located at the bottom of a canyon about 30 minutes north of Los Angeles, that is known for its sharply winding roads. People got into accidents on the roads all the time, and it was not incredibly uncommon for me to wake up in the night to the sounds of screeching brakes or the thundering echo of a crash. The house was shaped like a sideways U, with the front door and 2 rooms we called the side rooms taking up the front line, and with the garage extending off the back line of the house, the kitchen/living room area, with a long driveway curving around the side of the house to it. Glass French doors lined a courtyard on the inside of the U, which is where the stairs were located. I promise this is relevant. One night one of my best friends who lived up the street walked over to our house to hang out with my sisters and I, with his new Ouija board. My mom freaked out and wouldn't let it in the house because she's very superstitious, so we decided to play with it on our driveway. We talked to a ghost and asked where it had died, and it spelled out the name of the canyon we lived in. We asked how, and it said car. My friend asked, despite my protests, if the ghost lived on my property, and it said yes. I told myself that it was my friend dicking around and that ghosts aren't real, and I have some friends who are into paranormal stuff who have since told me that Ouija boards are bullshit, so maybe it was just that I was more perceptive after that, but the shit that happened next was real and scary. A couple of days later my family went to the beach, but I had to stay home because I was doing a correspondence course for summer school and was behind on homework. I always felt spooked when I was home alone because the house was so big and the so I decided to do my homework sitting on the stairs because it was the most central and bright place in the house and I could see most of the rooms through the previously mentioned glass doors. I had been sitting there a while when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone dressed in white walk past the courtyard and into the garage. We were still having light work done on the house, so I figured my mom had forgotten to tell me that the painters were coming that day. I got up to go make sure they had everything they needed, but upon standing and getting a full view of the garage door, I realized it was closed. But I know I had just seen somebody walk straight in there. Just then, I heard my normally very calm dogs freaking out in the backyard. I ran outside to see what was up, only to find them barking furiously at a wall in our side yard. As I was attempting to calm them down, I heard loud clattering and banging coming from inside the house, and then sudden silence. Every hair on my body was standing on edge, and I felt like I'd been dunked in ice water. At this point I was pretty positive I was being robbed, so I ran out the side gate and sprinted as fast as I could to my neighbors who were on their lawn across the street and explained through tearful gasps what I'd seen and heard. His wife called my family and told them to come home since I was obviously distressed, and he grabbed a golf club and went back to the house with me to check it out instead of just calling the police like I'd wanted to. They thought I'd just spooked myself and overreacted and didn't really believe there was anyone in the house because it was a very safe community, and they noticed, as I had failed to earlier, that there were no strange cars in my driveway or on the street. We had a clear view of my house from the neighbors, so we'd have seen if anyone had driven away. When we got inside, it was to find that every closet and cupboard on the inside of the first story of the house was open, and every chair had been moved straight back, exactly 3 feet from its original place. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Nothing had been rummaged through, nothing was missing, and no one was there. We called the front gate and the guard swore that no one who didn't live in the community had gone in or out yet that day. The time that had elapsed between me going into my backyard and returning with my neighbor couldn't have been more than 5 minutes or so, and it would taken much longer than that for a person to move all of the chairs in so precise a manner. We are talking 8 chairs in the dining room, 6 around the kitchen table, and 4 bar stools at an island in the kitchen, all moved the exact same way and all heavy wood. And we'd have seen them leave even if they had. My parents got home and decided not to bug the police since nothing was missing or damaged, and chalked it up to a neighborhood kid pulling a prank, even though I knew every kid who lived there, and they all swore they hadn't done it, and we'd have seen them if they had. Nothing that big ever occurred again, but smaller things occurred throughout the time we lived there. My sister swears to this day that the medicine cabinet in her bathroom would slam open and closed on its own occasionally. My older brother, a big guy who is not easily scared, would sleep on the couch in one of the front rooms when he was visiting from school. The first few times it happened, he'd wake me up in the middle of the night looking visibly shaken, saying someone was trying to get in the front door and that the knob was rattling violently. We looked out my window, which was above the front door, but no one was there. He was so freaked out, he begged me to let him sleep in my room. After a while, I'd just wake up in the morning to find him sleeping on my trundle bed sometimes. We both knew why. There was no need to wake me up every time it happened. We moved a few years later and haven't had an experience like that since. I posted this on another subreddit, but thought it would fit here as well. My father's cousin was getting married, and she was shipping her wedding dress from the bridal store to us. My mother was going to be doing some alterations on the dress. I clearly remember the box coming, because my mother was remarking on the condition of the box. Fast forward a few days later, I was with my great aunt talking about the wedding dress. She remarked about the condition of the box from shipping as well. I told her that my mother agreed. When it came to our house, my great aunt turns to look at me saying that's cool and quickly changes the subject. Later that night, my parents come up to me saying that my great aunt called them and told them about the conversation. My mother tells me I must be remembering wrong, since the box was never here, nor has she even seen what the box looks like. I get frustrated and tell her that she has seen the box, and I run through the whole conversation we had days before. Again she tells me that never happened. We go back and forth till I'm crying, because no one remembers it happening but me. I know it happened, because I was there talking to her. I even remember how the light from the window hit the box and carpet. It was terrifying. I felt like I was going crazy. I just put it out of my mind, but to this day I still stand by that it happened. I work as an assistant in nursing, and as a large male I tend to get what is called the companion cares, which is essentially having someone with a patient 24/7, who might be confused / agitated / aggressive etc. Anyway, I got a handover of the patient who had gone completely troppo the previous night from some unintended effects of anesthesia. I'll admit, I'm actually pretty good at calming people down, and I believe most of it comes down to just listening to what these people want. For this guy it meant letting him investigate under chairs / beds etc. Point for cobwebs that weren't actually there. Later that night, he looks at me as if he'd seen a ghost and said there was something on the wall. It's important to understand at this stage that I had broken through what I call the realization stage. In other words, I had gained his trust enough that I was able to remind him that just about anything he was seeing was effects of the anesthesia. But this time he swore black and blue that there was something crawling up the wall. I decided to prove there was nothing by running my hand along the length of the wall. As I was doing this, I reached a spot in the wall where it felt as though something had crawled along the back of my hand. The hair on my neck instantly stood up, but without freaking out I kept going along the wall and stated there's nothing there. Remember, you may still be seeing things. He then asks me to just go back a bit, which I did, eventually reaching the spot again, at which point he yelled, "There, right there. Can't you see it?" Of course, I vehemently denied there was anything there, but secretly cried like a little girl inside. This is probably going to be buried deep, since I'm hella late, but this happened just last month. So this story is about an uncle of mine. He was a nice man with a loving family. He worked as a Muslim missionary where he traveled the world and talked about Islam, corrected people's misunderstandings, not an extremist, but corrected the extremists themselves. Anyways, he loved to travel as well, and heard about a village in Malaysia who apparently practice a lot of black magic and curse people using demons. I know it sounds weird, but I wouldn't have trusted the story as well if it wasn't in the family. So he decided that these people are causing problems for their neighbors, and it would be better to go and talk to them about Islam. He went even after copious efforts for him not to meddle in something like that. However, he was determined to help these people from at least stop cursing others. He went to the village and camped around for 10 days trying to convince people, but it was to no worth. They didn't listen, and they attempted to kill him or sacrifice him for the greater good of the village. So naturally he came back. This all happened roughly 2 months ago. He came back to his normal life, but would feel weird. He started hearing voices, cries, and screams. According to his family, he couldn't be left alone because he would try to fight the voices and throwing things. His family was very patient with him, but after 1 month exactly, he could hear someone call his name for any corner in his room, and eventually hung himself. I don't know what happened, but we are sure he was cursed badly. Sorry for long post, and I realize it not nearly as scary as the other posts, but I still think it's scary enough to know there are people who will curse you to death. TLDR, uncle traveled to a black magic infested village, got cursed and killed himself. I would like to share a story about the time when I was a monk in Thailand 2 years ago. It is a culture thing where men older than 20 years old would participate in ordination as monk, usually 1 to 3 months, but nowadays, it is only for ceremony sake and only do it for a week. As for me, I choose to do it to repent, and to repay my parents for taking of me. So I choose 1 month, because I have to go back to uni afterward. First night as a monk will be the one I will remember to this day. It was a very fortunate day and there are 6 participants in the ordination including me. The ceremony went well, and we learn etiquette and mantra in the afternoon. At night, the elder monk who were assigned to help us ask if we are afraid of ghosts. Well, to be fair, none of us have ever seen one, and we are in the temple as a monk. What there is to fear, right? Furthermore, there is no cemetery nor crematorium in this temple. Safe, and we are in Bangkok, big city. Me and 2 other monks were assigned a room with open window on the second of the monastery. Nothing is wrong with it, except the ceiling have hole in it, many big holes in the gypsum, and all we saw is the pitch black holes. Well, plus there are many small Buddha statues on the window border, and why did they put them here and not the altar? We all ask the same question. Thai horror film has these kinds of setup a lot. We decided to drop the topic. Fast forward into the night. After evening prayers, we all separated and head back to our room. We pick a mat and start to sleep and conserve our strength, since we can't eat afternoon and we have to wake up early to pray and walk in the town asking for food. I have to walk to my house and back to the temple, which is around 6 kilometers, barefoot. So time to sleep. I pick a middle mat and put my head toward the window. The marble floor is very hard to sleep in even with a mat, but I'm too tired to protest. I felt asleep for some time. Suddenly I felt a pain in my neck. The cushion is so hard, so I roll over. Now I'm half awake. I can hear the clock ticking, but my eyes remain closed. I hear no breathing sound from my roommate. Silence. Everything is fine. Let's go back to sleep. Suddenly I heard a loud bird crying in this distance. The sound is so hoarse and very unpleasant. It is very loud in the silent night, but you don't know what bird is it. I don't recognize the sound. Then the dogs start howling. There are lots of dog in the temple. The dog howl from the other end of temple, which is the dock, and just like domino now every dog start to howl like mad. The feeling is heavy, and I'm so tired. My eyelid is heavy, because I'm afraid of the darkness in the ceiling above my head. Suddenly, the howling end. I open my eyes slowly. There was nothing in the ceiling. Why would I risk it, tbh? But what follow is the most agonizing thing ever. The wind start blowing, and here come the long wheeze coming from the distance, but the sound come closer and closer. I can hear it so clearly. It isn't a whistle, but a sound of a wind blowing outside of something very small wheeze. My eyes remain shut and the wheezing stopped just on top of my head, outside of the window above me. It continued forever. My body is numbing, and I forgot to breath, until I felt asleep due to exhaustion. I don't know when the sound stopped, but in the norming I share what I heard to my roommate. Thing is, they were awake last night as well, but they only heard the bird, the dog howl, and they said that they turned to look at me, and my body stiffened, almost as if I'm frozen, but they didn't heard the wheezing sound howling in the night. I asked the elder monk about this, and he said that it could be one of the apparition with big body, big hand, but a very small month, as small as a needle hole. It is one of the punishment for the sinners who lie lots. Something like that. It probably come to ask some merits, and I should give it, and forgive it for frightening me. I also heard the same sound 3 or 4 nights later, but faintly, and far away, not outside my window, and I slept peacefully. There is another story that I would like to share, if people is interested in. PS. Sorry for bad English and mistake. I type it from my phone. As far as supernatural spooky goes, my experiences have been pretty tame. Like one time I saw a shadow person watching me through a crack in my door, and thinking it was my brother I said, "Ugh, really?" Swung the door open, and realized no one was there, and that I was home alone. My mom has all the best spooky stories though, so I'll share one from the time we moved into this beautiful house. I was like 8 I think. Anyways, it was on a street of old mansions that had been there for years. I remember one house on our street was covered in gargoyle statues and another house, I assume maybe artists lived there, had life-size ceramic cow statues painted in like pink and orange argyle and paisley designs. They were gaudy but beautiful houses regardless. I never saw anyone come in or leave any of those houses, and same went for ours until we moved in. When we were being shown the house, the homeowner had his 4-year-old son with him, and I remember as we were about to leave after the tour the kid started screaming, and when we all ran to him, he was in the bathroom staring at a wall and screaming, so like, red flag number 1, though we just chalked it up to him being a weird kid lol. Anyways, eventually we move in, and for some reason we keep getting locked out of the house, like the key won't work, so we call a locksmith who is this old Chinese man, and apparently he tells my mom that the ghost of the house doesn't know us or like us yet, and that's why we keep getting locked out. Eventually we get settled, but after a year we move out because towards the winter time we got a horrible mouse infestation and had to throw out half our sheet. It was only once we moved out that my mom told us, my siblings and I, that it was haunted AF, and these are the things she found out / had happened to her at the house. Cops came to the house one night because there were reports of a raging party going on and neighbors were complaining, except there was no party. My mom was home doing work and my sibs and I were sleeping. Doors opening and closing, fridge / freezer door opening and closing. My mom's boyfriend would babysit us while she worked nights and would hear a woman talking, but he was so scared of that house he'd refuse to leave my mom's bedroom to check if it was her. It never was. My mom had an electrician come out for some repairs or something, can't remember what for, and had to go to the electrical box which was beneath the house in a basement that used to be the servants' quarters. As I said, this was an old house. She said there were lockers and beds left over and a sealed off well in the middle of everything. She said her and the worker guy both got chills. I didn't even know the house had a basement until she told me this part. LMAO. The main event apparently happened one night when she came home. Her boyfriend was jogging up the stairs and she called out to him, "Don't run up these stairs, you'll hurt yourself." The bottom floor and stairs were completely made out of marble, and just then she got chills, turned around and saw a woman with a broken jaw hanging from her face. We theorized that she must have fell down the stairs and died in this way. Apparently she told her boyfriend to turn around and look, but he noped the F out to that lol. Last experience is when she was loading up the moving cars with boxes to leave the house. Her and her boyfriend got locked in and couldn't leave. They called the locksmith guy again and he said, she doesn't want you to leave now. So I guess the house ghost liked us after a while. To this day though, no one else has moved into that house. I see the owner's truck there every once and a while, and I still wonder about the gargoyle and cow house, but I guess I'm better off not knowing lol. I grew up in a haunted house in which multiple people had weird experiences that were much more than simple cold spots or seeing things move out of the corner of your eye, but I'm actually going to talk about something different. I was around 14 and lived in a new apartment complex. The buildings towards the back were still being built, and behind them was a big empty lot that had a dirt road you could walk down, and at the end of that was a main road. One night a couple friends and I were hanging out and ended up walking down that road while we were just talking. On the way back, as we approached one of the unfinished buildings, we heard voices. They sounded male and thought maybe there were people hanging out inside. But as we got closer, the voices changed into what sounded like a little girl singing a nursery rhyme. I couldn't make out any words, just a sing-song voice. The three of us booked it back to my apartment. Then sometime after that, maybe a couple months at the most, I was lying in bed to go to sleep, and what sounded like it was outside on the road in front of our place, I heard that exact same voice singing, but still wasn't able to understand the words. I was a bit drowsy, but as soon as I realized what I was hearing, I jolted out of bed and ran to my mum's room. My sister took me out to see Scary Movie 3. She was driving me back home. I was in middle school, while she is older than me and had already moved out of the house. We were joking around the whole car ride back, trying to scare one another and whatnot. For context, the front of my old house had huge glass doors, so you could see into the living room from the street. As we are pulling up to my house we both were laughing and joking around, but then all of a sudden stop in unison. She turned to me and said, "Did you see that?" I had goosebumps all over my body after she said that to me, and the hair on my arm stood up. I asked her to tell me what she saw, just to make sure she wasn't faking with me, which she loved to do from time to time. She described exactly what I had seen, which was a very pale man, with a long brown ponytail, in what looked like to be a long blue coat, almost looked like a Revolutionary War soldier, standing inside a house, looking out to the street through one of the glass doors. At this point we were both freaking out, because I told her that's exactly what I had seen too. We decided to take another loop around the neighborhood and pull up to my house again to see if the figure would still be there, which he wasn't. She noped it the fuck out of there after doping me off. I told my parents what we had seen, and they just laughed and said, "You two are crazy." That house was haunted, and this was one of the many things that I experienced there. I'm glad my family has since moved. My sister felt the same way about the house and tried to come by as little as possible, seeing as it always gave her the creeps. My mom and dad also realized that the house was haunted, but they don't believe in the supernatural, so they tried to dismiss everything as much as they could. Just to clarify, this happened not too long ago and has bewildered me and my friends that attended. Also, I'm using another account as I don't want this tied to my main account. Throughout the year me and my friends have been going to an abandoned school close by to where we live, just on the outskirts of town. We liked to explore as it was big and quite an old building that looked cool and different. It was not open to the public in any way. Me and my friends had to find our own way in. There was a door that had been pried open by someone who was obviously there before us. In the many times we had been there we had always sworn to hear footsteps, voices, and one time my friend claimed to have seen someone, and at the time none of us believed him. He wasn't known for telling the truth a lot. Anyways, we were usually in a group of 6, but one day it was just the 3 of us, and we got bored and decided to go and check it out. Whilst we were there it seemed very eerie and quiet with the 3 of us till we heard a bang from the upper floor. We immediately had a retreat and ran outside the door, which was at the back. We hung around for a while and around the outside of the building for anything out of the ordinary. Bear in mind this was abandoned for years and years, but we saw lights, a lot of lights coming through a stained window to which we thought was a panel of buttons, almost like a janitor's office. We tried to peek through the windows, but we couldn't see anything. But then all of a sudden a loud screech came from the tannoys placed all around the building, and some sort of loud noise continued to play. We decided to sprint and climb the fence, only to hear a dog barking, as if we were being chased by something. We all managed to climb over the fence, and as we glance over, no dog in sight, no more noise coming from the speakers. It just grew very quiet. Around a week later or so later, word had spread quickly in the newspaper, on Facebook etc., that the school had burned down. No casualties and it wasn't planned. Suspicion grew, but nothing has came from it since. We haven't yet went back to what remains, and I don't think we plan to. Not part of the story. Whilst googling the school whilst typing this, I have just discovered that the school had a tragic fire in 1952, sadly killing 6 of the pupils. This was a dormitory school for non-behaved male pupils. Was this a sign or a coincidence? Some real weird shit used to happen years ago here in the exact same room I'm in at the moment. I had to rewrite this since my English is getting worse, but bear with me. I own a closet that is huge and is mainly 2 big mirrors that you can slide left to right with a wood structure inside with drawers. This closet is where I keep my clothes at the moment, and it's been around for more than 13 years. Years ago I used to own a very small and old Sony TV that fit perfectly inside the closet and used it almost every day. This one time I came home from a party, I sat down and started taking off my shoes, and I could hear static coming from inside the closet like someone was messing with my TV and left it on a bad channel. As I'm looking up straight to where the noise was coming from, someone or something punched the closet from the inside, and this was a strong and loud punch to the right closet door. The closet had both doors closed at the moment, so I just froze to death. I couldn't believe that shit, seriously. So I froze to death full on goosebumps and stared at the closet for at least 10 minutes before deciding to go towards it. I got real close to the right door and for some reason just tried hearing whatever was going on inside my closet, and boom, another punch, like a legit punch, almost like someone from the inside even knew I was standing right there. I opened the door and nothing. Everything was fine. I want to believe that somehow a drawer slided out and hit the door and then went back to its place somehow twice. So I slided the door and move on to the next weird thing, which is my small TV in the same closet that was on making a bunch of noise. I get the remote and slide the door, sit on my bed and look at the TV for a moment, and there it was, faking channel 666 on the TV. I'm not even kidding. I've been an atheist all my life, just like my father. I don't believe in this kind of shit, but there it was. You know what's crazy? I switched channels and noticed that my small Sony TV could not go higher than 99 even with the remote. You could try to put channel 666 and it was always channel 99. TLDR, my younger brother began seeing children emerging from his closet. I saw them too. I have a few stories that happened over the course of my life, but nothing freaked me out more than my younger brother one night when we were kids. I lived in an older house built in the early 80s, and there were some weird things that would happen. Objects in places we didn't leave them. Voices, lights. Nothing particularly creepy though, except after this. I have two brothers and we are all exactly 2 years apart. When I was young, roughly 9, my brothers about 7 and 5 shared a room. Across the hall was my room. I'd always looked at each other. I awoke late into the night / early morning as it was still dark to a methodic click sound. I could see my brother's light turning on, off, periodically and in succession. I wandered into the doorway and watched as my brother B sat in the top bunk, a look of horror on his drained looking face, with his little arm reached down clicking the light switch. I don't know how long I stood there, but soon my mother was at my back, watching for a moment before scolding my brother for being up so late and playing with the light. He turned, dead-eyed, to my mother and I and stared coldly for a few moments. In the most monotone voice I've ever heard from a 7-year-old, he told my mom they can only move in the dark. They keep getting closer. When I turn the light off, they can almost touch me now. Goodbye. My mom freaked, took all 3 of us to her room, shut and locked the door, and we slept with the light on. The next morning I asked my brother what he saw. He again got a very dark look about him before explaining to me that children kept coming out of his closet. Except they were darker than the darkest shadow, except for white lines that surrounded the outline of their forms. They had empty white eyes. Every time the light was off they inched closer. When the light was on, they vanished. When the light turned back off, more descended from the closet and made their way to his bed, climbing up the bunk bed and reaching for him, but leaving the youngest alone and asleep. It freaked me out. But from here it only got worse. This became a nightly occurrence and both my brothers soon began asking for a chained lock on the closet door. My mother obliged, so they could finally get some sleep. I started staying with them at night to help them sleep. The night the lock was placed on the door, we fell asleep with relaxed fears. Until the door violently slammed open as far as the chain would allow, and I swear to God all 3 of us saw small black hands clawing through the gap. This became almost nightly. It quickly evolved into whispering coming from the door of the closet. Coos and coaxes to near the door. Desperate pleads to just let us out. My mom thought we had overactive and gruesome imaginations. Maybe she was right. This continued for almost a year, and as suddenly as it began it just stopped on the year mark. No sounds, no traces. No nothing. We carried on with life. Other strange things occur from time to time. Some scary, some odd. We grew older. We stayed in that house for 13 years. We moved and I moved out of my mom's house. I got my own place and by some stroke of absent-mindedness moved into the house directly beside my childhood home. By now I had forgotten about all the strange things of my childhood and didn't remember them until I was walking my dog one night close to 3 AM. You see, I work until midnight, so I'm up all night. My brother's childhood bedroom window faces the backyard of my current home. I looked up as my dog started staring in that direction to find the light going on and off. Methodically, very slowly. I found it strange. It became a nightly occurrence on my walk to look up and see the light. I remembered the children from the closet. The strangest part for me is the family that moved into my old home as a single mother of 3 boys. Just like my family. And just like my family, the children were fairly close to the ages of 9, 7, and 5, give or take a year or two. After doing some research, I found that that particular house was built in 1980 or 1981. It held a nice young family until 1987 when an electrical fire broke out. The family was a father who worked in the mines and was often away, a stay-at-home mom, and her 3 boys, roughly 8, 6, and 4. When the fire broke out, the boys became trapped in the bedroom my brother slept in. The boys of the original family died of smoke inhalation. Only 2 of the 3 bodies were recovered. The mother made it out alive and later took her own life. The house laid in ruin for 2 years and was rebuilt in 1989 to 1990. In that time several strange deaths occurred. A husband and wife moved in with an infant daughter who died of SIDS 5 months after moving in. In 1991 a single man moved in and hung himself in the basement. In 1993 or 1994 a large family of 6 containing a mother, father, 3 boys and a daughter moved in. The daughter slit her wrists in the bathtub and died of blood loss. A year later the oldest son shot himself in the basement. The house remained empty until 1997 when a widow and her daughter moved in. No incidents were recorded, and the family moved out in 1999, the year my brother was born. Families were in and out without incident until 2004, when my family moved in. We moved out in 2012. Between 15 and 17, I worked at a relatively famous indoor rodeo which is known to be haunted. There have been paranormal investigators out to confirm. The entire area around said indoor rodeo arena is said to be haunted too. I never believed in ghosts till I worked there. I would have to be there until well after the rodeo ended, and most everyone had left, usually around midnight to 2 AM. My mom worked there too, and she was one of the last couple of people to leave. I got a lot of creepy vibes within my first few weeks working there. Constantly feeling like I was being watched, seeing shadows where it didn't seem logical for a shadow to be, unexplained cold spots, stuff like that. I chalked it up to being a really old creepy building. My mom and I were driving home from work at about 1 in the morning, after I'd been working there for a year or so, and the road we are driving down is long and straight, has a very tall brick wall on one side and a large open field on the other. It's fairly dark on the street, but I notice a guy walking from the brick wall side of the street towards the open field. He's too far away for the headlights to hit him, but from here I can clearly see his silhouette. He's walking with a limp and wearing a cowboy hat. As we get closer, he's nearly across the street, and then he's gone. I look out my window, but there's no one around. It sent chills down my spine. My mom and I drive most of the way home in silence, but I can't stop thinking about where that guy went, so I hesitantly ask my mom, "Hey, did you see?" I can't finish the sentence, because I feel stupid asking. My eyes were probably playing tricks on me. I'm tired, but I didn't have a chance to feel crazy or even finish my question had I wanted to because my mom replies, "The man in the cowboy hat?" I can't describe how cold I got in that moment. She had seen him too. I asked, "Did you see where he went?" To which she replied, "I was hoping you saw." It was at that moment we both realized that we saw the same man just vanish into thin air. That doesn't happen to real people and neither of us could sleep that night, so we stayed up all night trying to rationalize what we saw and failing. After that I started noticing more things inside the rodeo after everyone left. If you walked past the statue in the front foyer, from the corner of your eye you could see his eyes and sometimes his whole head move, watching you walk by, but if you looked, he'd be staring straight ahead. The shadows took on more definitive human forms. I heard whispering, while the entire Coliseum was empty. Little girls giggling. I watched a red balloon floating down the unused section of the Coliseum about 5 foot off the ground, bobbing as if being dragged around by a child running or skipping. But there was nowhere in the area to buy balloons and nothing was holding the string. But the absolute most terrifying experience I had was in the East Wing ladies' restroom. I had to go bad, and I never used that restroom. It gave me the creeps. But it was an emergency and I didn't have time to run to the West Wing restroom. I chose the middle stall. As I was peeing, I heard someone come into the restroom. The only logical person it could be was my mom, so I called out to her to no answer. I looked under the stall door and walls, but there were no feet. The feet stopped at the furthest stall from the door and I could hear tapping on the stall door. Then the door creaked open. Tapping on the next door, and it creaked open. Then on my door. I looked under the stall. There was nothing there. In terror, I looked up expecting to see a demon looking down on me. Nothing. More tapping. I screamed. And screamed. And screamed. And the sliding lock jiggled. And I screamed. It was all I could do. The lock clicked back, and the door swung open slowly, creaking. I was still screaming, kicking, and trying to close the door, but I was so terrified that I kept missing the door. I was frozen and all I could do was scream for what felt like forever. Then I heard a little girl giggle and the sound of running footsteps. I was still screaming and crying when my mom came into the bathroom and found me with pee all over myself. It couldn't have been more than a minute or two after the running footsteps were gone. I had been freaking out and thrashing so bad that I was peeing and missing the toilet. She thought she was going to have to call an ambulance because I was so terrified that she thought I was in shock. I quit that night. When I was younger I was fascinated with supernatural stuff, byproduct of being raised in an extremely religious family. I think I was probably around 13 to 14 at the time. I was camping with my grandparents who had this old motorhome from the 70s which already had a sort of spooky vibe to it. My grandma had bought me a book, can't remember the name, but it was on the history of demons. In the opening pages it talked about how demons try to influence and scare people, and how, while they may be interesting, they should never be our sole focus of study when it comes to the supernatural. The book talked about how demons are always on alert trying to look for ways to influence you if you open your mind to them. I remember the book recommended praying for spiritual protection before delving too deep into demonic lore. I also remember thinking that seemed ridiculous, as if demons, if they even existed, would care about me reading some stupid book. Just as I finished telling my grandmother how silly that all seemed, this old time radio in the motorhome turned on and started scanning through the different radio stations before settling on some old religious guy who was preaching, interestingly enough, on hellfire and brimstone. We both immediately got goosebumps and just stared at each other before she went over and turned the radio off. We spent a lot of years camping in the old motorhome and that was the only time that something like that happened. The summer after my freshman year of college I was spending a lot of time with this girl I met who lived near me. There's a very popular part of town near me for bars / shopping / antique shops that has a lot of historical stuff and is surrounded by tons of woods. It's also known to be somewhat haunted. She told my friend and I the story that there is a doll in the woods that, if you find it and move it somewhere, the ghost of the girl who owned it will come at night and place it back in its original spot. My friend and I laughed and asked her where it was and agreed to come back that night and test it out. We got there when it was very dark and started to look for the doll near ruins of where a building used to be. The ruins were right near the road, so we had the headlights from our car and flashlights. After not that long searching we saw a really old looking doll sitting on a cement ledge. I was creeped out that we actually found something, but picked it up and we called the girl to let her know we couldn't believe we actually found it. She was so excited and agreed to come meet up with us. I threw it as far as I could into the woods on the opposite side of the road, and we got back in our car and drove to the bottom of this hill to the main road to meet up with her. When she arrived we didn't really talk about what happened much, mostly just talking about where to go to get some food. As we're standing there my car made that noise a car makes if it's already locked and you press the lock button on the key, just a quick beep. I was concerned because my key was in my hand and I was positive I didn't touch it. Then her car's alarm started going off as if someone had tried to break into it. I was getting way too scared and said let's get out of here and get food. But she was super scared and begged one of us to ride with her, but neither of us wanted to. So we agreed to check her car for any signs of a break-in before we left. As I'm checking her trunk for anything suspicious I peered through the window and saw something that created more fear in me than I've ever experienced before. The doll was sitting in her trunk and propped up facing us. At this point the girl was in tears and my friend and I are so scared I almost couldn't move. I grabbed the doll, rode back up to the top of the hill, and put it right back where I found it, and we sped off back home. I never saw the doll again, and for years I refused to talk about it even with her or my friend, but now I enjoy telling it as a ghost story. When I was in high school I lived with my aunt in Oregon, while my parents and brother were all still in Arizona. One night I had a very vivid dream of driving up to a lookout spot above a canyon, and parking my car behind my brother's truck. As I was getting out of my car I noticed that there were 2 other people there besides myself, my brother who had his back turned to me as he looked out over the canyon, and my brother's friend Brian who was walking toward me. Brian told me hello, and that it was nice to see me, but I should just go. I didn't understand why I had to leave, and I couldn't keep my eyes off of my brother. I asked Brian what was wrong with my brother, but he wouldn't tell me. I knew there was something seriously off about my brother, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was. I woke up the next morning with the dream still in my head. It didn't fade throughout the day either. Instead it kept haunting me. I knew I was missing something that I couldn't figure out, so I kind of forced myself to forget about it. At about 5 p.m. that evening I was woken up by my father, who was looking for my mom's phone number. My brother had been snowboarding earlier that day and he jumped off of a small cliff and broke his leg in 6 places below the knee. Was my dream trying to tell me that something was going to happen to my brother? Was the accident supposed to be worse? Why was I warned? Was it a simple coincidence? If so, why have I never had a dream about my brother before or since? A couple weeks ago, I was on a Postmates run with a friend. He's a driver. We get to this apartment complex and see a lady come downstairs with her dog. Cute little thing. I wave hi, and she just kind of gives me a blank stare. Okay, rude, whatever. We go up to the 2nd floor via the only elevator in the whole complex and deliver the package, and as we are turning back down the hallway we came, we see the same lady and dog come walking towards us. That's weird. We just saw her downstairs a couple of seconds ago. There's either a 2nd elevator in this building, there wasn't, we checked, or she really hauled us upstairs while we were going up via the real elevator. She turns left and disappears. We assume she just went down a 2nd stairway that we didn't see coming up the first time and follow her, since we needed to get down anyways and didn't want to take the elevator. Nope, she turned left into a dead-end brick wall. She and the dog are nowhere to be found, not on the street outside, or in the alley behind the building. What the fuck? We scour the whole building, and find out that there's only one stairway, on the opposite side of the building, and only one elevator, the one that we used. So how the fuck did she get up there so quickly, and how did she get down without passing us, if she didn't take the elevator and we clearly saw her turn left into a brick wall? Ghosts. That's how. So over 30 years ago, when I was 8, I went on a Girl Scout trip to St. Augustine, Florida. My mom was the chaperone, but our Crapus Chevette broke down, so the girls who rode with us hopped into other cars, and we got a hotel while waiting for the car to be fixed. Even at that age I was into anything old or creepy, so we did some local tours after mom gave in to my nagging. We saw the oldest house in Florida, a cool native burial site where skeletons just laid out on table-like mounds, closed in the 90s I believe, an old fort, and other stuff. In one location, I scooted ahead of the tour group, as usual, to explore the next room. It was a house-type structure, and I simply left the room the group was in, went out into the hallway, turned right, and entered the next room. The next room was a bedroom, set up to reflect how it would look in the 18th century, and I lived for that sheet. I looked all around at the linens and furniture and paintings, and something caught my eye in one painting. It was of a dark-haired family, that's all I remember. There was something I found so odd and remarkable about it that I had to show my mom. As I was coming out of the room, the tour group was coming in. The guide made some sort of joke about me wandering off, and I was embarrassed. I returned to my mom at the back of the group as it entered the room. I heard nothing the tour guide said, because it was not the same room. The room I had barely exited before turning around. No weird painting, different furniture. After the tour I told my mom about it, so she obliged me in going back through every room in the building to find the one I saw. No luck. I will never forget that. Here's the backstory of what I experienced. Just go to the bottom if you wanna skip it. One night my cousins and one of their friends spent the night with me at my grandma's house. We were talking about ghosts and stuff. My cousin's little brother said he wanted to tell us something, but he was afraid that we wouldn't believe him. So my cousin look at each other and roll our eyes because he was the little cousin that would lie. So we tell him to go ahead and tell us. He tell us that him and their little sister has been seeing someone in their house. He said one night he woke up and this person was peeking around the doorway looking at him sleep. He got up and chased it down the hall and thinks it went through the wall because his dog started barking once he reached the kitchen and it wasn't there. He told us it was kind of short with spiky hair and glowing eyes, sharp teeth and a cloak. He said the other night he woke up and he needed to go to the bathroom. Someone was in there, but after he checked on everyone in the house he didn't know who it could be. He woke up his mom and they went to go check. When she went to open the door started shaking violently. She yelled, "Leave us the fuck alone." It stopped and opened up. His sister said she saw the person walk down the hall, climb on the wall, smiled at her and ran back. So we are kind of confused and don't know if we should believe him or not. So my oldest cousin was living with me at the time at my grandma's. His mom comes over the next morning to have breakfast. We decide to ask her about it and her face goes blank. She says, "Oh, he told you about that." We were stunned. He was telling the truth. So my cousin decides that he's going to move back home to try to protect his family from whatever this thing is. So this is what I experienced. One night I was in my room. I was standing next to a window that was open, putting paint in my markers. I start to hear whispers coming from the window. I say whisper-s because it sounded like a ball of whispers. Like a ball of whispers is all I can think of what it sounded like. I said, "Who said that?" It said, "It's me, let me in." I kid you not, it sounded like my cousin who moved back home. I said, "Hold on, I'm doing something." Whispers again. "What?" "It's me, let me in." I normally would have stopped whatever I was doing and would have opened the door to let him in. But for some reason I was holding him off. "Hold on, I'm doing something." The whispers continued. "What? Dude, I can't hear you." What? The whispers were constant. My uncle walked in and asked me who I was talking to. I told him that my cousin was outside asking me to let him in and if he could let him in. He went, came back and told me nobody was out there. I asked him if he could check the backyard and down the street, that maybe he was walking home. Of course he went, came back and told me he didn't see anything. So I'm confused and a little spooked. Going to sleep that night was kind of hard, but I did. The next morning I asked my aunt where my cousin was and she said he spent the night at my friend's. I wait all day for him to show up. I ask him if his mom told him what I had told her. I end up telling him what happened and he gets pretty freaked out too. My aunt ends up getting the house blessed and the thing never shows up. One of the creepiest things that has ever happened to me. Early 1980s, I arrested a young man who was released from a mental health program by Ron Reagan during the beginnings of his term. This peculiar young man would sneak into the campground, where I was a ranger, to cut the crotches out of young girls' panties and swimsuits. He would take the cotton part that actually touches the vagina and cut or bite it free and steal them. Reports became more and more frequent of him making his thefts, and we felt he was escalating. I was made aware of a recent theft and found tracks on a horse trail, so I ventured after him alone. Stupid in hindsight. We did not have portable radios capable of transmitting over the distances/terrain, but I strongly felt a child was in danger and this was my best shot to capture him. 2 hours running on trails, I finally found him and his camp. It was a small tent with several stolen food items and bags of panties and swimsuits and bras scattered. He had a bag with a linoleum knife, cloth line and duct tape on him. I disarmed him and gathered what evidence I could in a backpack. He was handcuffed and I tied a rope hobble to one on his legs so it would drag, allowing me to step on it to trip him if he ran. I explained to him this was no joke and I would take any deviation from my orders as an attempt on my life and I would shoot him. It registered half-heartedly in his mind, but you could see he wasn't well. I made him run the trail ahead of me screaming the Star-Spangled Banner so I could hear where he was as I kept my head on a swivel, not knowing if we were alone or not deep in the woods. We double timed with only a break for water 2 hours to the road where I walked him at gunpoint to a meetup with a state trooper. He was returned to a state psych hospital. Last I knew he was still alive. I survived Vietnam and that was still the scariest day of my life. The boy never spoke a word to me, but he did comply quickly and easily. He just wasn't there. His eyes were dead. I may as well have been talking at the body at a wake. When my mom was pregnant with my older brother, I'm the youngest of 3, she started having some trouble sleeping. She kept hearing a weird sound at night. She chalked it up to weird pregnancy brain. As the nights went on, she was able to hear it more clearly. It sounded like a baby crying. She wakes up my dad once she's sure and asks him to take a look around. They lived out in the country, and it wasn't uncommon for animals to creep around the house. Also, animals make all kinds of weird noises that can sound similar to that. They assume it's a fox or young raccoons maybe. My dad looks around and finds nothing. This goes on for a few nights and he never finds anything. He also never hears the cries. But my mom isn't sleeping. She's waking up every night to the sound of a baby crying. She's honestly kind of losing it. One of my dad's friends from work told him to check the cellar where the old owner of the home used to lock his kids up. My dad brushed this off because small country rumors are useless. It's creepy and would throw my mom over the edge and see, they don't even have a cellar. But after a few weeks my dad is desperate to find an answer. They are not sleeping well, and his pregnant wife is severely upset. Thinking about the cellar comment, he decides to start inspecting the house. One thing leads to another, and he ends up ripping up the living room carpet. There is a small square latched panel on the floor. He opens it and finds a small crawl space with a dirt floor and dusty children's toys strewn about. Needless to say, he closed that up quickly. AMD, my mom never heard the crying again. Warning. Gory details. When I was 10 we found the house of our dreams. It was right by a busy intersection, but the trees out front kept our house hidden and blocked the sound. When we finished moving and we celebrated by going to get ice cream. When we came home our gate was open and my brother's laptop was missing. We filed a report and our officer arrived and searched the house. In the attic he found a bag of marijuana. After that nothing happened for about 3 months. We felt safe and went to Monterey Bay for the weekend. When we came back the windows in the shop were shattered and the kitchen was a mess. One day, after we found a man searching our back acre with a dog, my dad yelled at him and he ran off over the fence. Christmas time came and went and nothing happened. In March of 2014 our elderly neighbors across the road had been gone a while, and we had seen some people about mid-20s, which got us very weary. We stayed up at night listening, and we kept hearing them saying things like just go and break in and they're outside. Wait until they go in. 1 month later, the cops, ambulances and a fire truck showed up at the house searching for something with dogs. We didn't go over to ask anything, and my mom and dad decided to move. Over the course of 2 weeks we had got moved out mostly. We saw the old couple's house being boarded by cops. We went over and asked what happened. Turns out the elderly couple was murdered and chopped to pieces and shoved in fridge. When a friend of theirs went over he reported a smell of decaying flesh. The next day we came back for our appliances to find them all out on the lawn, and our baby grand piano sawed in half. There are 4 suspects and 1 has been arrested. The house is now for sale commercially in Elk Grove, California. I've told this story before on here, but it's one of my favorites, so I'll share it again. A couple of years ago I was a troubled uni student, so I often went for midnight, 1 AM walks to try to gather my thoughts. Towards the end of one of my walks at almost 2 AM towards the end of winter, my legs were tired, and I saw a lamppost ahead of me illuminating the otherwise dark semi-rural street, so I thought no one else is around. Fuck it, I'll sit down for a little bit. So I sat down and leant on the lamppost for a little bit of rest. Naturally, the moment I sat down, someone turns a corner and walks towards me. A hooded hunchback figure, male around my age, 20-ish. As this guy walks past me, he speaks to me in a quiet, mumbling kind of voice. Caught off guard, I tried my best to hear what he said, and I pieced together, D, over there, as he gestured towards a nearby roundabout with a circular brick wall in the center. Due to the brick wall and me sitting on the floor, it made sense to me that he shyly said, "You can sit down over there." Slightly confused and a little embarrassed, I said thanks a lot to him and shot him an over-the-top smile. He slunk away, and I felt obliged to walk over to the roundabout to at least sit down for a tiny bit, and as I got closer and closer I noticed bouquets of flowers, wooden crosses and letters. Turns out a father had died there very recently. The more I thought about it, the more I'm certain that guy said to me, "My dad died over there," before slinking off sadly into the 2 a.m. darkness. Needless to say, but I felt awful as it sunk in, and I walked back home. So yeah, just to clarify, at 2 a.m. in some random street, some sad young guy told me his dad died, and I replied by saying thanks, smiled at him and walked away. Edit. One word. I posted already, but one story reminded me of this one. So my mom works in a building as a caseworker. Normal job, normal place, everything's good. There's a building about 100 yards away from them that's a mental health facility. The facility shut down in 2013 due to lack of funding. One day, some years after it shut down, a few police officers come into her office to say that they would be using the building occasionally for drills. Firemen would do the same, so they made sure everyone knew, so they wouldn't be alarmed. Fast forward about a week, a few people coming into the office say they could hear a bunch of banging and yelling coming from the abandoned psych ward. They saw people running frantically and just screaming, like you'd never heard someone scream. They called the cops, knowing that it couldn't have been a drill, and they were right. There was no one in the building and there weren't any drills. Within a week of that day, police even investigated and concluded that there was no sign of entry from a homeless person or any animals. The ladies in the office, they are mostly women there, said they'd seen people walking there before when it was empty, but assumed it was just harmless homeless people. They knew what it was after that day. About 6 weeks later, the officers come back into the office and say they won't be having drills there anymore, that the dogs would act up and they would hear yells or bangs that would disturb the drill, because no one could tell if it was intentional or not. The officers seemed pretty shaken, saying some of the screams were not of human nature. It's been closed for good ever since. No one is allowed in that building anymore, even though the electricity is completely cut off to that building. The ladies to this day will see lights turning on and off for no apparent reason. Definitely a profoundly creepy story. When I was 10, I went with my grandmother to visit my uncle for a week. He lived in an older house that was on the same land right next to an old cemetery that dated back to the Civil War. One day I was swinging on the porch swing when something inside the house caught my eye. Through the screen door I saw a man sitting on the couch with his back to me. The couch covered most of him, but I could see his dark hair, and he was wearing a red and black plaid shirt. He didn't look familiar. My uncle was at work and it definitely wasn't my grandmother, but I didn't feel scared or threatened. I remember feeling peaceful as I walked to the door. I could see him through the screen as I started opening it, and once it was fully open he was just gone. I figured I had imagined it, or saw some type of shadow and my eyes were playing tricks, so I continued playing. I never thought about it again or ever told anyone about it. Fast forward about 30 years and my uncle comes down to visit. We are reminiscing over dinner and the subject of ghosts comes up, and he talks about the old house by the cemetery and how from time to time he would catch a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a guy with dark hair wearing a red and black plaid shirt. And just like in the movies, I dropped my fork onto the plate, making a loud noise causing everyone to look at me. My eyes had widened, jaw dropped, and I turned white. My wife was scared because she thought something had happened to me. After I snapped out of it, I told them my story, leaving out the calm and peaceful feelings I had. My uncle ended with how he thought it was a good guy ghost, because no matter how he was feeling he would always feel a wave of calmness and peace when he saw this guy out of the corner of his eye. So this is not my spookiest, but found this weird because it happened this morning after I was reading this thread last night. Also, this did not happen to me but my wife. We lost one of our dogs this October, and it hit both of us pretty hard. We were cleaning yesterday, and I was putting all of our dog toys in the living room for our dog to play with. While I was cleaning I found the dog, that past favorite toy, which they both loved. It's this orange egg with a face on it, so I brought it out to let our dog play with that one too. It was actually the only toy that I brought out that he ended up playing with. Fast forward to this morning, my wife wakes up at 5 AM on the dot, which is weird for her, since she normally wakes up at around 6, so she decides to get ready for work. At this point all of the toys are in the living room still. As she was using her curling iron she looked over, and our dog, who is fairly large, was laying in between the bedroom and the bathroom watching her get ready. It was while she was looking at him, she heard the squeak of the orange egg toy, which anyone who has been around a large quantity of different dog toys will tell you each toy has a different squeak. She looked over, and our large dog was still laying there, and had not moved. She said it sounded like it came from the office, which had its door closed, but she looked all around, even in the bed, where I was still sleeping, to see if I had rolled on a toy, but all of them were still in the living room. The weird thing is the office is where his paw print is, that we got from the vet when he passed, as well as some of his fur, that we are going to frame with the print. She told me about it while we were driving into work, and we decided to think that it was him dropping in to say hello. Again, not terribly spooky, but just thought it was weird that it happened the morning after reading this thread last night, which my wife did not know that I read. I used to act with a theater company which operated out of a building that dated back 800 odd years. Obviously with a building of that age there were lots of ghost stories, but I don't believe in ghosts, so paid them no heed, but enjoyed watching people freaking out. I'd been there a couple of years when they renovated one of the attic rooms and updated it to be a changing room. We'd rehearse from autumn, then have 6 weeks of performance over 6 weeks in the summer, with 3 different plays alternating over this time. I was in one play, but got roped in to do some background work crowd scenes in one of the other plays, The Tempest. In one of the final scenes my costume consisted of essentially a white stocking covering my face, a huge white unkempt wig, and a loincloth with body paint. I was an angry spirit of sorts, lurking in shadows. One night it was coming up to the final scene, but for reasons I can't recall now I didn't go on stage. I was one of many, so had no impact on the scene. I left the theater and walked through the woods to the back entrance of the hall. It's an outdoor theater. In fact, here's the link so you can see the place the changing room was and the nearest roof and the pic. Lots of changes since that pic. Slipped through the hall and took the back stairs up to the changing room. The room used to be servant quarters, so the entrance was really tight, about as wide as my shoulders, and up about 4 floors of wooden stairs. Halfway up I could hear someone singing in the changing room. Brilliant, I thought. No one is expecting me here. This is the perfect opportunity to scare the shit out of one of my friends. So, pulling my mask over my face, fixing my wig, I crept up the final 2 floors, readied myself by the open door, and leapt into the room. Rag. The room was empty. The singing, which had gotten louder as I climbed the stairs, had stopped the second I leapt into the room. I was confused. Then I was terrified. The singing was as real as if someone was stood next to me. There was no way anyone was hiding. There was no way out of that room without physically moving me to pass me on the stairs. I noped the fuck out of there and ran back to the theater to wait for other sensible adults to escort me back up to get changed. People thought I was joking when I told them, until they could see how utterly bewildered and freaked I was. Later, when the audience had gone, we tried shouting and calling from outside to see if the noise could have gone from somewhere else. Nothing. I still don't believe in ghosts, but there was 100% singing coming from a room with no people in it. I have no explanation, but that fear has stuck with me for 25 years. Late to the party, but this happened just 2 days ago, so had to share. My husband and I run our own business and it's been hard. Brexit and other factors have impacted on sales and it's been an uphill struggle to stay afloat. This was accompanied by some pretty intense personal issues involving deaths in the family, which have changed our lives entirely on every level, and not in a positive way. So, we found ourselves a couple of nights ago over a bottle of wine, asking each other what they wanted for Christmas. Husband, a light. Me, a light. What sort of light? Husband, a light at the end of the tunnel. Hilarity ensued. The type of hysterical laughter you hear when the laughter is close to the edge. An hour later, while folding clothes in the bedroom, my husband calls my phone. I'm confused as he is just downstairs. I answer. Husband, in a quiet steady voice, look outside the back bedroom window, into the garden. Me, what the wah? Husband, firmly look out. The Back. Window. Highly confused, I go to the spare bedroom to look out into the garden, and there at the end of our long narrow, tunnel-like garden is a soft blue glowing tree. It takes me a minute or two to realize that the lights are a set of solar fairy lights that we had been too lazy to take down. They had stopped working 2 years ago. They were unfixable and had survived 2 British winters and 2 not so impressive British summers. No amount of coaxing or twiddling would get them to work again. So lazy as that we just left them to die a lonely death, never to work again. Until tonight. The lights twinkled along for around 2 hours before going black, and they haven't worked since. I know this isn't exactly spooky, but god am I got my Christmas sign. I may be reaching for fairies, but that's all I needed to hang in until the new year, because now I have hope that there really is a light at the end of the tunnel. Whilst I'm not religious, I have a great deal of respect for all religions, and I hope anyone actually reading this gets a Christmas sign of their own. Sometimes hope and faith is all you need to find the strength to hang in there, knowing that a new start or a new opportunity is just round the corner. Merry faking Christmas one and all. Posted in another thread before, but basically my grandparents lived in a house where they were on the first floor and their neighbors were on the ground floor, separate entrances to each house. Anyway, they used to mention lots of weird feelings/smells in the house and how they'd see shadowy figures or the place would suddenly turn ice cold before returning to room temperature. Some of the neighbors in the street would tell them that whilst they were at work there was a man who would stand at one of the windows and peek out from time to time. Anyway, the incident that prompted them to move house was because one day my gran got home from work just after lunchtime. She worked in a nearby primary school and she heard a huge banging noise from the kitchen. She ran into the kitchen and all the dishes/plates etc. were lying in the middle of the kitchen floor, smashed into pieces, but in a neat pile. All the drawers and cabinets were swung open with the overhead ones hanging from the hinges. Their downstairs neighbors ran in the house because they heard the noises and were worried. They couldn't believe what had happened. Not long after that they decided to move house. My gran has literally hundreds of stories about the weird things that happened in that house, but that was the most sinister. Edit. Another story I just remembered was that my gran was lying in her bed unwell. My grandpa wasn't home, so it was just the girls, my mum and her sisters. So my gran had asked them to bring her something. The girls were old, been between 7 to 15 at this time by the way. Anyway, this is how my gran recalls the story. My mum never speaks about anything creepy in that house, but when one of the girls tried to come into my gran's room she couldn't find the door. My gran heard her shouting that the door wasn't there anymore and she couldn't get in. My gran then recalls that when she went over to the door to let them in, the door was in fact gone. I'm sorry I don't remember the ins and outs of what happened after that. At first I thought maybe my gran had imagined it because she was unwell, but I did ask my mum about it before and she just sort of nodded in agreement then changed the subject. Late, but I'll tell anyway in hopes someone sees this because this still terrifies me. Context: I'm the type of person that sleep with multiple comforters. Between my bed and television stand, there's only about 1.5-2 feet of room. It's plenty of walking room, but super cramped to sit between 2 big objects. I couldn't even sit on my knees between the two, and I'm the second shortest, 5 feet 5 inches, in the house. Mom is shortest, but has very bad legs so she can't. My sister is 3 inches taller than me, and my dad is 7 inches taller. You'll understand why I say this in a moment. About a year and a half ago, I wake up facing the TV. One of my comforters must have fell halfway onto the floor during the night. What I woke up to was my comforter with someone underneath. You know what I mean, like a big mountain dump. Someone was clearly underneath. Nothing else can make that big of a shape. It's eye level to me when leaning on my elbow, with about 2 to 3 feet off the floor. For some reason it made me smile and think of my boyfriend. My boyfriend must be trying to scare me. I laugh and press my fingers into his forehead and push him backwards, only it pops back up like one of those punch bag clown boppers. Now that I felt it, it's clearly a human head with definite weight behind it. The object is also taking the push, meaning it's not coming back up instantly. When I pushed it back as far as my arm can reach, it had stopped for a split second before coming back up. I do this once, twice, 3 times. Each and every time, the body sits straight back up. I'm now coming out of my tired state and realize that can't be my boyfriend. He doesn't live with me. I know that sounds really stupid, but when I wake up, he's on my mind to check for text messages and such. The terror sets in. Someone is in front of me. I've been pushing this person, but no one can possibly sit between the bed and stand. How? I absolutely 100% know that I was pushing someone's forehead and it's heavy, not something like that can easily just come back to me 3 to 4 times in a row. Someone's under my blanket. I start to scramble to get away from the person, backing up on my bed. I start to tear all of the blankets off of me. It's still sitting there. Just then my sister, going to enter her room, sees my terrified face and desperately trying to get away from something. She said my name and I look at her, still trying to get away. When I turned back, the person's gone. No bump. Just my comforter flat on the ground and my sister looking at me in concern, asking me if I'm okay. There is no possible way it was sleep paralysis. I was literally moving my body the entire time. Moving the bump, sitting up and laughing. The weight, the forward and backwards movement, the height and the very clear feeling of someone's head. Then absolutely nothing. After I looked at my sister. When I was about 19 I lived with my boyfriend, now husband, and his family. The family consisted of him, his 2 little sisters, his stepdad and his mom, who worked nights. The start of her shift was at 10 p.m. Well, it was getting late, about 9:30 p.m., and we were going to head somewhere, and he was waiting outside for me as I got dressed. I walk out of the bedroom, down the hall, and into the living room. As I enter the living room I see his mom sweeping, so as I walk through the living room I tell her hi, and that we will be right back. She stopped sweeping, and watches me walk out of the door. When I get outside I see that her car is gone, and I figure that her husband took it for an errand or something. So I ask my now husband when his stepdad would be back, because his mom had to leave for work real soon, and my husband said that she already left. I tell him no, that she's in the house, and that I was just talking to her. Nope, it wasn't her. His stepdad was already in bed and his mom had left for work while I was getting dressed. Made my skin crawl. But there was always something strange about that house. It felt off, and there were other occurrences that happened while we lived there. His little sisters are teenagers now, and they also have experienced things. There was one time where 2 of my friends and I, all about 12 years old, were hanging out this small walking trail just off the main road, trying to decide what to do next. An unkempt guy in a trench coat hopped over the guardrail to the road and started walking towards us. We decided to leave at that moment when the guy said, "Haven't seen you guys in a while," as he got closer to us. We all ran for it, going around a different path trying to get out of there. As we were running, I tripped on a tree root and went down hard, busting my elbow. Looking back, seeing this man walking toward me, I thought I was going to die. I got up and ran to my friend's, blood dripping from my elbow. We made it back to the main road and thought we lost him. Just as we start to turn away, the crazy guy walks out from behind the bushes about 100 feet away. We then hightailed it into a deli down the street and hid behind some shelves inside the store, looking at the door to see if he followed us in. Just as we are about to leave, he pokes his head in and we run behind the deli counter asking for help. Panic all over our faces, saying that a psycho guy was following us. One of the workers grabbed a knife and went to go confront the guy. He kept him busy while my friend's dad showed up and got us out of there. As we were driving away, the sketchball was standing outside the deli, his trench coat blowing in the wind, revealing a big machete-like blade hanging on the inside. This happened when I was 13 or 14, during the summer break between grades. I had a habit of staying up until around 7 AM playing computer games, not even really feeling tired, until I saw sunlight outside. The family computer was in the family room, next to the kitchen, with a hallway going to the back of the house. It was about 2 AM. All the lights in the house were off, except for the monitor of the computer. I heard footsteps coming down the hall from the back of the house towards the kitchen, and I figured it was my mom coming out to tell me to go to bed. I turned towards the hallway and put my hand up between my eyes and the monitor so I could see, and this little girl, maybe 7 or 8, came walking out of the hallway. She was barefoot, wore a white nightgown, had her head bowed down like she was looking at the floor, and had long blonde hair which covered her face. I immediately froze with fear. And she turned towards me, lifted her head, and stared at me for a second, then lowered her head again, and walked back up the hallway, where she came from. My parents have a loose floorboard in the hallway that creaks every time someone steps on it, and I heard that board as whatever it was that I just saw walked back up the hallway. After a minute just staring at the entrance to the hallway, I turned on all the lights in the house, one by one, leapfrogging my way back to my bedroom. I was hanging out in my basement once as a kid. It had been finished and decorated. Favorite place in the house. I was between 6 and 8, and no one else was down there. I was just playing with my Legos when I heard a voice say my name, a voice I was entirely sure was my grandfather. Not all of our basement was finished, but most of it. There was one section we used for storage which my family called the other side. Now, this wasn't for any particular reason other than it just wasn't like the rest and we didn't have anything of real interest in there. I followed my child instincts which led me to the door to the other side. I generally didn't go in there due to my fear of the dark, which, over a decade later, I'm still working on, and the lights in there were turned on by a string, and were all a good distance in. I went up to the door to open it and check inside to look for Gramps, but the knob wouldn't budge and it felt like there was something blocking the door. Odd, as the door had no lock to speak of, and we made sure nothing could fall to block it. After a minute, I tried again and got in, no problem. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual hungry darkness I felt from that unexplored room. I closed the door and jogged my chubby toddlers upstairs to tell my mom what happened, but when I did, she reminded me that my grandfather had died when I was 3 and I was at the funeral. Thinking what cold been calling me, or perhaps I was just hearing things, I just nodded and went back to my Legos and turned on all the lights and the TV in the basement. I never liked the other side. Definitely not after that. Late to the party, but my parents lived in a house in an old town in Massachusetts that had been built in the early 1800s or so. Thing was beautiful and a classic example of a federal and ghosts never crossed my mind when they moved in. I was in college at the time, so when I was at home I slept on the 3rd floor which had exposed beams and a fireplace and was overall a large room they used as a second living/TV room. I never got the creeps in the room though, it was just a cool TV room. After a year of them living there I had become used to my mom and little brother taking about the lady they would see and hear at night, but I just let them talk and pretended I didn't think they were crazy. That switched when I was home for a few nights at Christmas in 2012. First time anything happened I was sound asleep until I felt the bed lightly shake. I thought one of the dogs bumped into it, so half asleep I rolled over and opened my eyes to see what if they wanted to sleep on the bed with me, but instead of one of my parents' mutts I noticed a person. I assumed it was my mom and didn't realize her walking me up silently with all the lights off was weird. So I grabbed my phone for light and looked up again and I froze, went cold and just stayed there starting at a middle-aged woman dressed in mid-1800s clothes maybe, and she just looked tied back for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a few minutes. My phone would go dark and it lighted back up, and she remained stationary. She then walked away, and I lost sight of her as she approached the closed door which never opened, and she was gone. I didn't sleep a wink more that night. Honestly I couldn't tell you what she looked like, and didn't notice any colors, but the lighting sucks, so I couldn't tell you if she looked like a ghost or a normal person. 2 nights later I woke up wide awake, and knew something or someone was looking at me. I was positive someone was looking at me yet I couldn't move. I was cold and frozen, I couldn't even make a noise. I stayed there laying down eyes wide open confident someone was behind me standing over the bed. All the lights were off and I could see the door was closed, but I swear to God, that lady was watching me. Eventually the feeling faded and I grew bold and quickly rolled over and turned on the TV. When the glow came on I didn't see anyone. I never experienced anything at that house again, but my mom and brother did. About once a month one of them had a story. There were stories a woman died in the house in the basement, but we never could prove that. We did have evidence the Underground Railroad used the house, so that's cool. I'm not a big ghost person, but those 2 nights still scare me when I think about it, and I have no explanation for what happened. I don't miss that house much. To start of this comment, I absolutely do not believe in anything supernatural, but there's 2 things that come to mind I just can't explain, and honestly freaked me out, and they both pertain to phenomena I've experienced firsthand. Both of my stories happened when I was locked up as a juvenile within a 6-month period. I won't get into details about what I did, but it ended with 3 months of lockup in a juvenile detention center followed by 9 months of rehabilitation. The detention center I was in was located in Hawthorne, Nevada. It was an old military medical building that was repurposed when whatever war was going on was over. Anyways, as you can probably guess, a lot of people took their final breaths there, and naturally because a ton of kids went through there you could take your pick of all the ghost stories that circulated. Dead girls walking the hallways, soldiers missing limbs appearing in people's dreams, and on and on. Of course I never believed any of them. What you have to understand also is I'm a heavy sleeper. Always have been. I could sleep through a storm. Growing up in a household with 4 other kids of varying ages and parents constantly on the verge of divorce, always fighting, teaches you to sleep deep when you finally get the chance. One night I was in a dead sleep, business as usual. I felt a very sharp rush of electricity akin to being shocked by a weak-handled teaser. I shot straight up in bed and saw a strange dark mass right above me to the right of my bunk. It's hard to really describe what it looked like, but it was transparent, yet solid, like a dark cloud that didn't have enough water vapor in it. I stared at the thing for a solid 3 seconds before it moved quickly up out of sight near the ceiling. It was dark during lights out with just enough light from the window that everything below eye level you could see if your eyes were adjusted, but further up near the ceiling was pitch black. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I haven't seen anything remotely like that before or since. After I was transferred out of that place, I was moved to a facility that was essentially a cabin in the woods in Mount Charleston, which is just outside of Las Vegas, Nevada. The first night I was there I started experiencing something that I didn't even know had a name, but after some research I figured out it was sleep paralysis. For anyone that doesn't know what it is, essentially you get locked into your own body while falling asleep or waking up. You're completely immobilized, yet aware of your body and your current state. It's extremely lucid, because even though your body is technically asleep, your mind is wide awake. This can lead to some very interesting things. The one thing that stuck with me a lot was astral projection. Apparently, people claimed they could actually move their spiritual body separately from their physical body during certain times of sleep, but sleep paralysis was the easiest time. I learned this during my research about sleep paralysis. We got very limited computer time to do classes online, but of course I would use the time to do whatever I wanted. Anyways, I figured what the hell, may as well try and have some fun with this typically very shitty situation. Seriously, if you've experienced sleep paralysis, it sucks. So I started experimenting, try to move around outside of my body while I was immobilized, and to my surprise, I actually started to make progress. I started by sitting up, then eventually managed to move around my room, then the whole cabin, and even made some excursions outside. I didn't believe for a single second that any of this was real in the slightest. I rationalized it by saying my mind was just using familiar surroundings and actions to utilize my fully awake sleeping mind to envision whatever it wanted, which included walking around while my physical body was laying in bed. One morning it was very different though. My internal clock was set to about 30 minutes to wake the fuck up, and this was prime time for sleep paralysis and my current pastime of astral projection, which I still thought was a load of horse shit. I started my usual routine of sitting up to get up out of the bed and start walking around. Except this time I didn't manage to sit up or get out of bed at all. I got stuck about halfway up into a sitting position. My legs were locked down to the bed and my wrists felt like they were shackled down to the bed. This has never happened to me before, and it scared the hell out of me. I looked back, and the strangest goddamn thing happened. I actually saw my sleeping body underneath me totally asleep. I had never once stopped to look back where I was sleeping, and I found it strangely creepy to see myself back there. Like I said, I figured all of this was just my mind playing tricks on me, so why would my mind even bother rendering itself back there? It was deeply unsettling to me. By now I'm in full panic mode. Adrenaline pumping and I'm getting more lucid by the second. During my early sleep paralysis sessions and even when I started moving around it was pretty strange, so it would cause me to wake up when I'd get particularly scared or uncomfortable, but I wasn't waking up at all this time. I turned around and faced the rest of the room and I saw the most god-awful thing I've ever seen, or probably ever will see in my entire life. I thought the black cloud from earlier was scary, but it had faking nothing on this. It was a humanoid figure in the closet in the room. Its proportions were all screwed up, super skinny arms and legs with a stout torso and a misshapen head. It had sickly white skin with yellow blotches covering it head to toe. It didn't have genitals or a single hair on its entire body from head to toe, yet I could still tell it was male somehow. The worst part was its face. It was completely blank, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no ears, just completely blank, yet despite the lack of eyes the damn thing was looking right at me. I've never been so scared in my entire life, locked down to my bed unable to move at all and of course it has to start moving towards me. Its legs and arms contorted and twisted around in impossible ways until it was low to the ground and rushed me at me inconceivably fast until it was directly face to lack of face with me. I woke up at that exact instant sweaty, screaming and thrashing around in my bed. No one knew what was wrong with me and I refused to tell or even speak to anyone for the rest of the day. It seriously scarred me and I was terrified of falling asleep for weeks afterwards. Strangely, that incident completely cured my sleep paralysis and I haven't had another occurrence since then, and I've slept soundly ever since. This comment ended up turning out a lot longer than I meant it to, but this is the first time I've ever told these stories to anyone for fear of getting dismissed as made up stories or my mind just playing tricks on me, and they stick out so vividly in my memory. I still don't believe in the supernatural, but I honestly can't explain how or why these things happen to me. I have a few spooky stories to share. These stand out the most though. I guess this one is more weird / sad than spooky, but when I was a teenager I snuck out with a boy I liked, and we went to this empty cabin to get high and fool around. I lived in a really rural area, so think woods everywhere, and no other house around for about a mile. The cabin itself was about a mile from the main road in the woods. It was pouring rain, and by the time we got there I was already pretty creeped out. Anyway, there was a random dead cow inside the cabin. It was small, still a calf, and had been dead so long that it didn't even stink. It was just bones and skin. There were no pastures nearby and the cabin actually still had the door intact, and it was closed when we arrived, so someone had to have carried it in there and either left it to starve or killed it. We didn't notice any occult stuff, which might have made sense. The whole thing was confusing. When I got out of high school I worked in an assisted living facility that cost residents upwards of $10,000 per month. It was basically luxury condos with the nursing staff. We had a lot of empty, locked apartments upstairs. We always had empty space. The call lights in one of those empty rooms had a tendency to go off late at night, and there was no way for it to accidentally go off since they were pull strings. I thought that was just a weird thing about the one room until it happened in an occupied room. The resident was fast asleep in her bedroom, but the call light in the living room was pulled. Her room was right next to the nurse's station, and no one had been inside. The night nurse laughed at me and the other CNA on duty and said she was used to it. The single scariest thing that ever happened to me was when I was 5 or 6. My mom had just remarried and we moved into a really old house. I was excited to have my own room, and I took the biggest one right off the living room. It had a large walk-in closet, which is somewhat unusual for houses that old. I was a restless sleeper and would often wake myself up rolling out of bed, so when it happened to me the first night staying in that room I didn't think much of it until I looked at the closet door. It had been shut, but was slid open about a foot. I saw a shadow darker than the darkness of the closet, with red eyes. It put a hand on the wall outside the closet and I booked it the fuck out of there. My parents moved my stuff the next day because I refused to sleep or even play with my toys in there after that. The only other thing that happened there happened to my stepdad. He had someone press themselves up against him while he was at the stove cooking. Thinking it was my mom, he turned around and no one was there. TLDR, found dead cow in random cabin in the woods. Assisted living ghosts. Shadow person. I've posted this in another Ask Reddit post tonight, but I've never shared this story on here, so I'm copying and pasting it here. My apologies for this one is kind of long. Late one night, when I was about 15, my best friend and I were outside of my house on the curb sneaking cigarettes, sharing a beer. You know, usual rebellious teenager stuff. Now my housing development is kind of large and surrounded by woods, and I happen to live right near one of the backward corners, so to say, of the neighborhood. So the houses across the street from mine all have woods behind them. All of a sudden we hear a terrifying screeching sound coming from the woods directly across from us. We both booked it inside, leaving our beer and pack of smokes on the street. Her and I both said we thought it was a chupacabra because the sound was so out of this world. The windows in the front of my house weren't covered by the curtains, and we felt like we were still being watched inside, so we closed them. Here's the bad news. Our parents were kind of hands off, so her and I walked everywhere. We were now faced with the struggle of me walking her home, which meant all the way out of my neighborhood, then through a larger neighborhood with big spaced out houses, then a shortcut through some woods over a makeshift bridge that cut into her condominium development, about a 20-minute walk, all uphill, in the pitch black. Still sheeting our pants, we waited a good 30 minutes before beginning the walk, thinking we'd be in the clear by then. Nope. We felt we were being watched the entire time. We kept hearing noises behind us, leaves crunching, twigs snapping, footsteps etc. So all freaked out we finally reached the woodsy shortcut to her neighborhood. Now at that time I had an NV Verizon cell phone, hot sheet at that time lol, so I flipped it open to provide us light for walking through the shortcut. About halfway through, her and I see two huge green eyes that were damn near as tall off the ground as us. At that point, it was fight or flight for both of us, so we parted ways and I ran as fast as I could the entire downhill trek back to my house. The whole time I was convinced I would lose balance and trip and get eaten alive, but thank God I made it home in one piece, albeit scared shitless. Being a bit older now, a logical explanation would be that we were being hunted by a cougar, the scream, stalking behavior, the eyes were feline in nature. However, I live in Orange County, New York, and there are not supposed to be any mountain lions left here since the 20th century. Whatever it was, we both felt like prey that night, and it inspired both of us to always carry mace. To this day, TLDR, my friend and I were stalked for over the course of an hour by a mountain lion / unknown creature. I've had extreme cases of sleep paralysis in one particular room in my parents' home. Any other room I had no trouble sleeping in. It was a brand new home. My parents bought it 2 months after the build was complete. For the first 2 years, when we moved into the home, I would have the same reoccurring nightmare at least 2 to 3 a week. It went like this. The dream. A man comes out from a hidden space inside the shoe closet, which actually exists in my parents' home. He was friendly, until I asked how he fit into the hidden space. After that he would get angry with me, and tries to kill me. He chases me all around the house. Anywhere I would hide he knew exactly where I was. As if he knew every corner of the house. It would end with me stabbing him multiple times. He bleeds out, and I run to my neighbor's house, 90-year-old lady, to call the police. He is there alive in my neighbor's home and immediately slits my throat. Here is the insane unexplainable part. 1 year later, 3rd year in the home, I see my 93-year-old neighbor struggling to bring in her trash cans. I help her out, and she invites me in. I help her cook a meal, while she's going on telling me the tales of her life. Apparently she had owned the entire neighborhood, over 100 acres, which she and her husband bought up through 1940s-60s. They sold most of it in the 90s and the rest they gave to her 3 sons. The first 2 sons died from heart condition in their 50s many years back. Her youngest son left the family at 62, while building his home on the last piece of land they owned. My parents' home. She showed me pictures of her sons, and her youngest was the man from my nightmares, no doubt about it. I've seen this man for 2 years straight. I kept asking her about him. She said he was 75% done with the house when he disappeared. Her nephew hired contractors to finish the rest, which is consistent with the conditions my parents bought it in. We had to do a big remodel before moving into a brand new house because it was so raw. A few years ago, I was staying at a cabin that belonged to my ex-wife's uncle at a lake in Maine. There was going to be a family gathering the next day, so we asked her uncle if we could stay the night a bit early and he agreed. We arrived about midnight and didn't want to stay in their bed, so we went down the hall and found a room with 2 tiny beds in it. I say tiny because they are still the smallest beds I have ever seen to this day. They must have been smaller than a twin bed. My ex and I both slept on the one closest to the door, and in the morning, she got up and closed the door behind her to go into the rest of the house. At this point, I'm awake, but just enjoying relaxing and laying in bed with my eyes closed. The sun has now come up, and it's pretty bright in the room. I opened my eyes and saw that there were very clean white sheets on these beds, and I was facing the window, away from the door. I rested my eyes again, and shortly after she left, I hear the door open again. Then, she sits at the edge of the bed. The bed was small enough that the weight of her sitting down turned me, so I was now slightly uncomfortable with my face pointing more toward the ceiling. I thought whatever, and continued to lay there and rest. After a few minutes, I got the sense that she was staring at me, but I ignored it and enjoyed the feeling of the bed. Then after a little longer, I started wondering why she is just sitting there at the edge of the bed, making me uncomfortable. So I turned and looked at her, but there was no one there. Suddenly, something got up from the edge of the bed, and I felt a weight lift, and my body went back to normal. I was obviously very shocked and just stared at the window, wide awake, very confused. Right as I was pondering what the hell happened, the same thing sat down in the exact same spot, and I felt my body slowly turn with the sinking of the weight on the bed. I was frozen for a bit, just staring with my eyes open, feeling like something was intensely staring at me that I could not see. I very slowly turned my head to the bottom left corner of the bed where it was, and right as soon as I could see the spot, it got up again. I crawled to the door over the pillows instead of going near the foot of the bed, and out into the kitchen. I looked back into the room, but it just looked so well lit and normal. I tried telling my ex about what I saw, but she was too scared to hear it. I often think about that day, and I did get a sense that it was either a woman or a child. I didn't get a sense of evil, more a sense of curiosity and caring. That's something that happened to me, that I'm sure happened, that I can never explain. I grew up in the same house for my entire childhood. My parents built it when I was around 3 or 4, so it's all I remember. When I was a teenager I began to get really into fashion and clothes. So one Christmas my mom buys me a seamstress mannequin. It was really beautiful and looked fairly new, and it didn't have any creepy vibes to it. Anyway, I put in the corner of my room, so it's facing pretty much everything, about 10 feet away from my bed. Now here's some other relevant information really quick. I have always had a weird feeling in my childhood bedroom even as an adult. As a child I had horrible night terrors and was convinced there was something in my room. This feeling went away when I was around 12 to 13, but I still found myself wary of having my room all the way dark till I was like 16. So one night, I wake up around 2 to 3. I would wake up around this time fairly often, so that was nothing new, but I'll look to my side to readjust and go back to bed. And the mannequin was, I shit you not, right beside my bed next to my pillow. Obviously I jump out of bed terrified, run to my parents' room to find them sound asleep. I wake them both up asking if they were in my room, and they, clearly annoyed I'm waking them up at 3 AM, said no and went back to bed. I was the only other person in my house. I'm not sure my parents believe me to this day, but this shit scared the crap out of me and still confuses me today. I already posted this to r/paranormal a while back, but I was a freshman in college in 2004, where my high school best friend and I shared a dorm room in a suite that housed 4. Our dorm was new. It was built the year before we came to school. A few weeks after we started college, he and I were laying in our respective beds, both of us falling asleep. He may have been asleep at this point. Sleep never came that easily for me. Lights were out. Laptops were closed. We didn't have a TV in our room. The TV was in the common area outside our room. In 2004, we only had Nokia brick phones, so no one was playing on their phone from bed. Like I said, lights out. Anyway, as I was just drifting off to sleep, right in that twilight phase between consciousness and dreaming, I awoke to what sounded like a loud mix of twisting metal and powerful electric current. It was coming from inside my dorm room, just feet away from within the empty space between the foot of my bed and my room's bed. As soon as the noise began, I also heard a voice. At first, I couldn't understand what the voice was saying. Not because it was quiet, it was loud. But the words were unintelligible gobbledygook. Imagine the Tasmanian devil from Looney Tunes, just speaking total gibberish, except this voice was very angry. It sounded malicious, evil. The voice cut right over the loud metallic/electric sound, and reverberated as if it was coming through a large PVC pipe. Eventually, I understood the words Kulksikermathurfika and a few more curse words. The voice and the clanging went on for maybe a total of 10 seconds. Then everything went silent. I laid in bed with the covers over my face for what seemed like forever. Eventually either I or my roomie asked the other if they had heard his voice. We both did. At some point one of us mustered the courage to turn on a light and check out the room. We thought maybe someone had been playing a prank on us. We checked for speakers in our air vents, checked our laptops to see if some pop-up ad had played a sound, and explored other scenarios. We eventually asked the guy in the room next to us if he had heard anything. He was a quiet guy, and we didn't suspect him of prancing us. He hadn't. To this day I have no idea what that was. One night back in college, I was drinking, and a few other things, at a friend's apartment with a few other guys. We were all sitting at a table playing Bang, when I noticed the person sitting next to me get up and go to the bathroom. After about 10 minutes my friend sees that I look uncomfortable, so I tell him that I've been waiting to use the bathroom. He looks at me really confused and says, "So, just go, no one's in there." My face must have gone white or something. Everyone else in the room was visibly off-put as I realized that every one of my friends was present and accounted for. I told them how a man in a white shirt and jeans got up from the chair next to me and headed around the corner to the bathroom. I couldn't believe it. I had asked everyone multiple times if anyone else was over, and I had just forgotten. I would have just passed it off as being drunk/high, except I can still remember every detail about this person's clothing, hair, and body type, but when I try to picture their face, I can only see a blurry mass. This was the same as when I was describing it to my friends that night. I feel I should mention that I can handle my stuff pretty well, especially back in college. I've thought about it being a hallucination from sleep deprivation, but I've had those before, and those are more of a slight manipulation of what I'm already seeing, such as people in pictures waving, rather than fabricating an entire person. That was the first and only time I've ever had such an explicit experience. I've had several occurrences of seeing invisible things though. What I mean is I look at a spot in the room that should be empty, but my eyes are focused to a point closer than what I'm looking at. Like, if I'm looking towards the wall would be blurry and out of focus, but if I look around this space where I'm convinced something is, to look at the wall, it'll be in focus again. It's like I'm looking at an invisible predator or someone using the halo cloaking. Whenever I experience this it's usually immobile, and I try to ignore it. Has anyone else ever experienced this? I just pass it off as my imagination. My school did an immersive play one year that used a special microphone to pick voices/noises as your ear would hear them. With an iPhone and headphones, you'd scan these quarter codes to solve the disappearance of a student. Much of the school was blacked out. The play was open for 3 nights, but I got to go to a test show the night before the official opening to give my opinion on what needed to be changed, placement of quarter codes, lighting, etc. Naturally, the test group was smaller than a normal night's crowd, so I was mostly alone for the 3 hours of trying to solve the mystery that night. When you finish, you're supposed to go to the missing student's locker using a secret code you can find to unlock it. The play and the building were closing up, and I wanted to be the only person who was able to solve the mystery in one night. Over the PA, I heard the theater director call everyone back to the main hall so that they could collect borrowed equipment like iPads, and also get everyone out of the building before locking up. I was determined to solve the mystery and headed to the pitch black English classroom's hallway to find the ending to the play. When I opened the door, it was absolutely silent. I turned on my phone flashlight and walked in. I spotted the locker I had to open early, since it was marked with an ominous red lighting. I avoided it to scan other quarter codes in some of the open rooms that teachers had let the tech department make a part of the play. When I got back into the hallway, finishing up the second to last quarter code recording, the red light had been shut off. I couldn't see very much, since my phone was almost out of battery, and I had to turn the flashlight off. Without scanning another quarter code, I heard through my headphones a voice. It sounded less electric than the quarter recordings, and I could almost feel the warm breath of someone, as if they were actually next to me, whispering into my ear. The voice said time to go, over and over again, calmly but ominously. It was nearly silent, echoing within my ear each time it repeated. I sort of speed walked to a door, because I couldn't run in the dark, but as soon as I got out of the English hall there were some ceiling lights again, so I started sprinting. Keep in mind, I'm rather heavy set, so I must have looked like an idiot running for my life from the spooky voice. I still don't know what it was, but if I had to be logical it was just a scary thing that someone said into the special microphone, then they forgot to cut from that second to last quarter code recording. If I had to go with my gut, it was a spooky ghost, man. I work it for a banking corporation. A coworker, T, and I were sent a state over to install new hardware in about 40 branches in the span of a week, which all had to be done after hours. At about 3 AM one night/morning, we get to this large old bank that also housed multiple floors of offices. That being said, it was put together a lot differently than most of the cookie cutter branches. In order to get behind the teller line, you had to go down a short hallway located on the opposite side of the lobby, open a locked door, which led you to a longer corridor to the left, which then finally led to the teller line on the left. In that longer corridor was a door leading into the office part of the building. We couldn't find the light switches, so we decided to just work off the security lights. Not the first time we've had to do it. We are installing new hardware at each teller station, so we start on opposite ends of the teller line and meet in the middle. Tellers are supposed to log completely out of their terminals every night, but more often than not, they just lock them, meaning we have to power fail the PC in order to log in ourselves. It shows the name of the person logged in on the lock screen. The design of this particular teller line had the PCs really tucked underneath the counter, meaning you had to climb underneath completely to power fail the PC. I see T duck underneath the counter on his end, and I do the same, while yelling damn it, name of teller who didn't log out properly, and I hear what sounds like what? And then a soft thud, like a door closing. T and I emerge from under the counter at the same time, and I look at him and ask, was that you? Was what me? He replied. I explained what I heard, but he has no idea, claims it wasn't him, and that he hadn't even heard it. I shrug it off for a second until we both seem to come to the same realization. The lights are on. Every light in the lobby and behind the teller line is now on. He asks me if I turned the lights on, and I, of course, did not. We think about it for a second and come to the conclusion that they must just be malfunctioning motion sensor lights, which would explain why we couldn't find the switches. Motion sensor lights aren't uncommon in other branches, we just weren't expecting them in this old branch. I had forgotten something in the car, so I left for outside to get it. Still thinking of what I heard, I took a quick stroll around the parking lot to make sure no other cars were there, and there were none. On my way back in, I walked into the short hallway and stopped at the locked door. Oddly enough, the light in the hallway was still off. I grabbed my key ring and started fumbling for the right key when the light comes on all of a sudden. I figured this was proof that they were motion sensor lights, so I yell out, definitely just motion lights, T, and then just like that, the light goes out. I unlock the door to find the lights in the longer corridor were also out. As I'm walking down the corridor, the lights flash on and then off real quick. I'm a little spooked at this point, but the rational part of me just keeps telling myself it's probably just light malfunctions. I get back behind the teller line and proceed to tell T what just happened. We were still standing on opposite ends of the teller line, looking at each other. All of a sudden there was a flash of light somewhere between the two of us, about eye level, in the middle of the air. I decided to not say anything, because I didn't want to sound like a madman, but before I could even say anything, T says I saw it too. We decide to just try and get all the hardware installs done as quick as possible and get the hell out of Dodge. A little while later, I look up at the wall behind the teller line and see a pair of switches near the end of the teller line I had started on. T was standing near them, so I tell him to flip them just to see what they do. The lights go off. This tells us two things: they aren't motion sensor lights, and whatever or whoever turned the lights on while we were under the counter was behind that teller line with us. And for me, who had it in the back of my mind that it was T faking with me the whole time, it told me that it wasn't him, because he was under the counter on the opposite end of the light switches when the lights came on. We are both freaked the hell out at this point. At some point during all of this, I also noted that the air conditioner was running, which may not seem strange except for the fact that the AC systems in all of these banks are on a timer, and at about 6 o'clock they go into unoccupied mode and shut off. On top of this, even if you can find the thermostat, they are locked, so that you can't even turn it on without a pin. Regardless, the AC seemed to be making a racket with this shaking sound from above. T and I keep working, and at some point I'm standing right about where the flash of light occurred. I noticed that the shaking noise that I assumed was the AC was coming from right about me. I look up, expecting to see an AC vent. Instead, I see one of the fluorescent light fixtures, and the diffuser is shaking like mad. I kind of involuntarily exclaim, "Holy shit." T asks what, but being that he's already absolutely terrified, I say I'll tell you later. We finish up the hardware install and all the paperwork, and we head straight into the long corridor. I go, "Let's get the fuck out of here." The lights in the corridor flash rapidly 3 times as soon as I say that, and we booked it. The lights in that corridor had stayed off the entire time we were behind the teller line. It's not as if they were just malfunctioning lights flashing all the time. Not the most exciting sounding story, and I know it probably doesn't sound super scary just reading it, but that was honestly the first time in my life that I was almost certain that I was in a haunted building, and I could feel it. Edit. Words are hard. Actually, I've had some weird shit happen over the past few weeks. Nothing has happened in the last week, but I'm still watching for more strange occurrences. A few weeks ago I was watching my daughter while my wife worked. She is 2 and her last height check was something like 2 feet 8 inches. So we are sitting on the couch trying to get her to nap, and I dozed off as well. I woke up a little while later to a humming noise. The road that runs beside the house tends to carry traffic noises very well, and I assumed what I heard was a car or truck passing by. But after I got the sleep out of my head and came to my senses, I realized it was still going. So I got up to investigate and realized the dryer was running with only my wife's sweater in it. I hadn't done any laundry in a couple days and my child is too short to reach the dial, and after asking my wife about it, she says she warms her sweaters in the dryer in the mornings, but always turns the dial around to the off position just in case the kid should crawl in and shut the door. Then a couple days later I was sitting on the toilet browsing iFunny and watching a video. I suddenly became aware that the water in the sink beside me was running, not pouring out and not quite a trickle, but a small and steady stream. I hadn't noticed it previously. I'm usually very aware of my surroundings and I noticed the sound while my video was still playing. So yes, I was distracted, but I was still distracted when I finally noticed it. Also, my daughter has just started laughing for no reason at all and seems to start reciting words we don't use frequently if at all. Maybe it's just because she is 2. I'm no expert, but it is still kinda creepy. The kicker to all of this is I work for a cemetery and live directly across the street from it. Plus my wife keeps the ashes of her mother and brother under her side of the bed. It may seem far-fetched, but when weird shit starts happening you start to consider all the possibilities. After I got divorced a number of years ago, I decided to sort of start over fresh in a new place. I ended up renting this huge old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere in south central Tennessee. I thought it was a great deal because it included several acres of fenced land, which I sublet to a guy for his horses. After he paid me, I was kicking something like $70 a month up to the owner for this huge ass house that was like semi-furnished. It was excessively large for just one person, but it was a steal I just couldn't pass up. Anyways, my first night in the place, I'm set up in one of the bedrooms. I'm all cozy in my bed, drifting off to sleep after moving sheet all day, and I hear this really harsh voice whisper in my ear, "Don't bother looking in the mirror." Only it was more than a voice. I could feel warm breath in my ear. It scared the shit out of me. So of course I sit up, and the first thing I do is look in this giant ass mirror that's like built into the wall. I don't see anything because it's pitch dark, but I can kind of see this shape in one side of the mirror out of the corner of my eye, and I think it's moving. So I nope straight the fuck out of the house. I go outside and stand in the yard for a while and smoke a few butts, and after I calm down for a few minutes, I start rationalizing what happened. It's a new house with new noises. I'm tired from moving and fell asleep faster than I thought I did and had a weird little dream. It was too dark to tell if anything was moving, and so on and so on. I chuckle a bit at how retarded I must have looked running outside and go to flick my butt, but when I turn around and face the house again, the curtain from one of the upstairs windows is pulled aside, just like you would pull it to look at something outside. As I watched, it dropped back to just sort of hanging, and I freak the fuck out, because now I think there's someone in my house. I call the cops, and after about an hour or me sitting in my locked car thinking how many times over I could have been wrapped and murdered, or murdered and wrapped, they come by to do a walkthrough. Of course they don't find anything, and now it's late enough that it's just really early, so I figure screw it. I'll just make some coffee and get an early start on my day. I'm not sleeping anyways, so I do my best to forget about what happened, or what I thought happened, and go about my day. Still every time after that I went into certain rooms of the house, they just felt wrong somehow. It felt like someone was watching me. It felt like speaking in front of a group. And it wasn't a physical response, like anxiety. There was that, but there was just this feeling of intrusion and not being welcome. Eventually, I ended up spending every night on the sofa in the living room, right by the door, with the science channel playing on the TV all night like a skeptic's version of the Bell book and candle. I ended up staying in that place for like 3 years, and only occupied the living room, the kitchen, and one of the bathrooms for any length of time, and never in the dark. I did my damnedest to make sure whatever room I was in stayed as brightly lit as possible. Had a couple of other odd things happen while I lived there as well. I regularly heard what sounded like footsteps coming from parts of the house where there was no second floor. When asked about it, the owner told me her grandparents built the house in the late 1800s, and that not only did there used to be a room above the living room, it was the room where her grandfather had hung himself during the Depression. I discovered this beautiful oak hardwood under the sheety linoleum upstairs, and I talked to the owner into letting me take up the linoleum and refinish the hardwood. After spending most of the day up there, I came downstairs one evening to find the rocking chair that was in the sitting room slowly rocking. The owner told me that rocking chair had belonged to her great-grandmother, who she thought not only died while in it, but rocked some of her children and grandchildren and as they died. One day I was just chilling, minding my own business, watching a movie, when I heard a click from the front door. When I got up to inspect it, the deadbolt had been turned. I never use the deadbolt because the key always stuck in it. One evening, a few light bulbs blew out in the living room and kitchen. As I was on my to get more from the closet in the sitting room, I heard a young girl's voice say very quietly, but very clearly, "It wants you to be in the dark." Not at all the same voice I heard the first night I was there, which sounded like a threatening older male. Anyways, I don't think I was ever as relieved as I was when I finally moved out of that place. Minor things happened there frequently. I don't remember leaving that open, but major incidents like the ones above would happen with enough time between that I could almost convince myself I had imagined it. TLDR, ghosts in the window, ghosts in the chair, ghosts in the attic room that wasn't there. My best friend's family has a crazy story they all told together last Thanksgiving. When he and his twin brother were 5, 6-ish, they used to live in a house with a lake down the road. My friend's twin asked if he could take his new fishing pole to the lake. Their mom said no, because she and his dad were busy, and he couldn't go by himself. He went back upstairs and everyone went about their business. My friend said that he doesn't remember a lot about the day, just that he got a horrible feeling of grief and ran to his mom, crying and saying his twin brother's name. Freaked out, their mom immediately started to look for the brother, but he was nowhere to be found. My friend also has 2 older siblings, and pretty soon everyone was searching every inch of the house and calling the twins' name. After a while of searching to no avail, my friend's mom remembered that the last time she has seen twin, he was asking to go to the lake. The parents had the older siblings stay with my friend while they walked over to the lake to keep searching, where they ended up finding twins' fishing pole on the ground and his hat floating in the water. My friend's mom was wailing, and his dad jumped in and started looking for his son's body in the water. Meanwhile, the siblings were still looking for him at home. When the parents didn't find him in the water, they decided to start heading back home to call the police, and with some hope that maybe they had just missed twin and that he was walking around somewhere. When they got home, the dad went to go get the phone and heard something in the attic. He ran upstairs, soaking wet, and found twin playing up there. They maintain that they thoroughly searched the attic multiple times, along with the rest of the house, and that they were calling his name over and over, so if he'd been up there the whole time he would have heard them. They found him completely dry 20 years later. Twin doesn't remember that day whatsoever, even though his parents and the rest of his siblings do. Edit, fixed a word. When I was young, my family was leasing a large hunting plantation in southwest Georgia. I was probably 12 as I had just started bow hunting for white-tailed deer. This may seem shocking to some who think that may be too young, but I had been by my father's side in the woods since I could walk and could hold my own. At this point I had been choosing and hunting my own spots on my own for about 2 years, so I had grown accustomed to sounds and attributing them to their respective origins. On this particular September day it was smoldering, steamy, and cloudless, so my father casually suggested that I hunt the old railroad bed near the river bottoms to try to beat the heat. I agreed with him as the area was also one of my favorite spots and it's an easy 3/4 mile walk through shaded oaks, only made easier by the fact that nothing would grow on the rail bed for some reason. After about 20 minutes of quietly walking through the woods I made my way to my tree stand and settled down for the rest of the afternoon. An hour or two in I've noticed that the usual chirping birds, cicadas, and incessant shuffling of squirrels in the leaves have completely gone silent. This strikes me as very odd as every time I had hunted in this area it was always alive with the sound of the forest, but my mind wandered, and eventually I grew accustomed to the silence. A few more hours pass, and sunset is approaching, when I watch a couple of yearlings, and just weave through the woods at a purposeful gait, noting their unease, as I myself would have to walk through the woods in what was confirmed panther country. I chalked it up to a shifting wind that may have alerted them to my presence, and decided it would be a good time to make my way out of the woods while some light remained. Little did I know things were about to get interesting. I had been walking the railroad bed for about 100 yards when I heard the loud hiss and the groan of heavy metal moving against metal. I reached for my flashlight and switched it on to get a better idea of the source in the failing light, but it flickered and died on me. I had picked up my pace and made it about a 1/4 mile down the path when I heard the sound of metal on metal once again. This time the sound vanished into the evening. At nearly the same time a large light illuminated the rail bed, sweeping from my right to my left. It took me a minute to gather my composure and process what had happened. I came to the realization that it was unexplainable, so I flicked on my flashlight, thankful that it decided to start working again. When I realized I had just walked around a bend in the railroad bed, that knowledge hit me hard and everything made sense then. I got the hell out of Dodge and wouldn't speak to anybody about what I saw for the rest of the week out of fear of ridicule. My father could tell I was shook up when I piled into his Jeep, but I wouldn't talk about it. Several days later on our ride back home he asked me again and said that he sent me down there because my uncle had previously hunted the spot and came back shook up as well. I explained what had happened to my dad and watched the blood leave his face. He told me that my uncle had been walking the railroad bed when he heard a young boy ask his father where they were going, and the father replied that he did not know. When my uncle looked around, he was all alone. I asked my dad when the last time that rail bed had a train travel across it, and he said it had to at least be around the late 1800s. That's when he told me that the line had been used to carry Union prisoners of war to Andersonville prison, only a couple miles away from our lease. I went back to the spot only one more time to return an old rail spike I found there before, but would avoid it for the remainder of the lease. After 15 years I still get chills thinking about it, but since have healthy respect for the things that are beyond my ability to explain. When I was about 19, I was living in PA and spending a lot of late nights with my girlfriend in her family's house. Most of PA is like a forest town from a faking Stephen King novel, and her family's house is nestled in a stretch of woods on a mountainside. Really nice place. Their family was super cool with me, but the one house rule was, without exception, no one is allowed to sleep over their house. So, with my girlfriend being super shy, we would have to wait for the family to go to bed, then then hang out, and I would leave. Sometimes as late as like 2 or 3 in the morning. No biggie, I'm a night owl in a hoe, zing. Except one night, I leave her house on a rainy night, with a little bit of mist hanging on the ground. I had just started having sex at this point in my life, so I was walking in sunshine. I'm a few feet away from my old clunker of a Subaru when from like a couple dozen meters I hear a noise coming out of the fog. It was super raspy, like a little dog bark that's kinda like hushed up, but it definitely sounded like a dog. I thought for a split second about the possibility of a stray when I heard a really squelchy snarl, like full on panic attack from my head to my cork. I had my keys in my hand, with my car key sticking out. In a brief moment I think about swinging a kick out, but I'm about to piss myself cause I'm basically blind at this point. So I race over to my car, heart pounding, dude, I can't even believe K got the key in fast enough. I turned that son of beach, wrapped a finger around the keychain, yanked him out, while grabbing the door handle. I hopped in, and shut the door as fast as I could, faking wham. A set of paws and teeth are going faking crazy on the driver's window of my car as I stare into the crazy eyes of a very rabid or extremely territorial / juvenile fox trying and failing to bite my dick off. In that moment I remembered my girlfriend's parents at dinner telling me a couple neighborhood dogs had been taken in for treatment because of a supposedly rabid fox running around attacking pets. Did my best to run the faker over, but it fled into the woods, and I drove home mighty slow. Smoked a huge blunt afterward, and was super spooked the rest of the night, faking craziest shit that's ever gone down in such a spooky way in my whole life. Last Christmas I was over at my fiance's place. The two of us were doing homework and just sort of hanging out. During a lull in the conversation I heard what I thought sounded like tears screeching on the pavement. It was very far away, and given that downtown was nearby, and I'm partially deaf, I shouldn't have been able to hear it. I didn't mention the sound, because my fiance didn't seem bothered. So I brushed it off as sound traveling wide in the city. 5 minutes later it happens again, but closer this time. My fiance looked over at me with her eyebrow raised. Again, downtown is close, and we brushed it off as noise coming from there. The next time was about 5 blocks away. It happened 30 seconds after the other, which is way too fast for anybody to travel from downtown to where we were. We both noticed something this time. One, the pitch was changing continuously, so it couldn't be a recording. 2, it wasn't a screech of tires, but an indescribable inhuman scream. We looked at each other and laughed sort of half-heartedly while trying to still make light of our situation, only to be cut off. Whatever was screaming had gotten to the end of our street in 10 seconds. We both jumped into action, started locking windows and doors, and were halfway down the hall to her room when the 5th and final wail sounded. I shit you not, this thing must have been at the apartment steps. We bolted into her room and she ripped an older book off her shelf. I've never seen someone skim through pages so fast. Next thing I know, we are taking protective measures and actively trying not to think about what just happened. A few hours later, with us not making a sound during that time, her mother comes home, and we race to tell her our story. It takes her about 10 minutes before she looked us both in our eyes and say, "Sounds like a banshee." I don't know what it was or what happened to it, but that is hands down the spookiest thing that I've ever experienced to this day. I've posted this before, but one night a friend and I were heading back to his place from somewhere and decided to take a back road because we still had our junior licenses and weren't supposed to be out driving past 11. He was driving and I was in the passenger seat. The road we were on had a farm on the left and woods on the right. The road makes a 90-degree turn left at one point and the woods on the right become a yard to someone's house. As we swing around the turn, for just a split second the headlights illuminate what I know was a girl standing there in a white dress in the middle of the yard. For a second I was like, whoa, did I just see that? My friend brakes and comes to a stop and chills run all over my whole body. He looks over at me and his face just has this mix of fear and bewilderment. He says, you saw her too, right? And I said, the girl in the white dress. Without saying anything, he backs up and puts the headlights back on the yard. No girl, no trees, no drain caps or pipes sticking up, nothing that could have been mistaken for what we saw. Another one is from when I was younger, probably around 12 years old. My mom took my sister and I on a trip to St. Martin, and we had like a small villa type place we were staying at. I was sleeping in the bed with my mom and my sister was on a pull-out couch. I remember opening my eyes when I couldn't fall asleep and being frozen because there was just this black figure of a man standing near my legs on the right side of the bed. I could feel it just staring at me and I was too afraid to move. When I tried to look away I noticed he wasn't the only figure in the room. There was another large heavyset figure standing at the end of the bed and a skinny looking one on the left side standing over my mom. I eventually got the courage to reach over and switch on the lamp, and when the room lit up there was nobody there. I left it on and fell back asleep, and in the morning, when I said something to my mom about it, my older sister said that she swore she had seen someone standing in the room with her during the night. Lastly, this one isn't very spooky, but a little sad and sweet. I had a black lab when I was younger named Mercer. The best way I can describe the way this dog lived was basically the dog from Marley and Me. He destroyed so much shit, would jump up on tables to eat your food, and I shit you not, ate the crown molding in our kitchen. He had a good life and we loved him, even though he bit half the family and destroyed everything he could, but eventually he got cancer and was absolutely riddled with it. The vet was nice enough to come to our house to end his suffering, where he could be surrounded by family, rather than have us bring him somewhere he hated for his final moments. Later in the evening, when it was all said and done, I was crying and went to the bathroom to get a tissue, and when I walked back out I swear I saw him just standing there right outside the door for a split second. I jumped when I saw him, and then he was gone, and I never saw what I can only believe was his ghost again. I think he was just saying goodbye, but scared the shit out of me instead. TLDR, saw a lady in a white dress while driving with a friend one night and saw shadow people standing around my bed while on vacation. Saw what I believe was the ghost of my dog the day he was put to sleep. The Mad Monk of Dutchell Wood's not my experience, but a friend whose word I trust implicitly. He had been staying with his sister for a few days and decided to go for a walk. He went to a local river beside Dutchell Woods, a place he had fished in the past. He was enjoying the sun and at some point he turned to the right and there was a slightly transparent monk standing about 100 foot away. It never moved, and he could see through the figure as it stared, cowl raised, in his direction. He looked away, looked back, and it was still there. Same position, same level of transparency. Shocked, he looked away once more, and this time it had disappeared. When he looked back, it totally shook him up. No explanation is forthcoming, and he never really tells anyone about it. Fast forward 15 years, and he is giving few people he works with a lift into work. He has a car, and he picks them up every day. The drive is about 30 minutes each way, and they do a lot of chatting. One day they are talking about ghosts and whatnot, and one of the girls mentions the Mad Monk of Dutchell Woods. Suddenly it all falls together. This is what he saw all those years ago, but was unaware it was actually a thing that other people had witnessed. He tells them his story and they are genuinely freaked out. This was all pre-internet, however a quick search will uncover a few mentions. Government ghost story. I'll start by letting you know that I work for the government. I was a supervisor, moving into a different warehouse than my last. I'm cleaning out an unused desk that had someone else's stuff in it. I ask a few people who this stuff belongs to, and no one knows. So I start tossing this stuff into the trash. This microphone, used to call out to the people on the floor, flies off the top of the refrigerator and lands 10 feet away. Problem is, I'm the only one in the office. I calmly put the microphone back and exit the office quickly. I asked a friend who used to work in the office who sat in that space. Turns out the guy, who was there last, died 6 months earlier in a freak pool party accident. Government ghost story 2. Many years earlier than the above story, I'm shipped out from my assigned warehouse to an old, built during WW2, warehouse to select. During lunch break I sit at this table by myself, and immediately 2 guys tell me not to sit at that table. I ask, why? And they tell me very bad things happen to people who sit there, and it's haunted. Now I don't scare easy, and one of the guys was a well-known pup stirrer, so I just responded by jokingly stating that I'll laugh in the face of danger. All 3 of the other guys just shrug and mumble that they don't sit there for a reason. About an hour later I'm in this aisle talking to one of the guys about nothing in particular. He's on a forklift, and I'm between his lift and the rack. Suddenly, I feel a cold wind down my neck/back, followed by a loud clang of iron hitting the floor behind my feet. I spin around to see about a 40-pound brake rotor had fallen off the top of the pallet at the top of the rack. My friend and I both look up to a perfectly stacked pallet of brake rotors, only missing the one that fell. He fires up the forklift and drives off. I cautiously put the rotor on the bottom of the rack and get back to work. I never sat at that table again. I'm late to the game, so I'm not sure anyone will read this. I'm also typing this from my phone, so there may be some grammatical errors. When I was 17, my mother, stepfather and I moved to a small town in rural northwestern Canada in the Yukon. The house we moved into was nice large yard with a large deck, 4 bedrooms. I decided to put my bedroom in the basement. The basement was huge, and I turned it into my own hangout space, with my bed in a small room directly under the upstairs living room. At the far end of the basement was an unfinished area. Drywall had never been put up, and the fiberglass was very ratty. There was also a workbench in the corner. At night the basement was dark, with only one light in this huge room. The unfinished area was always pitch black as it was far away. I always felt like something was watching me. Since I had my computer and a TV down there, I rarely left aside from going to school, work or to have food, so I was often alone. I should mention the uneasy feelings I got never felt malicious or harmful, just very unnerving. One night a few weeks after moving and I hear rustling over in the corner of the room. It's dark, so I grab the flashlight and go over to check it out. Nothing's there. I decide to go to sleep. I wake up in the middle of the night to the feeling of having a single strand of hair pulled from my head. I jump out of bed and my bedroom door is open. I had closed it. I flip on all the lights and call for my mother. She comes running downstairs, and we search the whole house. No one's there and all of the doors and windows are locked. A week later my mum tells me she was woken up from a nap in the upstairs living room by something pulling on her hair. I hadn't told her about the hair pulling thing, so this freaked me out. I decide to install a curtain dividing the unfinished part of the basement off from my area. That night I turn around, and the curtain is open. I must have left it open when I use the microwave or coffee machine I kept in there. I go over and close it and get that uneasy feeling again. The curtain is too long for the height of the room, so the bottom piles up a bit against the floor. Later that night I notice piled up curtain on the floor has moved, like it's been pulled back towards the unfinished area. That queasy feeling is still there, so I decide to sleep on the couch upstairs. I wake up in the middle of the night to the hair pulling again. I'm sufficiently freaked out now, so I click on all the lights upstairs, turn the TV on, and make myself some coffee. Screw going back to sleep. The next day I go downstairs to grab my backpack for school and notice the curtain is open again. I ask my mum if she messed with it, and she says no. Pretty normal school day. Get home and the curtains have come off of the rod and are on the floor. I put them back up, close them and hop in the shower. When I come out of the washroom the curtains are open and the living room light is off. I turn the light back on, go over to the curtain and close it. I hear a loud rattling noise come from the washroom. I'm freaked out. I ran upstairs, made a line of salt at the top of the stairs. Google said this might help, and ended up sleeping on the couch again. Next day I go about my routine, walk over the line of salt and immediately feel something is off. The curtain is closed, all of the couch cushions are on the floor and the TV is on. I make the couch up and have a shower. Again when I come out the curtains are open and the lights are off. I close the curtains and the same rattling noise comes from the washroom. This time my bedroom door is open as well. I called my mother who's into the whole new age crystals and tarot cards thing. She gets in touch with someone from the local native band who comes to our house and decides to perform a smudge. They burn sage and waft it around the house. She tells me whatever is there doesn't feel hostile, but also isn't happy. I feel a little easier having this spiritual lady telling me I don't have to worry. That evening the microwave turns on by itself. I get up, walk over to the curtain, and ask whatever is in there to quit terrorizing me. The microwave turns off. I turn around to walk upstairs, and as I reach the top stair the most cliche ghostly thing happens. Something pushes at the back of the curtain, as if it's reaching out to me. I said fuck this and bailed. My mother went downstairs screaming, throwing salt everywhere, telling it to stop messing with our family. I move my bedroom upstairs. A few months pass and nothing weird happens. No more pulled hair or open curtains until one night. I'm sleeping in my room and I see something move past the mirror in the corner of the room. The mirror doesn't face me, but I can see everything it reflects clearly, and there's nothing there. I lay back down and stare up at the roof. A few weeks prior I had put glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. In the corner of my vision I see the stars getting blocked by something, slowly getting closer, blocking more stars. Someone is standing at the head of my bed just out of my view, but close enough to block the stars in my peripherals. I laid there wide-eyed staring at the roof for 4 hours until daylight. We moved to southern BC shortly after, and I still get chills thinking about it. I was traveling with a gospel singing quartet in college. We often stayed at churches overnight instead of hotels, if the smaller churches didn't have the budget to put us up. In this particular church in Virginia, there was a separate nursery building, old house converted into classrooms and nursery. I was staying in one of the classrooms on an air mattress. There were many children's toys in the room as well. In the middle of the night I woke to someone standing over my bed. It was very dark, but I could see the dark figure standing over me. Thinking it was Stephen, our baritone, I said his name in the form of a question. Stephen? Suddenly, the dark figure turned and ran down the hallway. On his, or its, way out, it nudged a rocking horse toy that made a built-in neighing and galloping noise. When the noise of the toy stopped, it got so quiet it seemed overwhelming. I ran into the adjacent room where Stephen slept. I woke him up and told him the story. Just then, underneath us, the basement door slammed shut, and in the room next to us, the horse went off again. That next morning, the basement door was opened wide. The pastor of the church stated that nursery workers reported all kinds of strange things happening in that building all the time. 2 for 1 here. Bonuses: long Christmas stories. Background: my mom's old house, which we all accepted, was haunted after about a month of living there. When I was 13, I had the mostly finished part of the attic as my bedroom. The rest of the attic was unfinished and connected by little doors lining the walls. Super creepy doors, but those have other stories to them. I had a futon as a bed up against the banister going down into the kitchen. My little sister slept up there with me until after incident #1, when I moved into her room. We had 4 dogs at the time of incident #1, 3 pit bulls, Zoe, Hoss, Spice, and 1 Doberman, Layla. Layla and Zoe didn't get along, so they were constantly separated. Incident #2, we had 2 dogs, Hoss and a mean little Wally World parking lot dog. Incident 1, it was Christmas Eve and the first Christmas in the house. My sister and I and Hoss, Spice, and Layla were in my room and just watching TV. While winding down for the night, it was about 9 p.m. Layla was laying at the foot of the bed, since the puppies were at the top with my sister and I. She suddenly sat up and started growling lowly at the attic door that was touching the bed. This was normal at this point for her to do. It happened every night between 9 and 10. We told her to be quiet and went back to watching TV. A few minutes later my mom pokes her head in the door from the kitchen and tells us to stop running and stomping around. We tell her we are in bed and haven't moved in a while, so she leaves. An hour later, and it was just myself and Layla awake, and my mom opens the door again and tells us that we are being too noisy and we are supposed to be asleep. I tell her that it was just me and Layla awake. She says oh and leaves. I fall asleep shortly after. She tells us the next morning as we open presents that she came upstairs 3 more times to tell us to stop making noise and go to bed, but all of us, except Layla, were asleep. Layla had been staring and growling at the attic doors each time. But all night she and Zoe had been waking up to stomping like a large man in boots, walking back and forth, or running like a young kid from one end of the house to the other. We already had identified and called out these 2 entities. A little boy who ran between my sister's room and the living room. He turned radios and TVs on and off. And an older, large man who stayed up in my room. I regularly woke up to something standing over me, sometimes sitting on me, and Layla constantly growled at him. Incident 2. Last Christmas. Also the last month my mom and her husband lived in that house after 8 years. My sister had moved out, and I have been out of there for 6 years. My stepbrother moved into my sister's room, so when I visited I stayed in the attic again. Since the couch isn't couple friendly, my boyfriend and I regularly visited my mom, so we could also babysit for my sister. For the holidays he stayed at his house and my nephew stayed at his dad's, rather than with me, so I was alone. My mom sent Hoss upstairs to sleep with me and keep me warm. The room is fairly uninsulated and has no heat apart from on the stairs, so it was awful in the late summer/winter. I was sleeping on the futon again in the same corner that I used to wake up in every night with the man sitting on me or standing over me. It was terrifying sleeping alone there. At some point I was on Skype with my boyfriend and Hoss is tired of hearing me talk, so he walks down to the bottom of the stairs to lay by the door. After a while I hear scratching like Hoss's nails coming up the stairs. I look to the stairs and he's not there, but the noise was only about halfway up the stairs before it stopped, so I figured he heard something and was stopping to listen closer. A while later the noise goes back down the stairs. I have an atrocious sleep schedule, like I stay up till 4 AM and sleep till 8 AM. It was late and boyfriend was about to get off the call and the noise starts coming up the stairs again and stops halfway. I don't want him to be standing on the stairs all night, so I call him up. The noise never went back down or started again, but Hoss actually did walk up the stairs from the bottom, kind of leaping up the last 3 or 4 steps, which was really weird for him. I'm starting to get uncomfortable since it sounded like something else was on the stairs and it scared my dog. I tell boyfriend to stay online a while longer because I'm scared. He scoffs because he doesn't believe in supernatural stuff and hangs up the scratching, comes up the rest of the stairs, and I'm looking through the slats in the banister to see what it is. There's this super dark shadow, like a person crawling on all 4s up the stairs. It turned its head to look at me then back down the stairs. I freak out and text my boyfriend to tell him what happened. He didn't believe me, so I got upset and started sending Snapchats as I was sitting there, and the steps start coming up the stairs really fast. I record what I can to send to boyfriend. It was before the update to record multiple videos at once, and so only the noise was in that one. He hears it and freaks out because he didn't know what was happening. The shadow sits at the top of the stairs and stares at me. I record again, and he could see the shadow backing down the stairs. After that it happened a couple more times. Hoss was watching each time and the shadow got closer to the foot of the bed every trip it made up the stairs. The last trip it made it almost touched the bed and Hoss snapped at the air the shadow occupied and it screeched. Volume of a whisper, but still a screech, and it rushed back down the stairs and didn't come back up again. I don't know how, but I fell asleep with Hoss staring down the stairs after all of that. Boyfriend is a believer now. I had to be at work at 5 am. I don't go anywhere without a shower and breakfast, so I'm up about 3:30 am. I lived with my mom in an older house. Floors creak a lot, especially down the hallway from my room to the dining and kitchen rooms. My brother always swore he heard footsteps walking down that hall when he stayed up late on weekends playing in the next room. I believe in the paranormal, but dismissed his statement. That was until this morning. Slightly groggy, I made a bowl of cereal, sat at the dining table with the hall to my right and the sliding glass door to our patio in front of me. It had those thick plastic blinds covering the whole thing, and turned closed to cover the windows. I'm chomping away at my food when a single blind swings straight out a foot out or so from the base and returns to resting position. No sway from being bumped, didn't even connect with the glass, just inches behind it. Just out, in, stop. After several moments the vac kicked on, leading me to believe the axe/furnace was not the culprit. I bumped the blinds hoping to debunk it, but it always bumped the glass and swayed for a time before coming to an unsteady rest. I checked for drafts around the window and door seal. Nothing but a slight coolness from the aluminum trim, and the wind outside was non-existent. In the end I could not prove the event as anything other than the paranormal. Since then the midnight creaks in that long and narrow hallway to my door always reminded me I was never alone in my home. Bonus: as soon as the blind stopped moving I sat up alert, pointed at the door, and called out, "Do that again." No success. Thanks for reading. I was en route to dorm for a community college. The year before, a guy I knew committed suicide on the 3rd floor. I have a couple that come to mind. 3rd week of school, I get a call on the phone while I'm on call. A girl I ended up dating later, but that's not important to the story, called screaming along with her 3 roommates crying. Trying to figure out what was happening, I get told to run up there. As I'm running the flight of stairs, I hear a door slam and a bunch of screaming. I get there and all 4 girls are crying and curled up in the fetal position. By this time, residents were starting to circle. My best friend at the college, another app, finally gets there, and we get people back to their rooms. The girls finally stop crying and tell us that something demonic just happened. My friend and I roll our eyes and try to get their story. Apparently, as they were getting ready to go to bed, a lamp got thrown off a nightstand. After that, a cup thrown off the table. Then a plate broke. Finally the entire dining room table gets flipped over. My friend and I get in there, and, yeah, table was flipped, but so were a couple chairs, broken dishes everywhere, and lights were burned out. I thought it was a prank, but these girls refused to sleep in that room for at least a week. The girl I ended up dating still stands by the story, and I wasn't allowed to ask much about it. Same year, same dorm. I'm sitting in their office, and it's late, probably near midnight, when I close up for the night. One of the basketball players that I'm cool with comes up to the window. We are talking, and a white girl's hand taps him on the shoulder. I'm thinking it's this one girl that had a crush on the basketball player. 2 seconds later, the basketball player looks at me and says, "Did someone just tap my shoulder?" I nod and he looks around and says, "Who the fuck?" Let me describe what I can see. In front of me, through the window, I can see the lobby and lounge area with couches and a TV, and the main stairwell. To the left, there is a blind spot where the elevator is, where I assume the girl came from, and if I lean back, to my left I can see down the big hallway that has suites, and at the end of the hall, a stairwell. So after the basketball player asks who tapped him, we look around. I see no one. I ask if someone came out the elevator. Nope, elevator is on the 3rd floor. I check the cameras. I see no one on any nearby feed. We both noped out. I locked up early. The basketball player left the dorms for a couple weeks. I have other paranormal stories, but those 2 still haunt me. I couldn't explain either. I've posted this in earlier threads, but it fits here too. When I was 19, I moved into my first apartment, which was actually the finished basement of an old house. I don't know if the house was haunted or what, but here are the things I personally experienced while living there alone. One morning I was in the shower and heard a loud crash. The bathroom floor plan had a shower along one wall with the sink and toilet directly opposite. Above the toilet were a couple shelves, and on the bottom shelf, I had a large MacCube mirror leaning against the back wall with assorted bottles and hair accessories sitting in front of it. That crash I heard. The MacCube mirror had fallen off the shelf and crashed into a million pieces over the seat of the toilet. But nothing I had in front of that mirror was moved at all. I was, as Elvis would say, all shook up. Another time, same bathroom, same shelf. I was standing at the sink and looked over to see a hair tie move by itself along the length of the shelf and drop to the floor. This shelf was not sloped, and nothing ever rolled off. This hair tie was pushed. One of those 2 times, I remember getting in trouble at work because I showed up with my hair a mess and no MAC coupon. I got out of there as fast as I could. This one freaked me the fuck out. One night, I woke up from a dead sleep. The apartment was small, probably less than 1,000 square feet, so the bedroom was right next to the living room space, and when I woke up, I could see weird lights. I went into the living room to find my television turned on and rapidly flipping through the channels. I pushed the button on the remote control, but nothing happened. I walked up to the TV, pushed the power button on the front, but this didn't do anything either. I yanked the power cord from the outlet and the thing finally turned off. The next day, I plugged it back in, and it worked perfectly. This was at like 2 o'clock in the morning, so I called a friend and made her stay on the phone with me until morning another night. I woke up to find a girl standing in the doorway to my bedroom. She was wearing what I thought was an oversized white t-shirt, like a sleep shirt, but in retrospect it could have also been a hospital gown. In my sleepy stupor, I thought it was this girl who stayed with me sometimes. We just stared at each other until I finally said, "What? Like, what do you want? I'm sleeping here." As soon as I said it, she disappeared, and I woke up enough to remember that I was home alone. I've had other experiences throughout the years, but nothing as intense or as concentrated as what went on while I lived in that basement apartment. Seems like there must have been more. I have a distinct memory of hiding under my covers feeling absolutely terrified, but can't remember what that was about. I'll update if anything else comes to mind. I moved out of that apartment when I was 22. So after my grandmother passed away in 2010, me and my parents moved into her house. So my grandmother loved to cook, and my mom would say sometimes while my mom, was cooking things might go missing, or something in the cabinet that she's looking for isn't there, but then she turns around and it's on the table, or whatever. So this would happen ever so often. Well, my grandma also loved to watch soap operas. One day it's summertime, I'm home alone. My parents went to my aunt's house for a cookout. I'm in my room probably playing Red Dead or some shit. All of a sudden I hear the TV on in the living room downstairs. My parents had left over an hour ago, and I just noticed the TV come on. It wasn't like they had left it on. My dad is old and can't hear very well, so the TV is always a bit loud. I would've noticed. I call my mom and tell them, hey, the TV just came on all alone. It's kinda crazy. My mom tells my dad, and he just gets quiet for a moment like he's thinking. Finally he goes, "Oh, well, you know what today is? It's grandma's birthday. Maybe she wanted to watch her shows." Now I'm usually pretty skeptical about this shit. Like, not that I don't believe some things or think it would be cool if it was real, but I'm just not 100%. I want to believe, but my dad is the most skeptical person I have ever met. Not only is he skeptical, but he doesn't even enjoy movies or TV that are sci-fi/fantasy. Only likes Mayfair/cop drama shit that's non-fiction. For him to think about it for 3 seconds and just naturally come to that conclusion was the spookiest, most mind-boggling moment I've ever experienced involving my dad. I have a couple of creepy stories from family members. For some reason, I'm just not attuned enough to have creepy shit happen to me. Anyway, when my mom was around 11, she lived in a tiny, 3,000 people, mountain town in BC. She had a friend, M, and they were both playing with a Ouija board. This was in the early 1970s. M asked when she would die, and the board answered 1 week. Laughing it off, they didn't think much of it. 1 week later, my mom's class were on a field trip to the local river, Mountain River, so lots of rapids, and M was goofing around on a rock. M slipped and fell down a very violent waterfall, and my mom watched the whole thing. They never found her body. The local hospital in that small town, where M was a Candace Striper, still has a plaque commemorating her. Also, whenever Ouija boards or anything paranormal is mentioned, my mom becomes very quiet and refuses to engage in conversation. She didn't tell me this story, my eldest sister did. Apparently, my mom was really drunk one night and let slip that that's what happened all those years ago. My eldest sister only told me and our middle sister when I bought a Ouija board because the house we grew up in was casually haunted. Also, my eldest sister is a horrible liar and an even worse storyteller. If my middle sister told me that story, I'd never believe it. I used to live in a sketchy apartment with 3 good friends during my college years. One of my roommates has long dark hair. Remember that? One day I walk into the living room and see my roommate crouching underneath the kitchen table with her long dark hair covering her face. She usually drops stuff underneath the table, so I know nothing of it. I jokingly tell her, "Wow, you look like The Grudge." Long night. Well, my roommate swivels her towards my general direction, crawls towards me. I wait for her to throw an insult, but she stays silent. Okay, I then get a text from that same roommate asking me to open the gate for her. She forgot her key. So who the fuck is that beach underneath my table? I glance back and see the not my roommate getting closer. I get a look at her face. She looks like a disfigured version of my roommate. Skin is pale and stretched tight the skull. Black baggy eyes, a disturbing smile aimed at me. It starts to stand and I faking run all the way to my roommate's car and just end up pointing with a scared/stupid look on my face. For a month I refused to stay in that apartment by myself. "Oh, you're going grocery shopping? Take me with you. You have class. I'll go help carry your books. You have a date. Nice. I'll be third wheel." I was glad when we moved out because there were other scary moments, but that one is still vivid. My best friend and I used to love doing this thing called urban exploring. It's pretty much just a fancy name for trespassing. We break into new apartments that are under construction, old factories, old school, old police stations, old energy plants, you name it. Now before we start, I want to say that both my friend and I are both very logical people, so we do not believe in fictional existences like gods, ghosts, etc. We have our own explanation for why those phenomena may be experienced by other humans. Anyways, one day we go out to our usual exploring. We break into this old school that was under construction. We later found out that the property belongs to our local university, University of Toronto. We go in with 3 other girls, start checking out all the rooms. Some of them have a creepy vibe to it, but it's just an old building. Looks pretty much like an average high school all around. We explored all 3 floors, went onto the roof that had some church themed rooms, and were pretty much just having fun. We finally realized that we haven't checked out the basement yet. We retreat all the way down to the first floor and find one of the staircases leading down towards the basement. As we are descending, my friend and I both suddenly give each other a very serious and concerned look. I had a weird shiver and my heart had this sinking feeling, and I just had this weird thought in my head that someone or something wants me to go back and not continue down the stairs. I told my friend, and he said that he just got the exact same feeling. We both say it almost feels like ghosts. The girls behind us are all excited because this is one of their first times breaking into anything, and thought that we were just saying stuff to try to spook them. They pushed us forward. My friend and I both kinda had this thug life persona anyways, so we both shrugged the feelings off and continued down into the basement. Upon reaching the basement, we immediately noticed very strange things. This entire place in front of our eyes looked like a jail. There were these jail cells all around us, but something is off about them. These cells aren't very tall. The roof of the metal cells are a little over half my height. As I was trying to process what these little metal cells are for, both my friend and I start getting a headache. My friend was visibly wincing at the pain from the headache. We continue exploring the basement. We find more and more things that we cannot comprehend. We go into rooms with huge machines and a buckload of random equipment lying all over the place. Some surgical tables. Diagrams of random stuff everywhere. We are still experiencing our headaches. We pretty much attributed it to something from one of the machines, though we don't know why the girls are completely fine. After about 20 minutes walking around the entire thing, the group decides that we have pretty much checked out the entirety of the basement and we should go back up. As we locate a staircase leading up to the main floor, a large sign that we somehow missed that whole time hangs right in front of us. U of T, Animal Research Facility. A lot of stuff started clicking, and stuff started making sense now. The group start discussing what the objects that we saw were used for as we were going upstairs. Our headaches almost immediately alleviates as soon as we reach the main floor. This remains one of our spookiest experiences. Unfortunately, my friend passed away this year due to a brain aneurysm. I'm awaiting my fate. Old lady lived right next door to us growing up. We had a porch type light on the side of our house that faced her bedroom and made her feel safe at night when it was on. Whenever this light would go out, she would call my mom right away and let her know to replace the bulb. Unfortunately, she passed away of old age and her son inherited the property and planned on moving back into the house once it was renovated. He was having the driveway completely redone and extended to the side of the house, so there were construction guys over there quite a bit working on this. His family had not yet moved in, and he let the workers know that no one lived in the house. One day while he was visiting to check up on the construction, a worker asked why he said the house was empty when he had seen an old lady living there that would look at them through the window. He asked the worker to describe how this old woman looked at. He described his mother, our next door neighbor who had passed away. He told this story to my mom right away, who then told me. I was pretty damn freaked out and would have trouble looking at the house at night. Mind you, my mother never gave a shit about the light on the side of the house and only replaced it to make the lady feel comfortable, so it had been burned out for months after she died. One night I was walking around the neighborhood with my friend while my mom was out of town and my sister at a friend's house. My friend had to go home, so we parted ways. I was feeling kind of freaked out because usually he would walk with me to my house and then back to his, and the story of an old lady looking out the window was still on my mind. I walked to a local school on the way to my house and sat on the curb and called my girlfriend to calm down a bit. A cop passing by stops and tells me that I'm trespassing being on the school property and to go home because it's late. So I begin to walk home. I never had a key to the front door of my house, so I always had to go around the side of the house to the back door, passing by the light. I was already freaked out and on edge about the whole situation, and especially didn't like looking at or walking next to her house at night. However, I had to get inside. As I'm walking along the side of the house and past this light, the faking thing turns on for a couple of seconds and then off. I freak the fuck out and basically dive over my backyard fence and unlock the door as quick as possible to my house. I get inside and turn all the lights on and open the door to the garage where the switch that controls the power to this light is located. The fucking thing is turned off. Also keep in mind this light had been burned out for months. Was freaked the hell out for the rest of the night. Could some weird as power surge or whatever just randomly and coincidentally happened during that time that would make the light blink on for a bit? Who fucking knows? I still drive by that house some days when I'm in the area at night and stop in front of it for a couple of seconds just to see if anything appears. My sister had a bunch of bizarre stories as well following her passing. Not my story, but my best friend's. For the sake of the story, we'll call him C. A couple years back him and I were hanging out with another friend of ours, we'll call him T, and my best friend's girlfriend at her house. T and I decided to head back to his place as it was planned for C, T and I to spend the night there. His house wasn't terribly far, about a mile. On the way we would pass a local park which was really sketchy at night and then walk a really long winding road that ultimately led to T's house. C decided to stay and spend time with his girlfriend. T and I make it back to his house, make some food, play some video games, watch some Wilfred. A couple hours go by and C messages me telling me he's heading over soon. Cool. A bit after this, like 15 to 20 minutes, I get a call from C but miss it, and get another, but pick it up. He's frantically asking me and T to go meet him along the way. I relay this to T, but he's stoned and tells me no, just tell him to hurry, his is up, but something in C's voice makes me feel bad, so I ask him what's up. He says he won't progress this way unless he's on the phone with one of us or if one of us goes to meet him. I tell him I'll go walk towards him and stay on the phone with him. Along the way from his girlfriend's to T's house is a gas station, a bank, and a Dunkin' Donuts. This is important to the story. Behind them all, and down a hill, is a path that wraps pretty much around our entire town, along a river. We normally hang out down there, or use it to travel. but not at night because there's no lighting. There's also a broken down factory at the very end of it with radioactive / no swimming signs by the water. I made it to the bank and met up with C, and he tells me something I've questioned him about to this day. He says he made it between the bank and the Dunkin' Donuts and saw someone sitting on the curb directly across from the side of the street that goes down to the hill / river / factory area. He said he thought nothing of it, even though it was one arm, until he saw the person stand up and art across on all fours across the street and leap down the hill onto the pathway. I asked him if it could have been a dog or any kind of animal, but he insisted it sat like a person and stood up bipedally until it ran. He's not a person that's into the supernatural or anything paranormal or out of the ordinary. That would actually be me, so I'm jealous I didn't get to witness this one with him. Whenever we pass that spot I bring the story up, and there's still no explanation as to what he saw. TLDR, my friend saw a weird dogman one night by a radioactive river dump. In 1968, when I was 13, my parents were building a new home and needed a place to rent until it was finished. They wound up renting the home that belonged to the mother of the guy who had bought our old house to move his mother into. So, basically, we switched houses. The house we rented was on a busy street, but a bit isolated, and could seem creepy at night because it was down a steep hill below the road. A few odd things happened, like hearing a rattling sound and seeing a doorknob turning, but nothing ever really definitive showing the house was haunted. Until one day, when I was walking down the hallway to go play outside. As I passed the bathroom, my sister cracked the door open and held out a bottle of lotion and asked me to put it in her room. Being a snotty little brother, I said okay, but instead of taking the bottle I just kept walking and went outside to play. Later, my sister asked me where I had put the lotion. I told her I hadn't taken it. She said she had felt me take it from her hand, but it wasn't in her room when she went to get it. We looked in her room and now the bottle of lotion was on her nightstand where she had asked me put it. I let her think I had done it and was pulling her leg, but I don't know how it got there. One other thing that happened was we had stored some wrought iron furniture in the basement of the house. A few times in the middle of the night I would wake up and hear the chairs being dragged around on the cement floor below the room I slept in. But the chairs were always where they were supposed to be in the morning. The weird thing is, I should have been terrified by this, but for some reason it didn't bother me much, and I was an easily spooked jumpy little kid. The basement of the house was kind of odd, in that along one wall there were a series of partitioned niches, like little rooms open to the main basement, each filled with old family stuff that belonged to the landlord's mother. At night I would spend hours carefully going through their old trunks of mementos, filled with sepia photos from WWI and such, and often felt like I was being watched, but in a gentle way, as if whoever was watching didn't mind and actually enjoyed my interest. The house is gone now, and I often wonder what was there. I think I experienced some kind of glitch in the Matrix kinda thing. I don't think it's anything creepy, but it was certainly weird. Anyways, my friend and I were on the subway to Yongenbloor. In the cart that we were in, there were a few kids holding a box of Play-Dohs. They were giving out free Play-Dohs near the park that we came from. Anyway, my friend and I got off one station, Bay, if you're coming from West End, earlier than we intended. Now, it was only my friend and I who got off the station from the cart we were in. When we realized that we were at the wrong station, the subway had already left, and we had to wait for the next subway to come, which was due in a few minutes. So yada yada, we waited and got on the next train to YNB. So we got to YNB and got off the train and we were walking to the stairs when I saw the exact same kids with Play-Dohs who were in the previous train before we got off the wrong station. I was tripping out because they literally exited the same train we took from the Bay station. So I looked at my friend and she exactly knew what I was thinking about. We were both wide-eyed and freaked out because there was no way they could have gotten off and taken the same subway train as we did because there were no station between YNB and Bay. That was probably my first time experiencing some type of glitch in the Matrix stuff. Also, the same friend of mine also experienced something weird on the subway. She was with another friend of ours on their way to our school. Now on the subway, they would announce the station every time they would arrive at a station. So they both claim that they heard the announcer voice say, "Arriving at Castle Frank," and they even saw the station walls. They would have the name of the station on the walls. Nothing weird yet, right? Apparently, a few stations down, they once again heard the announcement saying, "Arriving at Castle Frank." They were both confused, since they thought that they already had passed that station, but they were literally just rolling into Castle Frank station at that moment. They were freaking out about in class, lol. So yes, those were some weird experiences I've encountered. They were fairly recent too. Like they happened earlier this year, lol. Note that I've posted these before. Spooky, but comforting. About a year ago, I was having a rough day and my thoughts kept turning to the past. The phone started ringing, and my mom and I looked over at the caller ID. It was a number my grandma and grandpa used to use before my grandpa died, and she moved out. A number no longer in service. We were too stunned to answer, and just stared at the phone, until it started saying we had a message. The message was from several years ago, that we had saved of my grandma singing happy birthday. It was really weird, but I have to wonder if my grandpa knew I was having a bad day and wanted to cheer me up. I would have been happier if it was his voice, but we don't have any recordings of his voice. Spookily sad. When I lived in Las Cruces, New Mexico, my mom and I were always hearing whistling and footsteps throughout the house. Sometimes electronics would turn on and off, buttons on toys would be pressed, a robotic toy dog with motion sensors would bark when no one seemed to be moving around, things like that. In particular, a toy carousel would have the buttons pressed to play music, or make the horses whinny. The night before we moved away, I had a friend over, and we were just settling into our sleeping bags in the back room, when we heard the whistling start up between us. It started off fairly quiet, and became louder and louder. There was enough light in the room to see each other, and no, it wasn't either of us. We later found out that a man named Robert Garsha had committed suicide on the property before we moved there. Spooky. I've only seen it a couple of times, and could just be as loony as a toon, but I've seen a strange humanoid in my current home. It looks like a pale human with lots of burns, but the most shocking feature to me is that there's nothing from about the waist down, except torn flesh and stuff. First time I saw it was when I was leaving the bathroom. It was dragging itself down the hallway into my room. I followed it in, but couldn't find it anywhere. Dismissed it as my eyes playing tricks on me or something, though I'd seen it quite clearly. Second time was a while later, when I fell asleep in my room with my TV on, and woke up to the feeling of being watched. It was holding itself up on the edge of the bed, and was just staring at me. Funny thing is, I didn't feel scared. I was mostly just confused and stared back for a bit, before I fell back to sleep or something. Could have been a hallucination or dream, but I don't know. Even though I wasn't scared at the time, it's somewhat disturbing to think that I didn't even try to get away or anything. Typical already posted this, therefore, copy/paste hiking by myself in the Eastern Sierras. Was just gonna be a one-night camping trip. Hiked 4 miles out and got to my destination at 7 PM. Was looking for a good spot to set up camp when I come across 20-30 people camped out directly on the trail. Start going the other direction and see someone walking with nothing but hedge trimmers, like the ones with the blades. As long as your forearm and this isn't trail maintenance, it's way too late for them to still be out. I immediately turn around and almost walk into the camp. Only stopped walking when I felt like I was being watched. I looked up to see someone standing halfway out of their tent just staring me down. Nope, the fuck out of there. I hiked 2 miles back to another lake and start to cook dinner around 8 PM. I cooked it on a bridge because that felt safe to me. Can only be approached from 2 directions, yeah, no. I'm at 10k feet above sea level, so I'm wearing my jacket that also happens to be waterproof. All of a sudden my crotch is soaked, like I was just in a pool or something. I look down, and I have a puddle in my jacket. It's a puffy jacket, so it kinda made a bowl while I was sitting. I immediately tossed my dinner in a bush. Shame on me, I was scared as fuck, because how the fuck was there a puddle in my jacket and I didn't hear water hitting it? I ran back the 2 miles carrying my knife in one hand and camera in the other. Still haven't looked at the footage cause I'm too scared, but I tore a hole in my tent with my knife when I was packing it up. I was around 8 years old, and I remember having this really strange feeling, and it's something I've never felt since. It was almost like I knew something was going to happen, and being really hesitant to go to bed that night. Anyways, I eventually had to go to bed. I'm not entirely sure what time it was. It was probably in the early morning hours. I know this because my dad worked the day shift and was gone by 5 AM during the week. I woke up, and the first thing that I can remember is being fixated on this figure that's standing in front of the window. It was grey in color and had these dark red eyes. I don't remember any distinguishable facial features at all. The sudden feeling of panic came, and I stood on my bed trying to figure out what the hell it is. It's getting closer, and that's when I booked it into my parents' room. I explained to them that there's this creature. I had no better word to describe it. So my dad gets up out of bed and tries to reassure me that there's nothing to be afraid of, and proceeds to lay down in my bed until I fall asleep. Of course, the moment my dad left the room, this alien reappears out of nowhere, and I once again panic and proceed to get my dad out of bed again. It only seemed to disappear when an adult was in the room, and only returned once they left. The third and final time of trying to convince my parents that there's this creature and being told, "You're only dreaming." I let out a scream and end up waking everybody up. I was frightened to death, and to this day the only reason I know I wasn't dreaming is because my brother years later had admitted to seeing something at the foot of his bed that night. Where was his bed? Alongside the wall, which the foot of his bed happened to be near the window. So I know that myself and my brother saw something that night. And I'm positive it was an alien. Late to the party, but this happened to me in September. My dad works either morning or afternoon. When he returns late at night shifts, and when he works morning, so he's home in the evening. He sometimes goes to the door of my room in the evening because he just remembered that he needs to ask me something, and he whispers or knocks on the door. So one night I'm half asleep when suddenly I hear a loud whisper that almost sounds like my name, and I thought it came from the corridor. So I think, why is my father waking me up? It's too late. The next second I realize that my dad is working an afternoon shift and isn't home yet. I open my eyes, kind of scared, go check the corridor, and surprise, surprise, nothing's there. I'm kind of spooked, but I think that it probably was just a dream because I was half asleep. So, few days pass, and I'm going to bed. I'm trying to find the best sleeping position. My bed is old and creaking, and suddenly I hear a whisper in the creaking, but this time it sounded like it was directly behind me. And again, it sounded like my name. I turn around, but nothing was there again. Then, after some time, I was falling asleep again when I heard it for the third time. Again, just a whisper, sounded like my name and nothing else. I think it was probably just my imagination, but it was super scary when it happened. My little brother, 21 meters, talks in his sleep and sometimes walks. It doesn't happen that often, but if he is having a vivid dream, he will get active. The first night this happened was when he was like 13 and my sister and I was going to bed, and we look up the stairs, about 17 steps, and he's standing up there. We say like, "What are you doing up?" and laugh it off, but he doesn't respond or move. We are in the dark, but there's a light behind him, so it's extra scary looking. We call my dad from the sitting room, and our mum comes out of her room upstairs. Can see his eyes are closed. He's sleepwalking. He is so close to the edge of the stairs that his toes are curled over the edge of the top step. My dad is like, "Don't touch him. He could lash out in his sleep," or the idea you shouldn't wake a sleepwalker. My mum talks to him nicely, "What's the matter?" To which my brother screams, "The sharks are going to get me." Us on the bottom of the stairs start sniggering. He had just seen one of those knockoff sci-fi channel Jaws movies. Although it ended with a laugh and him safe back in bed, it really freaked out. Over the years he hasn't walked that much, but he has talked in his sleep. My mum has walked into his room, and he sat right up in the bed, head turned towards her for 10 seconds, before whispering "fuck you," and falling back into the bed snoring. I went in one night, to give him back a pencil case, and he sits straight up in the bed. I panic and go, "I'm giving you back your pencils." Like he's awake and thinks I'm snooping. He has his eyes shut closed and just spits "Shove those pencils up your ass" at me and falls back to sleep. It took me a solid minute to move out of confusion. He's told my mother to give insert my sister's name back the bananas as he lay there. She never even talked to him about bananas. It's so freaky what he says, and he has no idea what he does when he's asleep. No remembering the dreams or what he said. TLDR, I saw Jesus hiking. Probably I'm gonna be buried under everyone else, but whatever. Also not scary but pretty freaking weird. This August my sister and my mother went hiking. We own a small house in northern Italy, on the Alps. This particular trail would get you to a lake on top of this mountain at 2450 meters, and it was also pretty hard, but very worth it. Anyway, when we finally manage to get here, we just enjoy the lake a bit with other mountain lovers, and then prepare to head back. As we are about to move, we spot a shirtless guy. He is thin but also ripped, with a big beard and long hair, staring into a puddle of water. I jokingly said, "Look at Jesus over there." We chuckled and proceeded to move on. Now, there are two main paths to get down from the top of this mountain. One takes about 1:30 over 2 hours, the other one at least 3:30. We choose the first one cause we are tired and we want to get home. So we just go, and eventually after 2 hours we get into our car and start to head back home. As we speed on the street, I spot something that has freaked me out a bit since that day. On the side of the road, Jesus is casually on the opposite direction from us. Dumbfounded, I lean out of the window and scream, "Hey Jesus," and he, without flinching or even turning, just casually waves back at us. He couldn't possibly have gotten there before us. As I previously explained, that path is much longer and also pretty difficult. I thought it last year, and it was a beach, so it didn't make sense. Also, after the fact, I post a picture of myself on the top of the mountain on Instagram, and my best buddy, that knew nothing of this, comments on it. In that pic for no reason whatsoever, apart from the fact that I was looking in a specific direction. He asks, "Have you seen Jesus?" Pretty weird. Allow me to preface this by saying that I do not believe in the supernatural in any sense. I believe that everything has a logical explanation. In this instance, I was unable to derive one. When I was a child, 17 or 18, I lived in a small room over the garage in my parents' house. It was a rather small 9x7x9 room with a low, sloped ceiling. A few nights after I moved into the room, I lay awake on my waterbed. It was the 90s, shut up, gazing up at the ceiling tiles and thinking about what to do with my limited space. That's when I first saw them. Slowly circling the light fixture roughly 6 feet above me were several incredibly faint wisps. They had an ethereal quality, barely perceptible, but definitely there once seen. Imagine an exhalation of cigarette smoke drifting about, only made of a faint bluish light. My initial thought was that it was a reflection of light from outside finding its way through my Venetian blinds, maybe even a camera obscura. I watched it for a time, then fell asleep. The next night I saw it immediately after turning the light off. I got back up and walked around the room trying to discern the source by blocking it with my body, to no avail. Not to be so easily daunted, I turned the light back on, took my flat sheet from the bed, and fully covered the window by hanging it in some small nails left over from old curtain rod hangers. Still there. Next, I took one of the large forks brick panels I was going to cover my walls with and placed it in front of the door. Still there. At this point I was irritated and commenced to emptying the contents of the entire room into the hallway to remove even the possibility of a reflective surface. The room emptied, the panel replaced. I turned off the light. Still there, faintly drifting around the light fixture. What the fuck? Then inspiration hit me. I took the cover off the light fixture and sure enough, it was one of those ancient, miniature fluorescent tube bulbs that glows like an old TV set for a good few minutes after it's powered down. I removed the bulb, flying high on my hubris, only to discover that the wisp remained unperturbed. I waved my hand through it, expecting it to be agitated by either me or the air current, but nothing happened. About this time my father came upstairs to go to bed, only to find the hallway filled with my belongings. He bravely opened my door without knocking, only to find the paneling in the way. I moved it aside, and he entered the room, which was a few sheets of plastic short of a Dexter finale, to inquire just what the hell I was doing. I explained, in full, what I saw, and what I was trying to accomplish. Several times. Interestingly enough, he had no idea what I was talking about. Nothing was out of the ordinary, apart from whatever seance I was trying to carry out over the garage. He went to bed, and defeated. So did I. I lived in that room for about 4 years, in all, and every night I fell asleep under those lights. This happened in Fraser Hill, Malaysia. When I was 15, my family and I visited a roadside waterfall with streams from it. Places not usually visited. People have a pinangu or guardian of sorts that resides in the place. As such, the customary etiquette is to give a general greeting, being appropriately clothed, and to not be vulgar. My cousin pushed me into the stream, which had a strong current, and I almost drifted away and possibly died. Alas, I was saved by my brother, who grabbed my scrambling hands. I got up and swore at my cousin. We laughed. On the way home, I fell sick and my dad knew something was up. That night, I slept early and alone in my room. Just like in the horror movies, I dreamt that I was on the ceiling looking down on my body as a black entity crawled over my torso and tried to enter through my mouth. Refer to the movie The Unborn for a visual. I was struck with fear, but I tried my best to resist the entity, declaring that I reside in that body and not it. In Malay terms, this willingness is referred to as semangat. I fought it for what seemed a long time, and when I finally got back into body and woke up, I looked to the door and the black entity stood there snarling at me. It was tall, slender and had red eyes. I'm getting goosebumps. I told it to go away and went down. When my uncle was waiting for me, he sat me down and recited prayers that I could not remember and went back to sleep. The following week, every member of my family fell sick and a cousin of mine experienced the same thing. I have a few, but years ago we lived in an old farmhouse that was used to wake people that had passed around the turn of century, before funeral homes. Additionally, we had bought the home from an old farmer that was a bit of a drinker. Every time I went to look at farm before and after buying, he would be passed out in barn snoring away. After we bought the farm, he died shortly afterwards. Well, one Saturday morning I was sleeping with my wife in our bed and sort of half woke up to my wife's heavy snoring directly in front of me, and without opening my eyes. Oh my god, stop. After a few minutes I finally opened my eyes without moving and realized she was behind me and this snoring was clearly coming from in front of me. I made sure I was awake, again without moving, and thought, okay, who's snoring? The window was open, but our bedroom was on the second floor and this snoring was in the room like directly in front of me. Trying to rationalize it, I thought maybe a large animal was sleeping below the window. Anyways, as soon as I got up to check, it stopped immediately, and that was it. Never thought about it again until one night, a couple of months later, my wife and I went to a party, and I was telling someone about it. My wife overhears me and says, "Wait, did that happen to you too?" I'm like, "What do you mean too?" Turns out it had happened to her a couple of times when she was completely alone. Anyways, apparently we had a sleeping ghost. I always assumed it was Carl, the previous owner, sleeping another one off. So in my earlier childhood, around 8 to 12 years old, I had a dream about this old dark looking house. I walking in the front door into a living room. The dining room was connected to it. All the furniture was either a really dark leather or a dark wood. The entire house was dark and hard to see. The kitchen window I could barely see out of because it was so bright. It had to be midday. I started walking around the house, around the living room, to the kitchen, then the bedroom. I somehow knew there was a bedroom adjacent from the living room. I walked in this bedroom. Next thing I know, I'm sleeping on the single bed in the room. The room is a bright white, rather opposite from the rest of the house. The light was nearly blinding. It had white carpet, white drapes. The bed had white beige comforter on it, and white paint all around. There was a white double door closet that was across the room from the side of the bed. While I was laying in this bed, the double closet doors slam open. A ghost, imagine a tormentor from Harry Potter, flies out. Behind the ghost, a room that has a fireplace and chairs. It reminded me of a study room. Looked cozy except for the flying dementor. Out of terror I fall off the side of the bed down between the crack between the wall and the bed. The Dementor floated over me and descended upon me. When its mouth opened right at my eyes, I woke up. I didn't sleep well for the next couple weeks. Fast forward to the summer, after I graduated high school, 6 years maybe. My dad takes me on a trip to go see family that lives down south. We met quite a few in a short time. The first day we were there, my dad's uncle showed us a home he was house sitting for. It was secluded, on top of a hill in the country. The view from the house was incredible. Picture of house, https://unga.com/gallery/. My uncle showed us the inside. It was exactly the same as the house in my dream. I instantly told me dad I've seen this place before. He probably thought I was crazy. It was 1 for 1 from my dream. We walked into the bedroom, and it was the exact same. It seemed nearly empty with no clothes or any sign that anyone lives in that room. I saw the closet and asked if there was a room behind it. My uncle replied with a yes, and when I first saw it, I thought it was a closet. I turned around with my hairs on edge and walked out. I'm baffled to this day on how I knew about the place, even though there is no way I'd ever have seen it. That was the first time I've been down to see my family. No clue, still think about it to this day. Also sorry for spelling errors, type this up on my phone really quick. In Middle America, when I was 6 I remember walking up the mountain pass in Panama with my cousin. To get to my grandfather's house, there were 3 paths. Normal traffic my grandfather's, and one that led up to bushes and a dark area. An old lady lived up there by herself. My cousin said an old witch lived up there. She tried to scare me by having me walk up that area with her. When she followed her trail it became a smaller path, and it started to rain. When we got to the end there was no space elsewhere but a cliff drop. At the edge was a tiny shack, barely enough for a closet size. Since it was semi-cloud making the area dark, we just stared until you saw a fire lit the shack up indicating someone was there or someone saw us. Cousin ran past me and I felt like someone was going to pull me into the shack until I slipped and slid down the path and back to the fork where we started. Worst part is, I had nightmares for a week about it. Never forget stuff that scared the shit out of you. Since my grandfather died, I never went back. It was just eerie back in the 80s where he used to live, that people didn't have technology. The shack looked like it couldn't even fit a bed in it, and out of the blue to watch a small shack instantly light something indicate dismembered lived in it. Living in an edge of a cliff would scare me as a mudslide would or could kill me at any moment's notice thinking of back then. Feel bad but the nightmares are what creep me out. I live in the south of France in Nice. A couple years back, my mum's friend had something really spooky/creepy thing happen to her whilst driving home. She was driving home alone after work in the winter, so point it was already pretty dark. Her husband/boyfriend, I can't remember, wasn't home yet. Anyway she lives somewhere near the mountains north of Nice, but still pretty close to the city. She was driving along, but was forced to stop because of a fallen branch in the middle of the road that she couldn't go around. She stopped the car, got out, moved the branch, got back in again and starting driving. A car driven by a few guys was just pulling up right behind her as she got back in. They started beeping the horn at her whilst she was driving along, shouting, flashing the lights and following her really close. She spooked. She called her boyfriend/husband and told him some guys were following her in the car. He told her to call the police right away. She called the police who told her to drive back home slowly, and they asked for her address so that they could get there before her and spook the guys in the car. She got back home. The dudes were still following her at yelling etc. They got out of the car and the police made a move, but they started to explain why they were beeping and yelling. Basically what had happened is while she got out of the car to move the branch and they were pulling up behind her, some dude had climbed into her boot trunk and has closed it and had been riding in the back of her car waiting for her to get back home, presumably to do something pretty awful. So they were following her to try and warn her, but she didn't catch on. Sure enough when the police opened the boot, there was this scruffy guy hanging out in there. The police took him away, and she thanked the dudes for following her, and apologized for thinking they were the creepy ones. There are some really weird faking people out there. So once my spouse and I visited a town for 3 days, we stayed in an Airbnb flat. The flat owner seemed a little weird, never smiled, never looked at us in the eyes. He showed us the main room, and then he opened a door in the corridor to show a smaller room. He said the room was not in use and we should not go there. It was not your old creepy flat by any accounts. It was renovated, full of light, and the furniture was new. However, it had a super weird vibe. The first evening of the 2 we stayed, my spouse woke up very scared in the middle of the night, saying there was something at the other side of the door. I told them it was a nightmare, but they kept repeating there was something. They do not believe in the supernatural at all. I checked, there was nothing, and to calm them down I locked the bedroom door with a chair. That night I had a super odd nightmare, in which an unseen thing was stalking me into a warehouse, Silent Hill style. During these 3 days, whenever I checked the unused bedroom, the light was on and the door was open. I closed it every time, blaming my partner's absent-mindedness. The second night we came home late, and my partner, who left the town earlier than I did, started packing their luggage. Suddenly, they started bleeding from a deep cut in the hand. We cleaned and bandaged the wound. It bled profusely, like all injuries in the hand do, and looked for the sharp object or razor that did it. We did not find anything, and to date we still don't know how they got the cut. That night I had a nightmare again. The last morning I had a couple hours on my own before my train left, so I was packing my stuff. When I looked at the unused bedroom, the light was on and the door was open. I switched the light off and closed the door. 5 minutes later, the light was on again, and the door was open. I repeated the action, but when I looked again the light was still on and the door was open. So I thought, it must be something with the electricity cables, and if not it is a ghost that wants the light on. I'm not gonna touch it. When I looked again, the light was off. I'm not sure what was going on in there, but in that moment I faked off, grabbed the carton of milk and cookies I had and had breakfast in the park. My spouse asked the owner about the lights in the unused room, but the guy never replied. Anyway, this is my creepy experience. My partner's cut was almost 5mm deep and 2 centimeters long. They almost needed stitches. As we said, we don't believe in ghosts, but like fuck we are repeating the experience. Haunted as Airbnb, 1 star. I'm a bit late to this, but I'll add my fun story. Names changed for privacy. I got my B pointer at Northern Arizona University and lived in North Morton Hall. I'm not entirely sure if this is a dorm anymore or not. The year I left they had turned half of it into an admin building. Anyway, it was a very old dorm and there was a rumor that a girl named Kathy had killed herself in the 50s in one of the upstairs rooms. There were lots of stories about sheets being pulled off of people, lights turning on/off, etc. I lived on the 2nd floor in a 4-person dorm. We were watching a scary movie that night. I don't remember which one, and one of the girls had gone to bed early in the other room, closing the door behind her. During a commercial, we heard the door knob click and saw it turn, and the door slowly open. We waited because we assumed our roommate was coming out. I hear this tiny scared voice say "Decup," and everyone in the living room says "Sophie." She was still up in the bunk bed and had assumed that we were coming in the room. The door leading from our living room to the bedroom had a full-length mirror on it on the side facing the living room. That same night, I was letting a friend out of the dorm, and out of the corner of my eye in the mirror I thought I saw a girl sitting on our couch. I didn't think anything of it, because we had been watching scary movies and the creepy incident earlier. I assumed I was seeing things. In the middle of the night, we all woke up to a loud crash. We couldn't figure out where it was coming from and everyone was too scared to investigate. Finally I get up and look around, and that same mirror I saw the girl in had crashed to the ground. Probably all very explainable events, but still creepy nonetheless. We always turned our dorm lights off, but we'd come back from being out and see our lights turned on from the outside, only to be turned off again when we opened the door. I had my sheets pulled off of me on numerous occasions, and one night my computer started blaring 50s rock and roll, scared the crap out me while I was sleeping. I got used to the activity after a while. I lived there for 2 years and would try to remember to say goodnight to her every night. Story #1. My uncle used to live in southwestern Ontario before he moved to the States. He was out in Amish territory, somewhere between Goderich and Listowel, in this old brick farmhouse. Apparently the problems started as soon as the day they moved in with regards to a particular room on the second floor. As soon as anyone stepped into that room, the temperature skyrocketed. Within a few moments you would be sweating bullets. This was a phenomenon that was experienced by everyone, and they tried checking the wiring and thermostat and couldn't find anything wrong. No one could stay in that room for very long, and it ended up being a storage room. At some point, they connect with some neighbors down the road and ask about the history of the home and the previous owners. Rumor was that one of the families that lived there had a fairly severely physically and mentally disabled child whom they kept locked up in that bedroom. I imagine it may have been during a period of time where having such a child would be an incredible source of shame/embarrassment. If the story is true, I'm not sure what kind of treatment/nurturing the child received if any. My aunt and uncle, being the spiritual sort, were rather good-natured about it all and weren't too alarmed. A few months later they wanted to do some renovations and were taking measurements of the home to make plans. They noticed that one of the basement walls was a few feet further in than it should be and seemed to have been built differently from the other walls. Was there something hidden or buried behind the wall? I'll leave it up to speculation. Sadly this story doesn't have a happy ending. Personal tragedy forced my aunt and uncle to sell the home before anything more could be done. Their only son was, sadly, struck and killed by a car in front of the home. Story #2. I used to volunteer as a historical interpreter for the Bront Creek Provincial Park. Once again, this story takes place in a farmhouse. It also takes place rather auspiciously on Halloween. The park was offering after dark haunted tours for families, and my responsibility was to stay in the farmhouse between rounds, making sure no tried to stay behind when the tour moved to the next location, and that nothing caught on fire. Lots of candles. I was the only person in the house between rounds, and a few strange and unusual things happened while I was alone in there. First, the door to the smoking room kept opening on its own. I remember the door closing quite firmly, and not in a matter where it could have been opened by a gust of wind or a draft. I would close the door after each tour, but when the next came up it would have opened again. After about the fourth round, I was up on the second floor when I heard the soft sound of classical music playing. I crept slowly towards the top of the staircase and could hear that the music was coming from the dining room where an old gramophone was kept. As soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs, the music stopped. I went to check the gramophone, and it wasn't a shade, and there was nothing on it that could have played music, even if someone had been operating it. Closer to the end of the night, my knee was troubling me, so I was resting in one of the servant rooms on the second floor with the window outlooking the front of the home, so I'd know when the next tour was approaching. The house was dead silent. Then, suddenly, footsteps. Heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, turning right left, and coming down the hallway towards the room where I was in. The footsteps stopped right before the closed door. This was the moment that scared me the most. I actually spoke and apologized to whomever it was if my presence was upsetting. Everything was silent again, but nothing felt right. I could see out the window that a group was approaching, so I had no choice but to open the door so I could make my way down to greet them. Of course, when I opened the door no one was there, and when I stepped over the threshold into the hallway a chill ran up my spine. After that, I asked to switch positions with another volunteer. Story #3. This story takes place in my own house growing up. It started with my dad getting angry about losing items. Cards, paper, money. Bits and pieces of his possessions would disappear and reappear a few days to a few weeks later. Then, my things started disappearing too. Books, stuffed animals, bracelets, gone without a trace, then reappearing sometimes months after the fact. Despite getting our wiring checked several times, we would have blackouts rather frequently, and oftentimes in only one room of the house. Our Christmas trees would always be pushed over multiple times each year, until we started tying them to a hook we screwed in the ceiling. I don't remember this, but my mom said that I would often take down the paintings on my bedroom walls and hide them in the closet. When she asked me why I did this, I told her that the people in the paintings moved at night. What I do remember are the occasions where I was woken up from sleep by a hand grabbing and shaking my foot and being convinced that the darkness in one corner of my room was darker and more solid than everything else. My brother on more than one occasion woke up in a panic looking for our dog because he has been woken up by the sound of an animal crying in pain. My mom was once woken up by the sound of a woman screaming. One time mom and I were both putting on makeup in the bathroom and we spotted a dark figure reflected in the mirror moving from one bedroom to another, mine. On 2 occasions, my brother and I walked back and forth along the second floor hallway, following the sound of heavy footsteps in the attic. In the last year we lived there, I started experiencing multiple instances of sleep paralysis. This sudden sensation of someone standing over my bed, followed by being unable to move and barely able to breathe. The basement also flooded inexplicably. The stupidest thing I did was mess with a Ouija board. I wasn't impressed with my attempt, but when I undressed in the bathroom to take a shower afterwards I had a large red right handprint on my right shoulder. Whatever it was, if anything at all, followed me briefly when I moved out to my apartment. Occasionally I would be interrupted on the cusp of falling asleep by a man's voice whispering my name in my ear, or the sound of something heavy being thrown across the room. This stopped several years ago now, and things have been quiet since. Edit, correcting a few details. When I was in my early 20s my mother and I chaperoned my brother and his class to Williamsburg, Virginia. We had been traveling all week via bus to different locations on the East Coast. This one day in particular saw us get a lot of traffic, so we didn't get to our hotel until late in the afternoon. I decided to take a shower, as opposed to go down and play volleyball with the kids before dinner, which was everyone else was doing. Halfway through the shower someone knocked, thinking it was my mom who had forgotten her key. I got out and checked the door hole. No one was there. I went back to the shower, started shampooing, and heard someone knock again. I got out, went to the door and nothing again. I called my mom and she hasn't been upstairs to our room at all. Assuming it was us whole kids I went back and finished my shower. Someone else knocked and I didn't go check, but got dressed, grabbed the keys, and went out into the hallway. Surprisingly there was a teacher a few doors down sitting on the floor reading. I asked her if anyone had been up knocking on my door, and she said no one. She had been there the whole time and everyone else had been downstairs playing volleyball. I went back inside and just assumed I had been hearing things, or maybe it was just another room being noisy. That night after dinner my mom and I came back to the room and went to sleep after some TV time. In the middle of the night I woke up because I felt like someone was staring at me. I was still in bed covered when I looked over to the door, and under the light of the fire alarm I saw a man standing there. He was a tall black man, wearing old-time clothes and a cap. He was just staring and never moved. Now, I'm not a religious person, but I haven't prayed so much in my life until that night. The next day during breakfast I was telling my mom of my creepy dream of this black man in old-time clothes. To my surprise she told me she had the same dream. She went through all the details regarding his dress, except she wasn't scared, and he went to talk to her about his daughter. While she is telling me this story and we are both thinking how weird it is considering we didn't watch anything to even give us weird dreams like that. Towards the end of the story I get a tap on my shoulder from the tour guide, who had apparently been eavesdropping. She said that in all the years she has been here we were a handful who had seen this same man. She had never seen him, but has always wanted to. She went on to tell us that this man had been married and his wife had been sold off while she was pregnant with their child, and he was on loan to another plantation or such. Anyways, when he found out his wife was sold he decided to leave in the middle of the night during a snowstorm looking for his wife and their baby. He never found her and ended up freezing to death, but look for her still. This happened back in middle school. My middle school had a surface level and an underground level. It was created as a Cold War shelter during the 60s, and there was a stairwell that was in a weird hallway that connected the gym to the outside bus drop-off. I used this stairway all the time in middle school, and it was what I used to get to my downstairs classes. Anyway, in my 8th grade year, I was walking down the stairway to get to a club after school. When I headed back to the staircase to get back upstairs to the parking lot, so my mom could pick me up, there was someone sitting on the stairs. It was a little girl, maybe 8 years old, wearing a plaid private school uniform. I didn't think much of it and gave her a casual hello. She responded in a high pitched asking what's your name. I instead responded with what are you doing here, since I went to a public school and her uniform was kind of out of place. She just responded with I'm waiting. I shrugged and continued walk my upward when one of my friends called hey, wait up. I turned around to greet him, but I noticed that the girl was gone. I asked him where did she go. He gave me a weird look, asking where did who go? I then told him that there was a little girl sitting at the bottom of the steps, and he said he didn't see anything. I asked him if he saw me talking to her, but he just gave me an even weirder look and said he just saw me walk straight up the steps before he caught up with me. I guess I should mention that this particular staircase had a school rumor surrounding it that a girl fell down the stairs about 20 years before and died. It was a dumb rumor that had no real truth surrounding it, and I still think that my friend was just messing with me to make me think it was a real ghost, since she was wearing a cliche creepy old uniform outfit, and in reality she just got up and walked away. But who knows? It was still pretty creepy. I have two. Story 1. Back when I was about 12 or 13, I was home alone with my dog. All of a sudden, I hear pots and pans crash loudly in the kitchen. We have a lazy Susan, where pot lids sometimes just fall to the back of. I figured that's what happened, so I went to check it out and clean it up. In the kitchen, it's clean and nothing's out of place. Same with the lazy Susan. No pot lids behind. Then I hear a pop can open downstairs, that distinctive KSSSH click and the TV. That's basically where my dad is 90% of the time when he's home, so I think maybe he came home sick from work or something, and since my mom is gone with the car he didn't think anyone was home. I go down to check and see a bit of info about the layout of my house. There a front door then stairs leading down. At the bottom of the stairs, you go into a hallway with a big rec room to the left. You have to take a few steps into the rec room to see the TV on the left. So I walk down the stair. TV is getting louder. Okay, someone's home. Turn the corner and finally get the TV in sight. Everything is dead silent. No pop can out. No TV on. Just silence. I run back upstairs, grab my dog and barricade my room until my mom and brother get home. Story 2. When I was 18 I worked at a naval base in one of the messes as an event caterer. We had the kitchen upstairs and the event room downstairs. There was a large freight elevator that went from the kitchen down to a back bar room. The back room had double doors leading into the back of the room beside the bar to the left and a door to the right. Straight ahead is the coffee bar. The double doors have a gap of about half an inch, so you can see through the doors right to the coffee station. The entrance to the ballroom is clear across the floor, at least 50 meters from the coffee table. On this particular day a co-worker and I were waiting for people to arrive for a luncheon meeting. It was 2 p.m. and they were supposed to be there at 1:30. We decide to bring down the veggie tray. As we near the freight elevator we hear people talking from the bottom of the shaft. Awesome people are here. As my co-worker and I are headed down the elevator, we're looking out the tiny window in the elevator, and it looks right through the crack in the doors. We see a person getting coffee and hear people talking. As soon as we open the double doors, there's no one and it's silent. No one is in the room. No activity. If there was a person getting coffee, they would have had to sprint across the entire room in 3 seconds or exit the very loud door by the coffee station. I'm 5 feet 3 inches. My co-worker is 6 feet 4 inches. We saw and heard the exact same things.